1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good morning, USA. Welcome to the DBN coverage of the 2025 Jameson Hand ARMADA Regatta. My name is Jamal Junk Blakali, and we are here with a real armada of commentators who are just gonna help carry us through this morning, this evening. I don't know what time it is where you are. It's morning here in Australia. We're gonna go and see what is going on. I would like to introduce my guest commentators. With us here, we have Michalis Manowar Camarides and Brandon Battleship Austin. How are you two doing?
I'm doing pretty well. How about you?
I'm doing well. Brandon, how's it going?
Just chilling, ready to go.
Just chilling and ready to go. We do have another guest commentator who will come in and join us very presently. But first off, let's have a very quick overview of the event we are covering. This is the 2025 Jameson Hand ARMADA Regatta. This was first run as a tournament in 1999. A bit of an on and off break around COVID and that kind of thing, as most tournaments had. I guess, Brandon, I assume you have not been to the regatta, but Michalis, have you been to the regatta?
I have not, no. I wasn't running that entire time. I believe Manus ran it in the early 2000s. It hosted a world championship back then, and then he took a break and came back. I don't know if it was pre-pandemic or just after the pandemic, but Manus and Ibachondril put a lot of work into building the Denver hobby back up, and it's thriving, and it's been a fun tournament to cover the last few years.
Yeah, amazing. I think is this close to the same crew we had covering it last year? I feel like this is it's a reunion of sorts. It was we had a few of us on here last year for the regatta, but yeah. Someone who wasn't here last year for the regatta and who's making their DBN, it's not really their DBN debut, but it is their DBN commentator debut. The man who inspired the boat-themed names himself, Darcy Gunboat Morris. How you doing, Darcy?
I'm good. I've been up all night playing diplomacy, so now I'm ready to talk about diplomacy.
This is truly the Darcy Morris school of diplomacy, which is non-stop diplomacy all the time and never do anything else. Is that about right?
Yeah, it's about right. I like to think that I inspire diplomacy degeneracy throughout the hobby.
Okay. The diplomacy degeneracy, I like that. I have not heard that term before, but I think we'll start to use it. It's good. So we have a bit of information about the tournament here and the things like the scoring system, which is a new scoring system. And it's one that I think is probably worth just covering briefly in detail, because I'm very interested to see how this plays. I think this will have a pretty major impact on the way the tournament is played. The scoring system is called incremental control. What happens is you get 1 point per center owned in each year during the entire course of the game, and then the final year player center count is added repeatedly for all players until the year 1918. So it's this kind of system where you have, I guess, a benefit for getting more centers early in the game and keeping them, And then when the game ends, there's obviously the benefit for having more centers at the end because we're just effectively playing out the game on repeat until 1918. Do we have any thoughts on that?
It's definitely pretty unique compared to anything I've played to. My first thought when looking at it is if you can get an early top and then convince everybody else to draw really early, those extra points you get from it adding them up to 1918 could be gigantic. So we may see some very wild differences in score between like in total score between two different games.
I also think it tends to promote more high tempo, potentially boom or bust type play. Like, is there really a point in running like an England-Germany alliance that doesn't gain dots for like 2-3 years? Like, it might promote a bit more dot grabbing than a bunch of other scoring systems tend to do.
Yeah, like I think it'll be interesting seeing how people might go with that boom or bust play. You might get some wild openings and some strong moves early on when like standard people might just hold back a little bit. So it'll be fun.
Yeah. Well, the tournament itself is sum of scores. So essentially, there are 3 rounds. All 3 scores count, but no more than 3 scores count. So if you get any double ups, they won't count. But essentially, you can. I think you just count the best score in a round if you have to double up on double board on this one. Rounds are time limited, and all rounds are year limited at 1918. It doesn't tell us exactly how long each round is time limited, but we might see a time limit kick in, particularly at round 3, as you often do in a tournament. The other thing we've got here is to keep your eyes on Clyde. That is a very important province in this tournament. Well, how about we do a very quick plug at the top for anything coming up? Michaelis, I hear you've got a thing coming up. Is it next week?
It is indeed. Next week on the VWDC Discord server, we have the 2025 Summer Classic, the biggest virtual tournament in the summer season. Come along, play in any of 7 rounds, with rounds designed for people all around the world, different time zones throughout. So you can play in as many or as few. I know Isaac Jukes currently has the record for playing in 6 consecutive rounds, but not everyone is expected to go to quite that level of degeneracy. But yeah, come along, play
I hear a
games,
challenge,
play
Dusty.
games.
I hear a challenge.
Somebody could outdo it.
If Michaelis will let me play 6 or 7 rounds, then I will play 6 or 7 rounds.
By all means, there will be an interesting study to look at on how that correlates with score over time as well.
Quantity, not quality.
Quantity, not quality. And Brandon, I think there is a tournament in our part of the world that is coming up quite soon of note.
Yeah, so we have the Cane Toad Classic, which is also our Asia Pacific Championships. That'll be at the end of August in Brisbane, Australia. It was a really fun tournament last year, and we're looking forward to what Gavin has installed for us this year as well. Then a little bit further off, we've got Melbourne coming up, and then we've got the Australian Open in November as well. So we've got a few face-to-face tournaments coming.
Wonderful. I am very keenly awaiting to see who wins the coveted Toadiest Toad award at the Cane Toad Classic.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Darcy, anything you want to plug?
Me and Brandon are heading on a little bit of a European diplomacy tour in September. So we'll be heading to the Swiss Diplomacy Championships, which is on the 6th and 7th of September. You can find details in the virtual World Diplomacy Discord. There's also the UK National Championships happening in the 20th to 21st of August of September. And then EDC, the European DipCon, is on in the beginning of November. So Europe's got quite a few tournaments. I will be trying to make my way to as many as possible. I think I've missed a few there, but no, I hope to see some people challenge me and Brandon in the tournaments. Help us have a good time.
Yeah. Well, wonderful. And obviously the other great news that came out of diplomacy in the past few weeks is registrations for World DipCon 2026 in Athens are now live. You can find that on most of your relevant Discord servers, etc., etc. But hit us up if you don't have the link. Let's get right to the games. And well, actually, let's not get right to the games. I lie. Let's go first to having a look at some of the players in this tournament. These are players by their DBNI standings. So some of the more notable players at this tournament, Justin Law, looking very pretty at the top there from Los Angeles. DBN's own Ed Sullivan is there. Matt Krill and Keith Wallstall, Patrick Jacobson, Craig Mayer, Adam Silverman, Eddie Bassan and Doc Binder, bringing in the old guard, and Jake Mannix. Do we have any thoughts on players here? Anyone we're looking out for? Any storylines we're thinking we will have to keep an eye on?
I mean, I'm always looking at Ed Sullivan at Regatta. It doesn't have a top board, which isn't his forte. He has always performed well every single year that he's gone to this tournament. I think it helps a lot that he's familiar with every player there, but he doesn't play with them sort of month in, month out the way that they all play with each other. So they all have good positive memories of being interviewed with Ed for Bat Channel. Great character. They forget the stabs because it's been a year. They just remember the good times, and Ed just rocks up and performs really well every year. So it's been a little while since Ed won a tournament. I'm keeping my eye on him for this one.
There goes Brandon.
Yeah, like a lot of big names there. Like I hear Justin's been doing pretty well lately, so it'll be cool to keep an eye on them. Yeah, I'm looking at most of these names, and I'm recognizing that I've got Diplo cards for pretty much everyone here. So everyone here plays a good, strong game. So it'll be cool to see how they go. I'm not familiar with many of Adam's games, so I'm excited to see him play.
Anyone you're looking out for, Darcy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm currently being covered by the Diplomats in one of my games. And I know there's been a few choice words said by Ed Sullivan and Keith Wallstall. So I'll be looking to get a little bit of my own payback. Hopefully sometime during this stream.
Darcy Morris firing shots from the get-go.
Yeah.
Well, without any further ado, let us get to the games. Darcy, I might give you a break to start with, and then we'll bring you in for the next game. We'll see you soon. And we can go to round one, game one. This is called Enterprise. By the way, the games were named by the players, so no real rhyme or reason to what I can tell on it. But yeah, let's kick us off. Michalis, since you're at the top already, do you want to do our play-by-play for 1901? If my dipcast will work. Oh, no, it will not go to the next one. There we go. No. Ooh, give me a second, everybody. I'm not sure why. Left arrow, right arrow. Yes, correct. I can't go to the next turn because I am a noob at this. Let's see. This one? No.
Well, in the meantime, I will introduce the players while Jamal tries to work out the technology. So in Austria, we have Mitchell Blaylock. In England, we have Cameron Wagner. In France, we have Ed Sullivan. In Germany, Brian Long. In Italy, we have Patrick Jacobson, another recent DBN debutee. In Russia, we have Dan Eastwood. And in Turkey, we have Alicia Kardan, who I believe is heavily pregnant, I think I saw in this. So good luck to her, and see whether she can get some extra sympathy or whether this is a good game for her. It's quite impressive playing. I was told that she's quite pregnant, so quite impressive to carry on playing.
Amazing. Well, we now have worked out a little bit. Thank you to Keith in the chat for essentially helping me work out how to use technology on the fly. Spring 1901, Michalis.
All right, in spring 1901, we have England with a pretty standard opening, Liverpool to York, not going aggressively anti-Russia. France goes to Picardy and Germany to Ruhr, so the key thing there is the DMZ in Burgundy. Germany, the most interesting opening in the West, goes to Silesia with Russia going to Prussia. So something's gone on between Brian and Dan at the start of this game. Austria gets to get into Galicia, not something you see too often. Russia puts the fleet in Romania. Yeah, quite a lot going on for a spring 1901 there.
Anything stand out, Brandon?
Yeah, well, definitely the moves around Prussia, Silesia, and Galicia. They're three provinces you don't see units in Spring '01 very often. But I'm also looking down in Turkey and seeing Ankh Smyrna bounce and con. That's no different to bouncing in black as well, but it allows Sev to get into Rum, and I don't think I've actually seen that before, so that's cool.
Well, let's see how this plays out with Germany and Russia. Wow, okay, this fireworks 1901, McCullers.
So 1901, I'm on a stream of Australians, and it looks like a Western triple, so great. Convoy straight to Norway. England's in Barents Sea. There's a bounce in Sweden. France gets the free builds, which is nice for France. They haven't had to show their hand yet. So England and Germany making some triple moves. France still gets to decide what to do with that. Austria tries to support Germany into Warsaw, which is bounced out by the Russian. That's quite interesting. Well read by Dan to see that one coming. And Turkey moves straight into Black Sea, which was my thought when the Black Sea is DMZ'd, but Ankara doesn't move. That kind of suggests that Turkey doesn't really want to bring it to the Med. So Dan with some problems on a lot of fronts at the start of this game.
Yeah, definitely. Being bounced out of Sweden as well. English army, Turkish fleet in black, and not so friendly Silesia and Galicia. So it's going to be great.
I just love that we could have seen the classic Berlin-Warsaw swap in 1901 this game if it had gone a particular way. As you mentioned, Michaelis, France has 3 builds, Germany 2. I mean, I would love to see waves because I always love waves, but I don't feel like we're going to get waves in this particular board. We'll see.
Ed Sullivan's not much of a waver when I've played with him. I'd be quite surprised if he does a lot of waves here.
And the answer is no waves. I'm going to call out the moves, Michaelis.
Yeah, I mean, builds as you would expect in a Western triple. France puts the 2 fleets down. England, because France is putting 2 fleets down, puts it in London. I don't think you can read too much into that. Germany does put 2 armies down, which is very anti-Russian, but leaves Baltic as a bit of an issue. I think that this is Western triple. Germany is slightly on the back foot going into a Western triple, but when you don't have the fleet, it means it's unlikely you're going to be the one to get Sweden. And even if you do, holding it's going to be really hard. So I think this has worked out very nicely for Cameron. The East, meanwhile, maybe burying the lead over there with Fleet Trieste coming down, which is interesting. Maybe there's AI discontent that we didn't otherwise see, or maybe Austria is going, hey, I'll put this fleet down because we need to defend from a triple, and Turkey is putting an army down, which is a love letter to Italy.
All right, Brandon, how about you take us through 1902?
All right, well, we have those French fleets cycling around, Brest going to Picardy, Portugal to Mau, Marseille not going into Lyon, goes in Spain south coast, while Ed's armies are moving up to Gascony and Burgundy as well. I'm not sure how triply it is when North goes to Helgoland and London follows it up. But yeah, otherwise Denmark gets a walk into Sweden. The armies sort of hold their spot. Kiel goes to Denmark to cover that. We see Dan pulling up to the north, and poor old Romania gets popped, with both Mitchell and Alicia having a jab at it. But yeah, the 3 Austrian armies get straight in. And yeah, we see Patrick Jacobson's fleets going straight into Ionian and Eastern Med. So yeah, not exactly the directions I was expecting people to go this turn, but I think it's fun. So yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Patrick has seen that offer of an IT and gone, no, thank you, and has gone heavily anti-Turkey. Makes the Fleet Trieste an even more curious build, because it's just such a weird build for an AI. That's an extra fleet that Italy's going to be concerned about forever. And if France isn't coming into the Med, which it suggests they're not, whether they're going anti-Germany or anti-England, I think is actually still up for some debate. England won't love seeing Fleet Picardy, but Ed can turn this around just as quickly. Yeah, Dan is heavily on the back foot. Brian's on the back foot, and EF sort of running the show at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like Dan's tried to cut some peace deals and retreat everything out and got no love for it. But maybe EF fighting will help him out. Let's see. Brandon.
Yeah, well, we see Ed supporting his armies into Ruhr, and seeing that Munich was probably going to get covered. Poor old Denmark gets popped. So we'll see Cameron going up 2 here. I don't think Brian's actually losing anything because they're going to maintain Sweden. A couple of retreats for Mitchell. Romania's got to get out with Dan supporting Alicia into Romania. But Alicia is also losing Bulgaria in the mix. So Mitchell's still going to go up 1. Meanwhile, Patrick walks into Trieste, presumably arranged since Trieste held last year, giving them something and a build. And yeah, Ed not really committing either way. He's just happy to see how this year turned out.
I mean, I'd say Ruhr's pretty committal to being anti-Germany.
Oh yeah, like with the fleets is more what I mean, like holding them in play.
Yeah, I mean, England taking Denmark from Helderland is curious. It's a lot less efficient than taking it from North Sea and then having more units in place to go for Holland and Kiel next turn. Maybe England was worried that they need to keep a fleet in North Sea, but with Germany's fleet over in Sweden, I think you could have taken a bit more risk there. And I would have also considered supporting Russia into Sweden in this position, just to try and get Germany down a bit quicker. Ed is in a terrifying position for that England, even if you're working with him. So anything to try and keep tempo for myself is what I'd be going for if I was Cameron there. The East, meanwhile, RT are really on the back foot against this AI. Like, yes, they take Romania back, but it's with a fleet supported in by another fleet. Bulgaria's been lost. Yes, you're in Galicia, but it can't actually do anything there because there's no unit to help support it in. There's only fleets next to Budapest from the Turkish side. Italy is in Trieste, which is some good negotiating by Patrick, but I think he really needed that given the 2 Austrian fleets that are on this board. An AI was too heavily Austria favoured if he didn't get a build quickly.
Winter 02. Russia has 2 pools, which is pretty bad in this position, I would like to think, unfortunately. But I mean, it's not. There's a way back for Dan, I hope. England has 2 builds, which is very nice, and might help them deal with the imposing Ed Sullivan position. Do we see something like Fleet London or Fleet Liverpool here, Michaelis?
I think Fleet Liverpool is way too soon. You don't want to be fighting France in this position if you can help it. But I think Army Liverpool has a lot of merit to it, just making sure that Mid-Atlantic can't go up to North Atlantic and threaten. You're saying that this army will be there as a deterrent. If it's Army Edinburgh, you're suggesting you might convoy it straight away, so the deterrent just isn't as strong. So I really like Army Liverpool in this position. I think a fleet for the other build is pretty much nailed on.
And the answer is Army London Fleet Eddie. Army London can go to Wales, but we'll see if it does. Otherwise, Finland and Galicia come off the board. Brandon, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, like the disbands were going to hurt either way, but it makes sense to get rid of the Northern Fleet. That effort of getting into Galicia, like Michaelis said earlier, it's not really useful being there because there's no other units to back it up. So it probably makes sense to pull it. Like the army in Livonia is not exactly where you want it to be, but I think it makes sense to pull Galicia here. It's interesting seeing the Turkish build being an army as well. But, I guess there's enough fleets down in the Med, so you don't need another one, right? But, yeah.
I think the logic there is that a fleet Smyrna, it looks like it's good, but you're not getting out anyway. Like if AI are against you, you're not getting into a GNC, you're never moving. So the army's just a bit more flexible defensively. I actually quite like that build. With Russia keeping Livonia, I think they were probably looking at maybe punishing Germany for their opening and trying to get their share as their way back into this game. Because I'd be quite surprised if they go for St. Petersburg, but I think that going to Germany and going for Berlin is very viable for Russia if Germany's about to collapse.
Alrighty, well, we will see how 1903 plays out, McCullus.
All right, so the Ed Sullivan show continues. He gets into Munich and gets into Holland because England is putting Ed in. Picardy gets to follow up into Belgium, so now there is a slightly scary fleet next to North Sea. But London went to cover Yorkshire. They made sure that they weren't opening the door in Liverpool too much, quite like that. They've also shifted their units around to go and take Sweden, which is nice. Russia hasn't gone for Prussia, but did go for Silesia, which is curious. Maybe they do have to worry about St. Petersburg this turn, but beyond that, the East... Italy now walks into Serbia, so we're seeing a sort of 1903 Key Lepanto position, which this is suddenly looking very heavily Italian favoured in this AI, and I think Austria is inviting a bit of pressure here, actually. I wouldn't be too thrilled by this position if Italy owns Trieste and Serbia come the end of this year, because even if you get Romania, it's Italy who's getting the build every time at the moment.
Any thoughts, Brandon?
Definitely. Like, seeing Naples go to Tyrrhenian Sea as well. Like, I'm just thinking about whether, like, seeing Ed again has held his fleets. Maybe Patrick was expecting a little bit of movement. I'm not sure if I would have moved to Tyrrhenian Sea just for the sake of not making Ed think that something's going on. Like, it's not too bad, but at the same time, like, I'm not sure what I would have done there. The two German retreats are interesting though, because they've got a walk. Oh no, sorry, they don't have a walk into Venice because of the convoy to Apulia. But being in Ruhr and Tyrolia, maybe they just become a bit chaotic here, and they try and move into different positions that are going to be annoying for other people just to keep an eye on. So, because their position here is pretty cooked. So. But Livonia holding is a little painful as well. So unless it can just walk straight into St. Pete, so that's great. Yeah.
Well, Carlos, what do we see the German do here?
Yep. So Germany, they moved to Piedmont, which is the optimistic move of thinking maybe I can try and punish France. I suspect that's too little, too late, and that really the better move there would have been an all-out attack to try and retake Munich. But England gets into Sweden at the expense of St. Petersburg. That's a great trade for England because they're up in Barents Sea ready to take St. Petersburg straight back, and Germany's going to be pulling units. So very good for Cameron. The convoy to Denmark doesn't work, but I don't think that's too sad, actually. It means that you've still got that army back there protecting everything. You've still got it there as a deterrent to Ed. So I think that turn's worked out quite nicely for Cameron. Ed keeps both Holland and Munich, so it's also worked out very nicely for Ed. The East is very chaotic, so Austria does get into Romania because Russia feels the need to cover Sevastopol. Turkey loses Constantinople to Austria as well, so Austria does actually get to build, despite giving up Serbia to the Italian. Did correctly, incorrectly cover Vienna, but they have a centre open for the build, which is what matters in Budapest.
Yeah, so they're up 2 but down 1 because of Serbia. So they do get that 1 spot for the build. Move of Tyrolia to Piedmont, like, sure, you can try and punish France, but like France is about to slap down 2 builds, so you're not getting anywhere. A little jab at one of the eastern centers like Venice, Trieste, or Vienna would have been the way to go. But that's if you're not trying to get back into Munich, because getting back into Munich would have been pretty good here. So, lots of fun.
As a result, our friend Brian is down 3, unfortunately. But Dan Eastwood has made a comeback and is now building 1. And Alicia getting not a lot of love, down 2 in Turkey. Is there a way back here for either Germany or Turkey, do you reckon?
Turkey could work something out with Italy. It's if Italy decides that actually their next centers are more promisingly come from Austria, then that you can keep the two armies and Italy isn't afraid of you. You might get your way back into Con. You might get a survive out of it if that happens. I can't really see a way back to some sort of like board topping position, but I don't think death is guaranteed. Germany, yeah, I don't really rate their chances.
All right. The pools are keeping Piedmont. That's the spicy move. I like it. Yeah, if you're going to go down swinging. Ed puts another fleet down, which I mean, what are you thinking now if you're Cameron and you see Fleet Brest?
I'm concerned. I'm very concerned. It just doesn't read to me like Ed is lining up an attack on Italy. And the fact that Germany's in Piedmont actually makes that less likely as well, because you now can't even guarantee that you're going to get into Piedmont. And that makes an attack on Italy even worse. Italy's been growing. I kind of think Ed and Patrick can work something out here, just do like an arranged bounce in Western Med while all of Ed's other fleets go north. And yeah, I think this is a very, very good French position.
All right, Brandon, read us through 1904 and let's see if the French position gets any better.
Yeah, well, we see Cameron was probably worried about it, but leaves North Sea empty as well. While Ed cycles his fleet, like sort of not really away, but yeah, still down. We see Patrick convoying into Smyrna, getting that army over there. Venice goes to Tyrolia, leaving Venice vacant. So maybe they were expecting a bounce or something there, because they don't actually have another army to follow up anything around there. And yeah, like as mentioned last turn, Cameron has supported themselves back into St. Pete, which unfortunately blows up St. Pete for Dan because there was no retreat options. So yeah, black to Armenia, I guess sort of makes sense. Like if they're not too worried about Sev, then Sev can go to black and they can try and do something. But with 2 on Sev now, it's, you know, Anchor Sev's going this turn, probably.
And once again, we see Italy walking into an Austrian dot. This time Serbia's in Romania. And sure, maybe it's walking through to Sevastopol, but Austria's had to cover Bulgaria with that other fleet. This is turning into a very, very dominant Italian position. And yeah, they're up in Tyrolia by themselves, but given the move to Lyon, it kind of looks like they've got Germany as a potential janissary as well. So I think Patrick has got a real opportunity to take a strong hold on this game here. And I don't like Ed's moves, actually. I think from that position, when you have 4 fleets down, you've got to commit against someone. He's tried to commit against neither, and the risk from that is that the actual outcome that you get is England and Italy working together. So I think he's trying to spread not enough butter over too much toast.
Patrick is doing a wonderful job here of convincing Michael that every time he takes one of Michael's dots, it's for the alliance play. I don't know what Italy is doing in Serbia and Romania at this point in the game, and even Sevastopol, if you're pushing through, should be an Austrian center. But this is a very good diplomatic situation from Patrick to be able to actually get this alliance moving in this kind of way.
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
And this is what you can do when you're in that position.
Yeah, that's it. Take Vienna, take Greece, save Serbia, and put Alicia back into Con. So that is a big ouch for Mitchell. We do see that bounce in Western Med still, because the other fleets are just sort of moving around. But yeah, otherwise, looks like Cameron's pulling back up north, just into that bit more defensible position. And yeah, I'm trying to see if something else happens here. Kiel and Burgundy, Kiel and Berlin are gone. So I think that's goodbye to Brian. But yeah, otherwise Dan goes down St. Pete and Sevastopol here. But Italy gets big gains, going up 3. So they're now in a commanding position on this board.
Four,
Yeah, we did.
actually. Going up 4.
4, sorry.
We didn't call it out in spring, but Ed's in Berlin is unusual in NEF. Ed has also managed to manage Cameron quite successfully so far. This is sort of England's moment of truth, though. Like, they either about to put down 2 fleets and go after France, or they're going to spend the rest of the game doing the slow convoy through Baltic and going over and try to take the Russian dots. And at the moment, it's a fleet in St. Petersburg. You can swap that around relatively easily, but they're not in a perfect position to start doing the convoy chains already. So maybe they're going to start looking at French dots. Patrick, on the other hand, the world is his oyster here with the two Austrian disbands. They're horrendously out of position. Turkey, yeah, they've got 2 units still, but Fleet Armenia is absolutely no threat to anyone. And Turkey and Austria are taking Russia down for you as well. So, like, if you're Patrick, you're probably already looking at Bud, Sev, Bull, Con, Ankh. That's 5 more centers. Warsaw and Moscow, potentially doable. I mean, this is very early. You can even start looking at solo watch if you're in Patrick's position. And if England does attack France, that door is going to be wide open for Patrick.
This is one thing I do want to call out here is Ed's set of moves where he gets Cameron worried about the stab but doesn't actually stab. I mean, this is one of those cases of it being really powerful to not stab, because what he's done is he's kept the alliance with Cameron pretty well. Cameron's gone back into the alliance position, but he's just delayed Cameron a year. Cameron has lost a year of momentum, and now there's no reason why Ed shouldn't forever be the dominant partner in the alliance, because Ed can go, well, hold on, I didn't stab you. You just got spooked, and it's your own fault that you're back a year, and so now let's just keep rolling. And it's one of those things where not stabbing can be sometimes more powerful than stabbing, particularly if you don't actually want to get into that fight. And, you know, kind of Cameron brings it on himself to, you know, has to swallow that pill of, okay, yeah, I got spooked and now I had to go back. So that's kind of just on me.
Yeah, and Ed will definitely be pointing out the Italian position to Cameron as well, being like, if you stab me now, Italy is going to run away with this, because there is absolutely no prospect of Cameron getting more dots out of France than Italy gets out of the entire board. And if England does stab France, this is serious solo territory. So Ed's problem, though, is if he just committed, like he had those fleets around, if he committed against Italy earlier, this Italian position wouldn't be like this. They wouldn't have been able to commit so hard in the east. Therefore, they've probably got at least 2 less dots over there. And you're probably threatening Tunis. So by leaving Patrick to go and do whatever he wanted in the east, Ed has really let his slip on the board top go.
Well, let's see what we get. And we do get 2 armies from Cameron, so not the stabbing coming, you would think. But I'm definitely unstabbable now.
Yeah, you got a lot of armies on the mainland, yeah.
Let's look at 1905. I think it's yours, Reed McCullis.
Yep. So Patrick, looking at the east, has managed to now get Austria janissarying. So Austria's gone, you know what? Fair enough. I can't do anything about this, so I'll try and get a survive. I'm not sure I rate their prospects of that, but whatever works, I guess, for now. But it's just Patrick taking more and more good position, gets into Budapest, puts Austria into Con, which will get a Turkish unit off the board. Yeah, it's sort of solidifying and getting armies into the Balkans, because he was quite spread out there, having got Romania way earlier than you would normally be able to as Italy. He's now in position to hold on to everything he's taken, and he doesn't have an Ed problem still, for reasons I don't really understand. Ed is just playing nice. Does go to English Channel, but is saying, hey, I've got to... Well, he's probably saying I've got to do that to go and cover from the Italian. But if you're England, you're once again going, well, what are those fleets doing? Because they're not committing against Italy. It does send the armies east towards Warsaw, which is important to make sure Italy isn't the one getting Warsaw and Moscow. And also gets to walk into Kiel, presumably by agreement. Maybe it's a walk through, who knows? But Ed's still the big partner in his alliance.
Yeah, Brandon, is there a reason why you as Ed here would not say force Western Med and do this where you're actually not in Spain and really give Patrick a turn to get into a bit of a position on you?
Like, yeah, because it is curious sort of feeling that little bit non-committal with it, but Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why Ed wouldn't at least try and put some play into the med there. Because it's not like Patrick's in a position where he's gonna overextend and then collapse. Like, he's got a lot of units. He's got no resistance over in the east. He's working with the remnants of Austria and Turkey and whatever. Like, I like maybe the play of waiting a little bit to watch the other person sort of trip over themselves works sometimes, but I'm not particularly sure that was the spot to do that here. So I'm not quite sure why there weren't any movements there.
Let's see if there are in the fall. No.
In the fall, it's still all happy families between Ed and Patrick. Patrick himself is getting into Bulgaria and securing Budapest still, doesn't lose Vienna to the wandering Austrian. This is looking quite Fogely, actually, at this point. And the Ed is the real champion of the Fogel. And if he can convince Patrick to, for some reason, take a Fogel in this position instead of a much better result, then all play to him. But it's what? Austria's on 12. Italy's on 12. Austria's on 1. Turkey's on 1. You can take that Austrian dot over and exchange an Italian dot somewhere, and you could get the 11-11-11 quite easily from this position. But England has a bit of catching up to do because they're a little behind the other two.
Well, the results of that are 2 builds for France. We say goodbye to Dan Eastwood. 3 builds again for Patrick Jacobson. This is very dominant here. Let's see if he does keep going. Got armies down, army and fleet. Yeah, let's see if. Well, I was going to say let's see if the strategic situation changes, but the answer is no. No, it doesn't.
I was about to ask how long these games go for again. So
they're time limited, unknown time limits. To us, at least.
Right.
So, yes.
I'd be quite surprised if 1905 was a time-limited game.
Yeah. Brandon, is this the result? Is this the right result for this game?
Like, I feel like, because like everyone plays, not everyone, but like a lot of people play the tournament as well. So like here, Ed has still gotten a solid score. Like, I'm not sure if the scoring up in the top corner there is accurate, but he's only 10 points behind Patrick. So, there's a lot of benefit. If that's how the scoring system works, then why fight Patrick? Let him do what he's doing in the East. You still get a solid score going into the following round. I think Patrick did an amazing job structuring his alliances with Mitchell. Paid off for him a lot. So I think that was really good. I think Patrick deserved this top. Ed could have contested it, but I think if that's how the scoring system works out, then I think Ed played it well as well. So
yeah, I mean, it's a great performance from Patrick. Really took a hold of this game. Convinced Mitchell to do things that Mitchell will probably be looking back on with some regret, and said that everything's fine. Trieste, Serbia, that they should both be Italian and an AI, and then plunged the knife in really well. So you like an early contender for a golden blade or whatever equivalent that there is at this tournament. And what I would say is, with this scoring system, center-based scoring system, there's more dots on the table for Patrick here. He might regret taking this draw when he could have gone and taken Konang and probably Sev.
Yeah,
we'll see.
I think there was a comment in the chat saying round 1 was time limited, but this drew before the call, several hours before IIRC. So, yeah.
Well, we'll bring Darcy Morris back onto the stage, who's been watching in the background. Darcy, do you think this is the right result here?
I think you muted that.
Classic DBN.
I think it is the right result. I think both Patrick and Ed managed to convince their alliance partners to do things that was quite clearly not how the alliance should have been run. Like France managing to get all of Belgium, Holland, Kiel, Berlin in a game-long EF is quite amazing diplomacy from Ed. And I mean, Patrick just didn't even bother continuing his his alliance with Austria, he just dominated it. So I think this is a Patrick that I recognize from my games that I play with him, and I think he's in good form. I think at the moment it seems so. Yeah, I think it's the right result.
Very good. And I will also call out Dip Chat as mentioned. We are live here, so please drop chats into the comment section. We will respond and interact with you as much as we can. And if you haven't already, please hit that like button to help boost the stream on YouTube. And I think some people do watch it on the other one. I can't even remember the other one.
Twitch.
That's the one. I am so tech savvy. I know what Twitch is. On that note, Brandon, I think I'll give you a break and then we'll rotate you back in. We'll see you very soon. And we are going for round 1, board B, a very quick list of the players, if you will, for us. Darcy, no name for this one. Who have we got on the board, though?
We have in Austria, Gabe Ratch. In England, we have Eddie Bassan. In France, we have J.R. Rails. In Germany, we have Adam Silverman. In Italy, we have Daniel Devolon. In Russia, we have Russell Weisfield. And in Turkey, we have Cameron Higby.
Very good. Well, how about, since you're already here, you talk us through 1901?
Yeah. So to the east, we have a pretty traditional Turkish opening, bouncing the Black Sea. Austria, Italy decide not to go as traditional and go Venice, Trieste, Venice, with a Rome follow-up. So that's quite interesting. In the west, we have just completely normal openings with the Russia opening north. So potential early doors Scandinavia fighting.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting. Adam and Eddie are both from San Francisco. Both Adam obviously ran WDC this year, and Eddie was part of his team on helping get that to be such a successful event. They've played together a lot, and this will either work out quite nicely for JR in France or quite horribly. I would lean towards quite nicely. I would not be too surprised to see Eddie and Adam going straight to war.
And we see Darcy.
Yeah. Oh well. There's no bounce in the Black Sea this time, but there is also no follow-up to Con, which is quite interesting. Austria bounces out of Rum. There's continued Venice Trieste quarrels. We have what looks like a Western Triple instantly forming in the west, as Mid-Atlantic goes to Western Med and Gascony and Spain going to Portugal. We have the convoy to Norway, the bounce in Sweden, and Germany picking up all three. So it looks like a good Western Triple opening with the East completely at war, it seems. So, yeah.
Look, I know we've got an Australian commentary team for this tournament, but you don't have to Western Triple every game. Stop it. Elsewhere, great start for Cameron in Turkey. Like this is why the old-fashioned Turkish opening was quite popular back in the day, is when you get to move from Bulgaria and take another center, it looks really cool. So Austria, I think, somewhat on the back foot with that hedgehog opening and really relying on Turkey doing nice things to them. Ank hasn't come to the Med, so there is some hope that Turkey will go against Russia here. And Turkey will be loving a Western Triple as well. So 1901's done very nicely for Cameron in the corner.
Yeah, I was going to say very old school Turkey. I don't think I've seen a Turkish Greece in a very long time. So, yeah, well done to Cameron to getting that to happen. And the meta for this tournament also seems to be demilitarizing Black Sea and keeping the fleet in Ank. We've got 2 builds for Turkey, 3 builds for Germany, 2 for JR. Let's just see what they are, Michalis. Anything surprising?
I mean, we have Western Triple builds everywhere. Yeah. Fleet Con is interesting, actually. Fleet Con suggests I'm going to force Black Sea, so I think Russia does have a Turkish problem in this position, or at least is going to have to do a lot of negotiating to make sure they don't have a Turkish problem.
Russia with a Western Triple on their doorstep, an Austria that bounced them out of Romania, and a Turkish problem. Good luck, Russell. What do you got, Michalis?
Well, they do have a Turkish problem. It's not so bad that Black Sea was forced. Turkey decided to go both ways, which I think is actually a small error on Cameron's part. I think I'd rather just get Black Sea and do the med stuff later. But maybe they're going there to try and prop Italy up against this triple, which is in full force, full acceleration, full gas to the floor. Kiel's into Baltic, England's into Barents. France is convoying to North Africa, so John Jameson will be delighted if he's watching this game, and is out into the med. Yeah, Austria's in Tyrolia, which is probably friendly to Italy, but might not be given what we saw in the first year. I don't know. Other than that, yeah, it's 80 in the east. It's a Western triple in the west, and where Italy falls in that equation is sort of still up for decision.
I mean, I think it was a pretty brutal turn for Russia there. I think not getting a build 0-1 and the Western triple rolling this quickly, combined with Tunis confirmed to be falling if the tactics are correct, shows that this could be a very quickly ran Western triple versus Turkey game.
And we see a few things.
So, as I thought, Austria not actually there to help Italy out. It was when my eye was immediately drawn, and they just walk into Venice, come out to Adriatic. Looks like Italy sniffed out that Aegean wasn't there to help, but didn't sniff out that Austria was coming their way. So, good turn for Gabe, who gets to actually build 2. Turkey gets into Sev, blows up the Russian fleet. Western triple gets into the positions that a Western triple should get into. Russia decides they're more mad at the east than they are at the west and goes down to Galicia, which would have a lot better chance of punishing Austria if Austria wasn't putting 2 units down. Yeah. It's interesting when we talk about Western triples and how Turkey is usually the one that benefits in the east and Austria is the other one who could benefit. This game is a stark illustration why, because Russia and Italy are the two that immediately come up against the triple units, and both of them are imploding in as fast a fashion as you can.
I think looks like Daniel might have had the wool pulled over their eyes by Gabe here, walking out of Venice and not following it up, and yeah, tricky.
So it's actually possible he gave it up by agreement as well. Maybe Gabe said, "Hey, look, you're dying. Let me have your dots."
They have a pull, and Austria has 2 builds, and other than that, it looks pretty standard. Darcy, anything you see that jumps out at you?
Army Con is a bit interesting. If you're in an AT and there's no fleets in the med that are yours. But I mean, everything else is pretty standard. Piedmont makes sense. You want to defend Rome, Naples. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose the logic is Adriatic and Aegean are enough to hold back France if they try and get into Ionian, but I'd be a little concerned if I'm Austria. I don't think Cameron's about to stab them. I think it's probably too early. You'd want Austria to be further away from their home centres, but it's definitely keeping the option available.
All right, Darcy, let's look at 1903.
More business as usual for the Western triple and the AT. Ionian does get forced, well, not forced, gets taken here. Germany is in a stellar position, grabbing Warsaw. Sev gets into Moscow. Greece going to Albania is a bit interesting, potentially opening a better move on Austria. Brest holding is also quite unique. If you're meant to be going south with the Western triple, so I'd keep an eye out for Brest in fall, but everything else is all business as usual.
Yeah, Adam's got a bit of a problem here in that he guessed that he'd have to defend Sweden, and as a result, Russia was able to slide into Baltic, and Adam has to cover a lot of dots now because he's got to still defend Sweden, but also make sure that none of Denmark, Kiel, or Berlin are available to be walked into. So this is a key turn for Adam Silverman, who could come out of this looking great, getting builds from Warsaw, maybe Moscow as well, or could come out of this with a lot of egg on his face and in a lot of trouble, maybe getting stabbed still from England, who's in position to do that. Yeah, this is a sort of make or break turn for Adam Silverman in Germany.
And drum roll, please. The answer is
great. This is a make for Adam, as he successfully defends both Berlin and Kiel. Although, yes, and even covered Berlin correctly, completely. Cameron does stab now. Albania was not friendly. Cameron also grabs Naples. So Cameron is going up 3 here. Austria is now on the ropes. Italy's completely given up. And Brest moves to Mid-Atlantic. So it is not going to English Channel. But yeah, it looks like a good stab by Cameron, I think. I think the writing is on the wall for Austria if the Western Triple continues, and if not, I don't see more builds for Turkey outside of Austria. So I think this makes sense.
It's unfortunate for Cameron that he's had to put the fleet into Romania. They're going up to Moscow. He didn't have an excuse not to do it, but to pull this stab off, he'd probably have actually hoped to have been bounced out of Moscow in spring, and then he could have used Sev to take Rum. But unfortunately for him, didn't quite work out that way. Yeah, Austria, it looks like, tried to support. Is that what was Rome supporting? Was that supporting Italy, or was that trying to support?
Supporting Albania would be my guess.
Yeah. All right. So Austria definitely.
Turkey does lose Ionian.
They lose Ionian, but France isn't building, only has 2 fleets in the mid, and you're putting down 3. I think this is one of the rare occasions where you can lose Ionian and not really care. Naples won't be holdable, but it's done the job of getting you the builds to push this position.
This is also a great example. Everyone talks about how Germany always loses out in a Western Triple. Germany doesn't lose out in a Western Triple if you can pick up centers fast enough to just stop any concern happening. So, I mean, Adam has now got only can build 1, so we'll have a build in pocket, and the armies have got all the reason to be back there to defend against Russia. It's a solid position, and it looks fairly unstabbable in the sense that anyone who tries to pull anything off is going to have to face a massive German armies that can turn around. So I think it's a really good illustration of how to play Germany in a Western Triple and not just be cut out of it immediately.
Yeah, and also Austria is now going to be angry at Turkey, right? So the Russian units are coming off the board. Austria is pulling units off the board, and the units that are staying on are not going to be heading in Adam's direction. They're going to be heading in trying to hold off the Turk. So yeah, very, very good year for Adam. And now the danger falls onto France. Like Western Triples, it's not always Germany gets stabbed, but if it's not Germany gets stabbed, France is usually the next one who should be worried. And yeah, they've got Tunis, but they're only on 6. They're very vulnerable to Burgundy being forced right now and Paris being walked into. England could probably force Channel or getting to a position to do that very quickly as well. Like they have a excess fleet up in Barents. There's a lot of things that England and Germany could do that are not good for France now.
All the builds look fairly triply. The Fleet Ankh is an interesting choice when you've got Romania. It's got to come back out anyway. But I think that makes a level of sense if you maybe don't want to lose Romania.
It suggests you want to try and cut a deal with France, I think. Like, I'm going to make sure that you can't walk into my stuff, but I'm not going to come and attack you in Tunis. So maybe it's a diplomatic pitch from Cameron. I'd be very concerned by Fleet Edinburgh if I'm France, actually. The fact that it's not an army, when armies are what the Tripoli build really should be, suggests that maybe North's about to move. And given that the time to stab Germany is probably gone, I don't think North moving is good for France.
Well, let's see what does happen.
Yeah, so what we see is England and Germany stab France. I think that Fleet Edinburgh was the clue that this was probably coming, and it is indeed what transpires. So Germany gets to walk into Burgundy, which have a walk into Paris. England gets into Brest, which into English Channel, which will have a walk into Brest because Mid-Atlantic has moved out. The good news for France, if there is any, is that Turkey isn't doing anything too scary in the Med yet, and Austria is offering them Naples, so they can at least not completely collapse immediately. But yeah, this has not gone well for them. Turkey rearranges things into a nice position. Austria gets their armies into a more threatening position against the Turk, but Austria's problem is that if France is about to go away and fight EG, then Austria will be in a one-on-one fight where they're miles behind.
This was maybe not the turn to leave Mid-Atlantic Ocean if you're JR. That's pretty brutal. Yeah, let's see how this plays out. If there is any deal cut here, I mean, I don't know. I see a world whereas France, I just immediately Janissary because I know I'm going to trying to fight it. But let's see.
Yeah, I think France has one goal in this game now, and that's end the game as soon as possible. Because if the game ends in a year or two, then they're probably still part of the draw. If the game goes on like 6 or 7 years, they're probably not part of the draw. So what they do here is do cover Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I like that. They're slowing England's tempo a little bit. They get Naples, as we sort of expected from spring. Austria has turned around. So Austria has gone, you know what? Either France didn't take my support and now I'm annoyed at them, or France is about to go away, so I may as well give up on attacking Turkey. So they convoy Albania back to Venice. Fair enough. They were worried probably by the 2 French units there. England gets Moscow, which is probably by agreement, but which is obviously very good for England. And yeah, EG just get in a very nice position to line up against the East. I would expect this to draw. I don't think that, certainly not Eddie and probably not Adam, are going to try and grind this out for many more years. But they did, like, if this position, they could crack the East, it would probably take 7-8 years though. So I kind of think maybe 1 or 2 more years and call it is what they'll go for here.
Darcy, what do you reckon? Draw time?
I think they might take most of France's centers and then draw it here. I think Cameron's moves in 4 indicated that Cameron is ready for a draw and is probably getting close to drawing based off the diplomatic situation maybe. So I think there very well could be a draw here, or there could be a draw at the end of next year maybe.
The apparent détente between Turkey and Austria tells the West that this isn't going to be EG rolling the whole board quite quickly. This is, if EG want to roll the whole board, they are going to have to grind every center over that stalemate line. Like, yeah, Iberia's there for the taking, and you can go and take that in a year or two. But other than that, it's going to take them a very long slog, and I would be surprised if either of them went for that in round 1 of a tournament.
Let us see. We are playing on. Looks like they do want to go after Iberia. Darcy, how about you read out the moves?
Yeah, I mean, the AT gets Ionian here, loses Rome, however. Everything else is pretty much just bounces and support holds. Yeah, I mean, Gascony and Burgundy takes Marseille. Eddie moves fleet into English Channel, which is a bit interesting. Outside of that, Serbia takes Trieste here. So it looks like maybe Cameron's like, well, I still have a chance at a board top. Gets Tunis as well. So maybe he's trying to force EG to fight if they want to challenge a Turkey board top potentially. I guess we'll see how that goes. It looks like it's not going France's way at all. Losing Tyrolia, losing Marseille, losing Tunis, gains Rome.
Yeah, and it's another good year for Adam. And like, France could have defended Marseille or Portugal in this position, defended Portugal, and therefore it's Adam who gets the build. So another nice turn for Adam Silverman.
Yeah, I was thinking that there is a world in which Cameron in Turkey doesn't actually want to draw here because, I mean, they've got a lot of centers still on the table if they do stab Austria in a way that doesn't give the centers to Germany. We'll see how effective that's been here. But yeah, there's a world where there's more playing. But the EG looks like it's continuing with no fleet build, just an army in Berlin. We will see. Michalis, let's see how this goes for 1906.
So Cameron's doing a really good job convincing Germany not to attack him here, actually, because Cameron was quite overstretched in that position. And the fact that Ukraine just held rather than going for either an attack on Rum or an attack on Sev, one of which was probably likely to work when ball wasn't filled, is nice for Cameron. He's threaded that needle of danger. Other than that, it sort of looks like they're just cleaning up the remaining centres that aren't one of the big three. So England convoys over to Brest, which is where they've gone back to Channel. They get into Spain and will be able to take Portugal as well. Yeah, I think Brest is maybe a little scary if you're Adam, but you've got Gascony that's now superfluous, so you can cover Paris, and you're also in Piedmont, which means that there's no threat to Marseille, which is quite important. It means that you can cover Paris without risking Marseille, so that's good for Adam. Cameron might get Budapest, but might not, and we'll try and take some Italian dots, I guess.
Yeah, there might be Germany pushing into Italy here, seeing if they can test the Italian dots. If the time limit is like 1910 games, then they might try it. But if it's like 1908, I don't see a world where this game goes beyond this year, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm looking at it thinking there's maybe a Fogel on the board with France as the one, because Eddie has not moved in position to secure Portugal and quite deliberately bounced in Atlantic Ocean. So this might just be a cleanup.
Although Portugal's a weird one to have as the one in a Fogel, right? Surely you'd rather one of the Italian dots was the one, because where's England's path to 11 that doesn't include Portugal?
Or maybe it was just an error.
Yeah, possibly. Or some sort of play to slow tempo. But whatever happens, it probably hasn't worked out as intended, because Turkey is moving all their fleets west. Nothing else really changes. So Germany is siding with the Austrian. It's very clear they're going to prop Austria up and tries to put them into Trieste. But I feel like the time for making an attack on Turkey was spring, when that hole was in Bulgaria, when you had the chance to try and force Ramosev. Didn't take it. And now, yes, Trieste is going to be forcible. But other than that, the Turkish position is looking pretty solid.
This looks certainly like Adam Silverman wants a draw here. And the answer is we keep playing, McCullus.
We keep playing. Also, France pulled Portugal off. So France has done some sort of deal, which is maybe what Eddie's play to not take Portugal was. France is definitely Janissarying, and that's a problem for Turkey, because not only have they lost Ionian Sea to the French, they've lost Western Med as well. So Cameron's been sort of outmaneuvered there. Germany is getting in position to take Venice for themselves, and maybe they are going to grind it out. Maybe I was wrong, and they're going to grind this out as far as they can. So Adam, at least, is playing the scoring system, I think.
Oh.
Grind it out or eliminate Austria in one go.
Well, yeah, Germany takes Vienna, Germany takes Venice. Cuts a deal with, so Turkey actually helps them take it. So maybe this is a let's take these centres and end the game, or maybe this is an unwelcome surprise next turn. We'll see. Budapest does go to the Turk, and England takes Marseille, Tunis, and Portugal. So we're actually pretty close to a Fogel position, but there are still 2 French units instead of 1.
We might see another year. Lovely 3-army build from Eddie Bassan. What do we want to see? Darcy, are we just seeing a Fogel here?
I think it will just be a Fogel, but I think Adam just wanted to make sure that that it was. Although the English fleets moving into Lyon and Western Med may suggest otherwise. I think maybe Eddie might have a few things he might want to try, but I think for the most part it should be good. Although you did say at the beginning of the stream to watch out for Clyde, and Eddie did just walk into Clyde, so we could see a very, very long convoy.
And yes, we do. Goes to Albania. And that's about it.
Well, Cameron's definitely been sold that there's a Fogel. Yes. We're going to see now whether there actually is a Fogel, because we'll see it once the draw goes through. Cameron, if this game continues, Cameron's position is actually kind of horrible.
But it does end as a Fogel, the eponymous Brandon Fogel, where 11, 11, 11, 1. For those who don't know, it's because Brandon Fogel loves that particular way of playing diplomacy where no one stabs any of their allies. It's his go-to. Right result for this one.
I was going to say, a little fun facet of the scoring system is that this 11-11-11
Yeah.
isn't an equal score.
Yeah, Eddie's a bit short of the. He's 16 points short of Adam's score, despite having an 11 as well.
That's just because Adam got the centers earlier. Yeah.
I mean,
Right result,
I think the EG just continues here. I think Cameron overcommitted to the Fogel, and I think his position is a bit lost, actually. Especially if you can Janissary France in some way in Ionian for another year, try to get him into a dot. That could be quite catastrophic. I also understand Adam and Eddie seem pretty chill in their diplomacy boards, at least based off of how they interacted at World DipCon. But so I can see why they did the Fogel. But I think it was a good game from all three players. Would have liked to have seen Eddie and Adam push on, but still a good result.
We'll bring back Battleship Austin to the stream, watching from the sidelines. San Francisco Alliance going all the way with their other West Coast North American in Cameron Higby. What do you reckon, Brandon?
Yeah, I liked it. I think like early on when it was more Western Tripoli, it was a good example of how Germany can act, or how they can gain dots to be in a better position. But I liked the patient play by Eddie, long term as well, because he was always a few dots behind Adam, but there was that trust there. Caught up in the end. They got to an equal center count at the end. I liked to see the solid EG play. It was good.
Very good. All right. Well, I think, Michaelis, it is time for your break. So we will say goodbye to you for the moment. And we will move on to round one, board C. Its name is Triem. Who do we have on this board, Brandon?
So we've got Joe Geeson in France, Keith Warsall in England, G. Paul Bailey in Germany, Peter Cook in Russia, Cameron Wagner in Turkey, Emmett Wainwright in Austria, and Doc Binder in Italy. So there's a couple of names there that I know, but one or two that I don't. So I'll be keen to see Emmett and Keith in this game. I'm not sure I've covered their games before, so that'll be cool. Along with Doc as well. He was. I liked meeting him in San Francisco.
Well, few players to watch out for. Let's get right into it. 1901. Brandon, take us away.
All right. Looks like pretty standard moves for Keith and G. Paul. France, same thing, but getting into Burgundy, which is interesting. Not going to Picardy. I like Doc's moves. Venice to Tyrolia and Rome to Venice. It's interesting. We've got what the is this the old school Turkish opening? I like it. And yeah, bounce in Black and Galicia. So it all seems fairly standard, but I'm liking the Burgundy and Tyrolia moves. So we'll see how that plays out.
And the fall.
So we have Keith convoying into Belgium with Joe's support. Then Germany, rather than bouncing Sweden, goes to cut north, which is interesting. And maybe thinking that it was going to be vacant, or it was the supporting unit for France. There's a bounce in Trieste with double supports going on, but Emmett's managed to pick up Greece still, which is good. Reshuffling of the Russian units around, getting into Armenia. All of Cameron's units holding is interesting. I think in the chat, Michaelis and Keith have just pointed out that Cameron is multi-boarding. So, yeah, there we go. Which, you know, it adds a whole different dynamic to their negotiations and everything when someone has to double board. So that's a really good job for them for their England game earlier and now following up with this one. So, yeah.
I think the all holds could be a sign that they ran out of time double boarding and didn't get their orders in time. If not, if it was just all holds, I think that might have been a mistake. They could have bounced Greece or Romania here, or Armenia. So I'm not sure how I feel about the Turkish moves if they are actual orders, but I guess we'll see if it works out for them.
You do get a build and a bunch of 2-build powers all across the board. Let's see, any builds that jump out at you, Darcy?
Fleet Sev obviously shows that Peter wants to punish the lack of moves from Turkey. 2 armies from Germany shows that they're more interested in just defending against what might be an EF. 2 armies from France as well is also a decision you can make in diplomacy. I'm not sure it's a decision I would make. So we'll see how the all armies in the West will go. And then Keith just maybe not trusting France a little bit much and putting an army down in Liverpool and a fleet in Edinburgh.
Well, I do have something to say about the all army builds in the West, which is that there are no centers in the sea. So, you know, always a fan of army builds. What do we got for 1902, Darcy?
I mean, it's an EF. I think G. Paul knew it. I think he's maybe hoping that Sweden doesn't support Norway to Skagerrak, but that does happen. And it looks like we might have an heir on our hands in the East with no more Trieste shenanigans with Austria and Italy, and it might be a reason that Cameron did so well in that England game. It might be because he didn't last too long in this one. Yeah.
And Ben Calvin calling out my US geography in the chat. Look, Ben, I'm infallible, and just Kansas City is now on the West Coast, so you know this is how this works. Sorry, Brandon.
No, that's right. I was just going to say with double boarding, it's pretty common for someone to sacrifice one board to focus on the other, or you know they're more committed to one game than the other. So that might be what's going on here too.
And in the fall of 1902.
Well, it looks like Turkey has decided to punish Austria instead of focusing their efforts on defending against Russia by supporting Ionian to Greece. So maybe Austria and Italy didn't make up. Russia's just loving this game at the moment as they get into Ankh with an army. Means they'll probably be the first ones to get towards Constantinople as well. In the West, we have the EG failing, the EF failing a little bit more in terms of making ground on Germany. Russia smartly doesn't support Skagerrak to Denmark, which they probably were meant to be doing in Keith's eyes, potentially sizing up for a fleet in St. Pete North Coast, showing that maybe Keith should stick to tactics on diplomats instead of playing in tournaments. But Paris to Picardy is also quite an interesting decision if you are indeed in an EF. So we'll see what that's doing. But yeah.
All right. Let's see. Anything surprising from the builds? He had an army rather than a fleet in St. Petersburg. Get that.
Yeah, like the army up there is interesting because you know, like I feel like building in St. Pete either way isn't great for, or like it's not wonderful for Keith to see, but doing an army just feels like a little bit slower than potentially a fleet, or a little less effective. But yeah, I want to see what they do with it.
Alrighty. 1903. There is some progress made, Brandon.
Yeah, so we see Peter just takes the walk into Norway, offering the support for Keith into Denmark. Maybe it was, well, yeah, a little bit of a slip, like, oh, whoops, sorry, I didn't support you in last turn. I'll do it this turn, and then just walks into Norway behind him. So that's fun. We have some Italian French coordination as well, with Tyrolia supporting Burgundy into Munich. Meanwhile, looks like Keith tries to get into Holland, isn't able to pull it off due to all the support, but has that army in Denmark now. And down the bottom here, yeah, Peter manages to get into Con, like Darcy called out, but yeah, Doc and Cameron work out putting Cameron up into Bulgaria, which could just be pulling the army away so that it's easier to piece out the rest of Turkey as well. So yeah, Ion to Adriatic is interesting too. So
Russia should have Smyrna guaranteed here as well. So if he can manage to keep Norway, Con, and potentially get Smyrna here, it is looking quite lovely for Russia, and potentially if they do build that fleet in St. Pete, North Coast, as I quietly hope. I'm not quite sure if I'm a fan of Italy supporting Burgundy to Munich here. I'm not sure the demolition of Germany is the best thing for Italy to be doing here. But yeah.
Right. And do they keep everything, Russia? They keep some things.
Yeah, well, like they cover Romania. They blow up Cameron in Bulgaria by supporting Austria. Emmett doesn't lose Trieste, manages to hold it. And yeah, poor Cameron's reduced down to 1. Then up in the north, Keith gets into Holland this time. Doesn't get into Kiel, but Joe's able to hold on to Munich. And yeah, just a bit of bouncing otherwise. I think in the comments as well, Keith was saying that Norway was arranged. It was to slow their tempo a bit. So yeah.
Well, Peter does get 2 builds, while G. Paul Bailey gets 2 disbands. I was noting before, this is a very Russian-looking Turkey in an air. You love to see this if you're Russia and you're in an air, and suddenly you just have all of Turkey, and why not?
I mean, I quite like Keith's decision to slow his tempo by letting Russia have a 3-center lead over the rest of the board. So if I want to be Russia in Keith Worstel's games a bit more often.
It's one of those games where if Peter can convince everyone to draw here, that's a huge tournament score. Let's keep going. Darcy, 1904. What do we got?
It still trumps up for Russia in the south, at least, as they get Budapest, they take Smyrna, and they even successfully get into Silesia here. Although I do think they have to now worry about the English, who seem to realize that maybe giving Russia all of Scandinavia, or at least giving Norway, is not the best move at the moment. The EF continues to roll in the middle, though, taking Kiel, and probably will definitely take Berlin in fall. I am keen to see when Joe does make a move with his fleet. I think he should be getting a build soon. So yeah, Italy successfully gets into Trieste as well, as Emmett fails to brace correctly, I assume. And Doc even helps Cameron back into Bulgaria, showing that Austria-Italy relationship was never quite on the same page from the beginning of the game. Yep, Norway is again English, and the EF does indeed take Berlin here. We have the Russian takes Serbia but moves out of Bulgaria in the process. So it looks like a bit of stacks on Austria here from everyone in the east. Anything else? Seems like there might have been a misorder around Bothnia to Baltic, which is a bit of a shame for Peter, although maybe not in the long run, as he now has to worry about Keith around St. Petersburg. Seems like Germany gives up a bit and just support holds Vienna. Unlucky from G. Paul. I don't think he ever really had a chance in this game.
Yeah, pretty brutal. I think Bothnia to Baltic might be costly here for Peter, because that's a pretty important position to take on Baltic to try and deal with an EF if you're up against it. But the other thing I was going to call out, Siobhan letting us know that we have a bunch of players watching live from the bar. Hello, players from the bar. It's a lovely little touch there to have live viewers as well from the tournament itself, as well as from all around the world. So thank you for tuning in. Remember to drop your comments, etc., in the chat. Pretty brutal turn for Emmett. And Doc Binder, famous West Coast US player from Florida, is having a quietly good game here. I like how Doc is accumulating, just slowly and quietly, and no fights with France in the med. Let's keep it all nice and chill. It's good.
Yes, this is actually a big build phase here for Keith and Joe. Actually, I suspect there'll be fleets in London and Brest at least. If the EF is to continue, France needs another fleet, I think.
Let's take this again. And let's see. Fleets in London is true, and Fleet Eddie. Other than that, fairly standard. I mean, Keith here has some options.
Yeah, well, Keith just continues going north. Peter loses St. Pete. But, Keith doesn't have any armies in position to convoy up, so maybe that's just, just taking the L there. Keith and Joe try to coordinate getting their armies further forward, but that doesn't happen due to the one little bounce in Prussia, which is well played by Peter. We see Emmett moving to Bohemia to start putting pressure on this EF. And a fancy little play from Peter convoying Con to Rum, but unfortunately losing Con in that movement, giving with Con being open for the retreat. So that's awkward. And maybe Cameron ends up still alive on a dot here, depending on how things are covered. So but no, gets blown up. So that's sad for Cameron. But now they can focus on their England game on the other board. Meanwhile, Keith is convoying Belgium up to Norway. And Doc is now rotating his fleets out, Adriatic to Ionian, Ionian to Trinian Sea, going up Bulgaria as well, so they can have a build, which is good. And I think the other builds on the table here is going to be Keith from St. Pete, now leaving London vacant as well. Fleet London to York is cool. Don't see that often. But yeah.
Nice little bit of alliance hygiene there. All of these holds and supports, Darcy, they tell me that a line is being formed. We might be headed for a draw sometime soon here.
Yes, I think Joe might be regretting the amount of armies he has put down, as it means he's a bit at Doc's mercy in terms of the Mediterranean fight, if there is to be one. So I quite like Doc's position here. It will be very interesting to see how Keith takes on this next step of the game, considering is there really much point in going for Moscow here? So will he potentially try and see a stab on France?
You are correct, Darcy. I did say maybe Drury, but then I forgot that Portugal was in Portugal and not Spain, and suddenly the Italian fleets going west are unstoppable. But let's see if they do. They do.
Yes, so Doc is a smart player and has licked his lips a bit at that Mediterranean position. There's a great DMZ of the entire East, basically. So that was good. The tactics in the north looks like Norway was tried to be convoyed into St. Pete, and St. Pete went to Norway, which would have been a nice rotation, except Finland bounced St. Petersburg. There is a weird movement of armies around the border, around the line, as Russia instead just self-bounces Warsaw. I think this game is basically probably just being held up by Doc here, in terms of draw potential, as Doc sees no need to draw with Marseille, Spain, and potentially Mid-Atlantic all in front of him.
We have 4 fleets and against 1, and no fleets in the backfield around English Channel or North Atlantic even. So I mean, Joe, I know there are no centers in the sea, but there is some defense in the sea maybe at some point here.
Yeah, like that was a nice conga line of the 5 fleets all just moving without any resistance at all, and now they're in Leon, West, Tunis, Naf, Tyrrhenian. It's great.
I see that Norway successfully gets into Sweden, which I think was guaranteed. Almost. Well, it wasn't guaranteed, but they decided to make it guaranteed. Doc gets in shape around the Atlantic. It is, I think, a turn too late to stop the Mid-Atlantic from falling, sadly. Peter has the wheels falling off just a little bit, as maybe a bit too much sentiment towards not finishing off Emmett has cost him another disband, which Doc will again be loving, as it leaves Russia potentially even more open in the south. This now looks more and more like Doc's game to lose, as Keith just continues to get into shape around northern Russia.
It's a classic Italy game from Doc, where you just sit and hold, and then suddenly when the road opens up in front of you, that's when you make your move. And now Doc has maybe 3 French centers on lock, and an alliance that's holding the line on the north for him. This is really good. All right. We see a pull of Galicia. We see a fleet in London, because, Keith needs to build fleets to now defend Joe. And Brandon, what do we see in 1907?
Yeah, we see a correct play around Mao, preventing Doc from being able to get in there, and whilst covering Spain and everything too. We also see some pressure. Actually, no, I was about to say there's not a lot moving up in the north, other than Peter shifting his pieces around, getting the armies up in that position. Bull and Con just holding in place. And it looks like Prussia gets into Berlin. So a little bit of movement there, but we'll see how it goes. It looks like a lot of units just holding or support holding that time.
I think St. Petersburg is guaranteed here if Finland moves in with support from Bothnia, Livonia, and Moscow. So it could be actually Bothnia, a very good turn for Russia here.
Yeah, because Bothnia can't get cut, so that's great. Cool.
Yeah, and Keith not quite doing the orders to defend Berlin, which I find a little interesting. Keith is not a player who misplays that deliberately, or accidentally rather. So we'll see, maybe something's incoming or not.
Yeah, so like you said, Darcy, they take the guarantee on St. Pete. They get that. And taking the convenient shuffle of Norway into Finland, that fleet in St. Pete now has a retreat into Norway, so they still have a bunch of units there. And and Keith gets into Mao, which is interesting. Looks like Doc tried to go for the play on Marseille, but that I guess Burgundy here could have either had some play around Munich or Marseille, so maybe Doc was hoping that they were able to get into Marseille. But Emmett actually is getting a build here, so that's cool.
A sneaky build from Emmett with a completely open Balkans is a very enticing prospect.
Army Budapest is my prediction here.
And the answer is Army Vienna does the alliance play.
That's all right. Yeah. And where does? There we go.
There we go. Game over. I think there was more play here, but I wonder whether when as soon as Doc realized that Mid-Atlantic Ocean had been either he had one turn to get it and he misguessed, which was a hard guess to get. I wonder whether he just decides that's not getting any further.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is a draw that was taken because people were threatening things. If not, so I think Russia has to take this draw because that army in Vienna can be a bull in a china shop if there is no draw here. Outside of Russia, I think everyone else takes this draw here. I mean, I also think there's potentially time limit considerations to take into account. Could have been 1907 end dates. I'm not too sure what the end date is. But yeah, I mean, I think this is a well-deserved tied board top here. As much slander as I tried to give Keith, in the end, his result speaks for itself as he gets the tied board top.
And I saw in the chat Keith mentioning that there was a misorder around that protection of Berlin and implying that he had written it Berlin, in which case that is the most strict rules interpretation of orders I've ever seen. If an E being an R is not accepted, but
I think Keith deserves that. I think it is a great decision by whoever made that decision.
Yes,
making friends, Darcy.
Michalis, what do you think about that game from the sidelines? It was quite dynamic, I think.
Yeah, I think it was quite fun. It's turns out that when you don't Western triple, you can have a nice dynamic mid game and lots of fun things happen. So well done to everyone for not doing a Western triple, and I think all of them have done pretty well out of that draw. Yeah, Italy is lagging a little bit behind, same with France, but it's not horrendous. They've all got sort of banker scores that gives them a platform to go on and build on in the next couple of rounds. So good job.
All right. Well, I think, Darcy, it is time for you to have another break. Thank you. We'll bring you back later and we'll do the last board of round one, which is round one, board D. Brandon, who do we have on this board?
Well, we got Liam Bennett in France, Matthew Krill in England, Jack Rosnol in Germany. We've got Siobhan in Russia, Matt Chisholm in Turkey, Stephen Unger in Austria, and Kayla Silverman in Italy. So this will be good.
Siobhan Nolan, obviously hailing from the famous East Coast city of San Francisco. Michalis, how about you read us the first one?
All right. So in the north, we see another pretty standard opening from England, another DMZ in Burgundy, and a lot of them so far. And that's sort of it for the west. In the east, we see a bit more unusual stuff. So Austria opens to Romania rather than Serbia. This is often an opening that's associated with an attempt to do a Key Lepanto. They have a lot of problems, though, because Russia has gone into Galicia. They didn't bounce Galicia, and Italy in Trieste, which could be quite easily bounced out. So, Stephen, that needle that you have to thread is probably even tighter than normal if that's the plan. And if I'm Matt in Turkey, I'm doing ball to Serbia every single day of the week.
Yep. Let's see if it costs that way. It does not.
It does not, but Austria did still have a lot of problems. So, interestingly, Italy taped Budapest rather than the other way around. So I guess actually this was Trieste wasn't even arranged. Trieste just walked in as a pure stab, because Austria did try and retake it from Albania. Turkey gets 2 builds again, gets to walk into Greece. Second time we've seen that tonight. Also pulls the fleet along this time. So for the first time, we see potentially Turkey dropping 2 fleets on the Med immediately. The West, meanwhile, thankfully not a triple by the looks of it. So France gets 3 builds. Again, something we've seen quite a lot of. And that's with German support as England tried to take it themselves.
Yeah, and we
this
see
is
Denmark tapping north as again as well, rather than bouncing Sweden.
This is a very, very all risk, all reward play from Stephen, and I'm not sure the reward has come out. Is it the kind of thing you'd do, Brandon?
As Austria, depending on who the players are, like whether I want to try and work with them and do this. It's like I'm open to doing any move set. It just depends on who is where. Like if I feel like I can do something risky and I've got players I can rely on to help back me up or whatever, then sure, I'll do it. If I've got Darcy next to me, I probably wouldn't because I don't trust him. So yeah, but like when this stuff pays off, it can be really good, but that risk and reward factor, it just really depends on who you're playing with as well. Like yeah,
for sure. Well, let's see the builds here. We have fairly standard. A Fleet London, Fleet Brest is interesting to look at straight away.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw a little bit of disagreement over Belgium. It looks like this is sort of a continuation of that, and that France and England are not seeing eye to eye, and Germany looks like they're leaning FG.
Let's see how we go this turn, Brandon.
Yeah, so like that EF conflict, we see that continuing with North supporting London into English Channel, with Denmark not tapping North this time, so that definitely helps. It looks like Germany is flipping on France a little bit here, getting Holland down into Belgium, supporting, preventing anything from getting into Munich. Maybe they agreed just to bounce in Burgundy and then pulled a shifty one on them, which is giving them some movement. Norway, Sweden holding, all nice and good in the north there. Then we see Kayla rotating Venice up to Tyrolia, Apulia to Venice, Naples to Apulia as well, which I think is a good play because that allows Tunis to get into Ionian. That fleet in Adriatic can be dealt with as well. And yes, gains made for Matt being able to get Bulgaria and Serbia. So
yes, Colin goes to Bull East Coast here, which is a very curious decision. Like, it was very easy to pull 2 fleets out into the Med. It looked like exactly what they were lined up. You have an AI war, so it's perfect for a Juggernaut to just go full steam ahead. And the West was even looking favourable, looking a bit less favourable, but at the start of the turn, it was looking quite favourable to a Juggernaut. So those Turkish fleet moves are curious. It's hard to see what the plan is. Like, if you're going after Russia, who's your partner? This is a weird position to do an IT from either of their perspectives. So I don't know. Maybe Matt's made a little error, or maybe Matt is getting a bit greedy sooner than he should. I would say Siobhan not building St. Petersburg when it looked like England was the outsider in the West surprised me, and maybe she's going to regret that now.
The answer is
yeah. Well, having that open St. Pete means Matt can just walk straight in, and Jack is able to put 2 on Sweden. So Jack's going up 2 this year, which is cool. And Matt just trying to, going up 1 from St. Pete, tapping Mao, and York to Wales. So there's that. Adriatic gets blown up down in the east. Kayla using her fleet effectively there, and maybe going to east coast of Bull was a mistake, and maybe a bit of a technical misinformation there or something about thinking they can just swap Bull and Con, which can't actually happen. But Siobhan's getting into Vienna here with Kayla's support, so we'll stay the same. Oh no, sorry, still lose to Sweden, so down 1, down 2. Sorry, but yeah.
So there's two ways you can look at that Bulgaria move, because obviously it's an error. You could have done a convoy swap with Aegean. There's option A where Matt isn't discussing it with other people. He just said, "Oh yeah, no, I'll sort it out," and so he didn't tell them what he was going to try and do. Well, there's option B that he told his neighbours that, and for example, the quite experienced player playing Russia next to him, and they just chose not to correct that. Oh, that won't work, because if I'm Russia in that position, maybe I don't want them to be swapped back. Maybe I want him to waste a turn like that. This is now, if a wintergreen is the play, Serbia is now very, very takeable for the wintergreen, and I would be quite happy if I'm Russia that Turkey is sort of wasting time trying to swap those units around.
Yeah.
As a result, Siobhan is pulling 1, but a fleet in St. Petersburg can't go any further, so it's not the worst thing in the world. And Jack having a nice turn, putting down 2 builds, fleet and army.
That's an interesting third fleet when you're doing an EG.
It is. It could be there to go straight to Baltic and really ensure that pressure on Russia. We'll see. Michalis, you think you saw it coming?
Yeah, I this just didn't look like what Germany would be building if they wanted to carry on working with England. So goes up to Helderland, and it seems like Germany has chosen to fight everybody. So they go to Silesia to deal with the Russian. They try to force Burgundy, and they go up to Helderland to North Sea. So Jack is saying, you know what? I don't want allies. I just want dots. And Jack is going gung-ho all out. Love to see it. We'll see whether it works out for him. The East, meanwhile, so Budapest takes Vienna because Vienna's walked out to go to Galicia for reasons, and maybe let's just swap the centers over for Russia and Italy. Actually, that would make some sense. Bit risky on the Russian part, but not the end of the world. Turkey now convoys over and gets all their units into the places where they really want them. So if this is a juggernaut, Trieste is going to be quite takeable. And Italy is trying to go west, which is brave that you thought you had the relationship with Turkey to do that.
I mean, maybe they do. The fleets aren't coming any further, so who knows?
I feel like if you're doing an IT but Turkey's getting Trieste, that's not an IT that I particularly love. All right, so we do see the East swapping Vienna and Budapest. That was the point of that sort of walk around, gives them a more natural border. Italy has decided that maybe I shouldn't go west. Maybe these Turkish units are a problem, but doesn't try and defend Trieste. Maybe they knew Austria was going to poke at Venice. Yeah, Turkey is walking back out of Black Sea, going down to the Med. I think Italy's got a lot of problems. France has sort of unwound their fleets towards Spain and was in a position to defend against the Italian, but no longer has to, and gets back into Belgium with English support as Germany's strategy of I don't want allies has maybe not worked out.
Yeah, a bit of fighting from everyone, and even Siobhan's able to gain some ground by getting into Silesia, which is going to have Germany really on the back foot. No friends, and then there's armies in Tyrolia, Silesia, and Prussia. So, yeah, the German disband's gonna hurt as well.
Well, you can get rid of that third fleet that you didn't really get anything from.
Yeah,
Helgoland is gone. And yeah, the diplomatic situation for Germany is going to be interesting going forward. Brandon, let's see how it plays out for them.
Yeah, like the diplomatic situation for Germany too. It feels like there's not, like center-wise, there's not a huge leader going on here. Like Turkey is the threat, but I don't think Germany is really able to get England and France on side to look at that, right? Like they've ticked people off, and that's sort of how it's going to be. Because yeah, we got Siobhan supporting themselves into Berlin with Munich holding, and Liam's getting into Western Med. Kayla was only able to cover Leon or West, so that's happened there. And Matt as Turkey is now in Tyrolia and Trieste and rotating everything up. Greece to Albania as well, which is interesting. Vienna to Bohemia and Bud to Galicia. So we have Italy and Russia sort of pulling away from those Austrian centers, and I think Turkey's okay with that, just moving more armies up in there.
I mean, I'd be okay with it if I'm Turkey and everyone's walking away from me. That sounds great to me. I'll keep pushing my armies forward, and you all go the other direction. Yeah,
that's fine.
I'm all on board with this plan. Come on, let's do it. I would say France coming into the beds, like Siobhan has sort of stolen my thunder in the comments already, but if you're really wanting to pick a fight with Italy, you don't build army Brest. You build a third fleet to get a fleet advantage. So this is a strange, like it looks strange already, and apparently it was actually just theatre. So that explains that to some degree. What Taylor's getting out of that theatre, I'm not too sure, because I still think Turkey is just getting ever bigger. It's sort of like Jaws theme music in the background. Never would have done this with me in Turkey. But I love ITs, Siobhan. That's probably why you wouldn't do it, to be fair. Russia, this is working out quite nicely for them to get into Berlin, as Germany is busy fighting the EG. So the East are making the gains here.
One thing I will point out from background is that both Kyla and Liam are they're younger diplomacy players, and so I do like this idea that they've cooked something up here together, and I think there's a bit of a solidarity amongst the two of them that I love to see, and I'm interested to see what this theater does get them, because I think they're smart enough to not do it for no reason. So there must be some read on the board that this kind of fake fight will lead to a good position for them in some capacity. Let's see.
Well, I mean, whatever the plan is, I don't think it's working too well. So Turkey takes Vienna, and Italy, by the looks of it, thought they were getting Munich, and obviously weren't. But sorry, I think it's your year, isn't it?
I genuinely don't remember, so that's fine. Italy thinking they were getting Munich. That hasn't happened. We've got Juggernaut Cooperation here. Awesome year for Siobhan as well, picking up Berlin and Munich. Painful for Jack going down both of those. And now Matt's in Helgoland and in North. Not really sure if the theatrics in the Med are really benefiting anyone at the moment other than Matt, because now they're in Ionian.
I mean, you can make the case that it's benefited France in that, hey, England's walked away because I'm fighting the Italian, like I'm doing something in the East. You don't need to worry about me. I don't think it's really benefited Italy, though.
No, Italy goes down one here, and positionally still has Matt in Tyrolia and Ionian now. So Matt's got plenty of armies to be able to cycle up and do some convoys or put pressure on Venice. So that's going to hurt.
Yeah, I guess the saving grace is Serbia didn't follow up to Trieste, which looks like a little bit of an oversight. But this Turkish position is like, it's Jaws theme music, and the sharks just appeared in the water. Like this is a massive Turkish position.
Yeah.
Siobhan's putting down 2 armies and another fleet coming down for Matt Chisholm. I think now this is your year, Michalis. This is a lot of movement from the Russian.
Yep, so Siobhan gets into Kiel as the West still can't work out the best way to take down Germany. They do get into Denmark, but fail to get into Holland. And Turkey, very nice move there. Tyrolia to Piedmont. I love that move. Correctly anticipating that Italy's going to walk out of it and letting you try and outflank Venice in that direction. You've now got 3 on Venice. Doesn't matter about the support hold that Tuscany can give. Cool. Doesn't get into Trieste yet, but that's fine. Turkey is quite vulnerable to a Russian stab. Like the fact that there's not an army back home means that Sev to Black to Ank is always on. But for the moment, Russia is busy taking other dots, and I think that is, as long as Russia is making progress, Turkey shouldn't be too worried. If Russia fails to make any progress, then Turkey should start worrying. So you probably want to start seeing the moment for Russia to look at St. Petersburg. Is it now? Possibly.
Especially now when England's walking away from it.
Yep. So what we have is a convoy into Venice, which is very nice, very clever. Means that even if Adriatic was cut, it wouldn't matter. Gets to backfill Ionian because did France support Turkey into Ionian? That's interesting if so. They did indeed. Fair enough. France has flipped on Italy and not really getting anything for it. Maybe France hasn't seen the shot warning yet, but another great turn for Matt in Turkey. You gotta love it. And Matt in England, the other Matt, also having a pretty good turn, gets into Holland, keeps Denmark, and maybe a little bit sad that he walked out of St. Pete when he would have preferred it to bounce. But other than that, I think that turn went as good as it could have done for both of the witches.
Yeah, I like the
Yes.
convoy of Albania into Venice as well. It's good.
Yeah, this is very efficient from the Juggernaut. They are, what's 1905, and they're in Venice, Kiel, and Munich. That's pretty good.
Yeah, like the EF fighting Germany has not really paid off for them because what they've got in Denmark and Holland, and meanwhile Siobhan's been able to clean out the home centers. So
We have,
very cool.
looks like still alliance builds. Brandon, let's see how this plays out. Is this just now big alliances up against each other?
Yeah, like if the EF are continuing to be tight, that allows them to focus on other things because yeah, Siobhan and Matt are doing really well. Lots of support orders in around the center there. Poor Sweden is lost, but there's not really anything that could have been done about that. But yeah, like in the center, everything around the German home centers is all holding, lots of cautious play. But Matt moving down to Tuscany, and you know now they've got eyes on Rome, and yeah, they lose Ionian to Liam. Not going to lose a dot from it, but it's yeah, Ion to Apulia was interesting.
That's quite a problem losing Ionian there.
Yeah.
Like Adriatic is support holding Venice against what?
Yep.
You could have held Ionian, like you didn't need to do Aegean to Greece either. These Turkish moves, after a few really strong years, this is not a good turn from Turkey, and that's given that they built Army Con, that's going to be really hard to plug that French fleet that's now in Ionian. There's now potential for FR cooperation to take down Turkey together if that's what they choose to do, and Russia's making no more progress. They probably have enough of an England problem that they aren't that interested yet, but I don't know. Vienna's there, Black Sea's there. This could be the time to stab if you're Siobhan.
Yeah, like Aegean to Greece, Ionian to Apulia, and Adriatic didn't really need to be there, so it could have gone to Apulia. Heck, could have even bounced if they were worried about someone else going there. So, but yeah, interesting.
Well, and the consequence of it is
They're all just there to help France.
Yeah, that's all right. Convoy Marseille down into Rome. Get France out of Ionian. I mean, like, you know, that's the pitch that you want to make, right? To if they're in Ionian, hey, I'll give you Naples. So get in there. Yeah, poor Jack has a jab at St. Pete, but it's not going to get in. So we say goodbye to them. Norwegian goes to Clyde because Clyde's the province to watch this game, this tournament, apparently. So yeah, otherwise more movements from Matt and Turkey moving the armies up to Vienna, Trieste, Serbia, but still very open to a stab from Siobhan if she wants to take it.
It kind of looks like everyone's lining up for a draw, and then the moment of truth is going to be, does the draw go through? Because Turkey is quite out of position against quite a few players now.
Yeah, that's it.
The truth
Fingers
is that it does. Yes, well done, everybody there. I want to give a little bit of a shout out to my man Liam Bennett in this one. Really good job getting himself out of a jam. Was looking pretty bad at the start, but the theater fake wall might not have worked for Caleb, but certainly worked for Liam. And yeah, this is a very, very good thing to share the board top after being on the back foot pretty early on.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Very, very well done by France for sure, though.
Any other thoughts on this one as we bring Gunboat back to the stream?
I mean, I think all four players sort of dominated their sides of the board in the end. EF took longer to get together. It felt like EF was actually the last alliance of the three to be tried. So there was an FG, then there was an EG, and then Germany got a little bit over ambitious, and EF worked out that maybe we don't need to fight, maybe we just punish this, and got things together in the nick of time to stop the RT before the RT could roll a bit further and get into a really monster position.
Very good. Darcy, any thoughts?
Muted, Darcy.
As it should be.
You're not allowed to trash talk Karthik anymore, Darcy.
True. My internet is quite awful at the moment. I didn't get to watch that game, but I've had a few chances to chat with Liam recently in the Youth World DipCon thing that was on recently, and seems like quite a nice guy. So it's not a surprise to me that he's gotten a good result here.
Very good. Well, we actually do have one more game in this round that I missed before, so we will show that game and give Brandon, I think it's time for you to have a break. Let's try and move fairly quickly through this because we're still on round one because there are so many players in Denver that it takes a long time to cover. So well done, Denver, and you make us have to speak for a long time non-stop. So it's your own fault. You have to hear Darcy. Darcy, let's go. Spring 1901. First off, actually, tell me who's on this board, and then we'll go to Spring 1901.
Yeah, well, we've got Elliot Howe in England. We have Chris Nicholson in Germany. We have Troy Bettinger in Russia. We have Justin Law in Turkey. We have Craig Mayer in Austria. We have Derek Bassett in Italy. And we have Jake Mannix in France.
Justin Law, famous for running the Los Angeles hobby located out near the Great Lakes. There we go.
All right. Well, we have Justin opening towards Armenia and Black Sea, so some early Russia-Turkey tension there. We see normal openings in the west, and we see a Tyrolia and follow-up into Venice move by Italy. So maybe a bit of early tension with Austria and Italy, and a bit of early tension with Russia and Turkey.
So I played a VDL game with Justin and Craig just last week where they struggled to get on the same page when they were in Austria and Italy, if I remember rightly. So
yes,
we'll see
I was the Turkey in that game.
Yeah, see whether there's some afters about that, and whether this is a very IT-ish start even for Spring of 01.
The answer is
well, looks like they're trying to make up. Serbia gets support into Romania here. And Craig successfully defends Trieste. Meanwhile, I'd missed last turn. There had been no move to Bothnia, which meant that Chris could walk into Sweden, but at the cost of losing Holland to England. So a very, very nice starting EF position here as France puts the fleet into Spain's south coast as well, notably.
Yeah, Germany not even trying to take Holland in 1901 is not something I've seen in quite a long time. There's probably a reason for that, but I don't know. This is, we saw last game a really nice start for an RT. This is a hell of a start for an EF.
Yeah, this it is. This might go very quickly in the West with players who know what they're doing. Elliot and Jake, pretty standard builds all around. Justin keeping the flexibility with Fleet Con. Marcalis, what do we got? 1902.
So again, we see a fleet con go down and then not support the move into the Black Sea. And again, I think it's a bit of an error. Like, just do it, get it out of the way. But it's probably going to go and take Greece as Austria's walked back. So at least Turkey's still growing. Neutral Serbia in 1902, which might even stick for another turn, is always interesting. France and Italy are fighting. So France is on board with this EF. England guesses, actually, I guess there was no correct guess because Skagerrak and Helgoland were both covered. So nice play by Germany to block that off and cut a deal with Russia where Russia goes backwards, so they don't need to worry about that fleet at least. Yeah, there might be some impediments to that good EF start here. Good turn from Germany and Italy. Following up, that's not very EF-ish. So Germany gets into Ruhr with French support. English armies go to Holland to die nowadays. Yeah, great year from Chris all round. Not only has he negotiated Russia to go away at the start of it, he's then managed to get a gain by getting France to stab England, and he's the one building from it. So Chris, really well done. Love that year. Elsewhere, France decided to stay in the mid while doing this. Leon and Portugal bounce in Spain. That looks like an error. I think you'd actually want to get Leon back. So not ideal for Jake in that regard. And yeah, Turkey gets Serbia and Greece, which was very bold, thinking they could leave Bulgaria open without Rum having to retreat to it. So Justin's still building. It's not actually too bad for him. Austria is not having a good game.
Yeah, the Serbian independence movement was ambitious, and we've seen a couple of ambitious Austrian plays, which I've seen the Serbia neutrality work really well, but you need to have a lot of trust. And as you said, Justin and Craig have some history. All right, well, let's move forward to 1903. We've got Fleet Berlin, which is an interesting one. I guess you're still trying to get some more fleets out against England. Now that is the person you're fighting with your ally, France. Darcy, what have we got?
So we have a bit of Austria-Turkey cleanup in terms of position. They take Romania. Bulgaria moves into Serbia for the first time. And Con backfills that. Meanwhile, it seems like Italy doesn't care about the East. Italy's just focused on what seems like probably a forever war against France if it continues at this pace. Meanwhile, England continues to move in Scandinavia against Germany, this time successfully blowing up Skagerrak. Troy is just keeping a little eye out in Scandinavia, but is mainly focused on the south. So it seems a lot like AT is the only real alliance making any progress at the moment. So maybe Craig and Justin have finally gotten on the same page. We'll just have to see if it lasts for a full game. It did not last for a full game last time.
I don't know about a forever war between France and Italy, because Italy dislodging Gulf of Lion has left France able to walk into Rome right now for free. There is nothing there which can block it, which is not good for Italy. Bit of an oversight on their part. If you didn't do this, you probably needed to bring Tyrolia back so they could cover Rome from Venice. So, yeah, that could be costly. That's obviously great for Jake. And now that England's getting back in position on Germany, maybe Jake will flip again because he doesn't really seem to have tried to follow up that attack on England.
This set of moves against Romania too makes me think that there is a world in which Serbia, Bulgaria was all actually agreed. There was actually that was a play to convince Troy that they were fighting when actually, yeah, nah, Troy, psych, we're not fighting anymore. Although again, maybe we're wrong.
Well, it was also like Bulgaria was only retreated into. It wasn't like openly taken. So it was well, I've got nowhere else to go. Not necessarily a bad thing.
All right. Not a good turn for Troy. Loses Sev, loses Romania, but does gain Sweden. So the AT is definitely the alliance rolling the most. Although the EF is, if it is still an EF, is picking up Rome and Denmark here. So things haven't gone to plan for Germany after successfully getting into Holland last year. Italy seems to realize the issue with their position and moves thoroughly back to Venice, but I think it's a little bit too late for that, and I think that pesky French fleet will sit behind the line for quite a while. So it looks like Austria is going up 1, whilst Turkey is going up 1 as well. Good alliance health. We'll have to see how this AT gets stopped.
Yeah, I mean, this is with the Italian disband that's coming. That French fleet is probably there to stay, and the only thing that could come and help you deal with it is a Turkish fleet going to Ionian Sea, which is not good for Italy either. We saw a great recovery from Germany in 1902. We got to give a lot of credit. Great recovery from Craig in 1903. After a horrible start to this game, has somehow come out of that going to get another build and move up to 5 centers. Has the space to put it down, and is suddenly looking a lot less doomed than he was before.
Yeah, I think the sneaky trick of actually this is an alliance the whole time, and now this looks like a very solid AT position, including I loved the blowing up of Romania. I would presume to put another fleet down and actually barge into the Med, because Derek is maybe in a very weak position here. Well, the build's back in con. Michaelis, let's look at 1904.
1904, we see AT pushing position, as you said, gets into Ionian. Italy has to pull everything back to the point where it might be able to blow up Naples, but it might not. And the problem is that all those French fleets get to follow up behind. So France is into Western Med and Lyon. Lots of black arrows if you're Jake Mannix this turn. Burgundy also gets into Ruhr, which looks quite nice, but would have been even nicer if it had walked into Munich, which was left open. But either way, good turn for Jake. England is back on side with France as well, which is also good news for Jake. And Germany is trying to find a way back out of this mess.
I think it was a little bit of oversight by England last turn, with Denmark holding, not doing really much of anything, and it could have guaranteed Holland.
Yeah. So in this position, England does get to convoy into Holland, but loses Denmark for their troubles. Maybe they were expecting a Russian support, which wasn't forthcoming. I don't know. I kind of feel like if you don't think you've got Russia on side, you might have been tempted to pop at St. Pete. But either way, not ideal for Elliot. Good news for Jake, who gets more position and is still not walking into the wide open Munich, and does have Naples blown up, but it's from Rome, and therefore Rome stays French.
It can't have been too unexpected from Russia, because Denmark could have retreated to Sweden and did not.
That's true. Or maybe they really just didn't want to force Russia to pull those units off that are sort of the only things containing the AT in the east at the moment. Austria also takes Venice, which is not unnotable, but was kind of expected. And another good year for Craig as a result.
And lots of armies coming down and an army coming off. Derek seems maybe not too long for this world. But we shall see. We have seen more bigger comebacks happen. Darcy.
The AT continues to roll, getting into Naples this time. Venice decides not to make a move on Rome, which is a bit interesting. The AT gets into Silesia, backfills Galicia, blows up Ukraine. It just looks like the AT is all trumps up. They have Warsaw and Moscow here guaranteed. Again, I still ask the question, what's going to stop the AT? Well, it's going to be the EF, who gets Denmark and Munich, and will almost definitely certainly get Kiel in the fall. So it looks like it's going to be a EF versus AT fight in this game. Italy then doesn't make the mistake of not taking Rome this time as they walk into Rome. Let's hope they don't walk out. Although they will lose Tunis if Justin isn't feeling nice. There's a bounce in Sweden. But yeah, other than that, AT versus EF.
Well, Turkey could stab, and there we go.
Turkey does stab.
This is the Justin Law way. I don't think it's the right move in this position, but I'm not surprised because it's Justin.
Yeah. So Sev walks into Romania, Greece walks into Serbia, Black Sea walks into Sev, Naples taps Rome. The EF does not take Kiel as Denmark holds for whatever reason. I do not know. And it looks like Russia is begging England to make sure they are the ones that get all their dots, and let them walk into St. Petersburg and support them into Sweden. Again, I'm not sure what was happening around Warsaw and Moscow, as Craig didn't even put a support in for anything around Ukraine or move there himself. So maybe he saw something coming.
It's possible he put a support in for Sev to Moscow, but the sandboxer didn't bother writing it. It didn't matter, right?
True. Yeah. I hope I'm in future VDL games with Craig and Justin, because I feel like I could very much use this game as a nice stepping stone to an alliance.
Sometimes we love to see diplomacy enmities grow and flourish and appear before our eyes, and Justin Law is building 3 and Craig Mayer is pulling 2, and you have to say it is advantage to the man from the Rocky Mountains in Justin Law here. So Elliot Howe quietly going up 3 here too, which is big for them on that side of the board. Advantage EF now that the AT are fighting. Let's see that, Michaelis.
I mean, it is advantage EF, but it's not advantage EF if you walk out of North Africa and go backwards. So Jake was a bit worried maybe by England building so much, but this is a costly loss of tempo, because if Turkey actually gets to solidify all of those gains, Turkey's position is way better than it probably should have been after a stab that aggressive. Either way, EF do push forward in Germany, but France backfills Holland, which is logical, and all things copacetic in the north. In the east, Austria gets into both Sevastopol and Romania at the expense of Trieste and Venice. Germany has flipped Janissary and is taking Venice, which is good news for France. So, and then there's a whole lot of nothing in Tunis and Tyrrhenian Sea, where they brace with each other, and Tunis is probably going to stay Italian as a result of that French fleet walking back. Can Justin hold on to what he's taken? Sev is potentially going to go back to the Russian, potentially to the Turk. Anyone could hold Sev at the end of this turn. Ram is going to be hard for Austria to hold, but it could be used to retake Serbia, for example. So there's a lot that Justin's got to get right to really make this position strong. And he has been given a big sigh of relief from France moving back, and therefore he doesn't have to worry about the Med for a while. The follow-up is he does get things right in regards to getting Trieste with German support. So that is very nice for Justin. Somewhat surprising that France was happy for that to happen, actually. I would have thought France would rather tap Venice to make sure Austria kept Trieste, but c'est la vie. In the north, England now pulls a fleet back because they're worried about the French, while France goes back into the Med to make up for what they did before. But the German centres are successfully taken down, and EF, if they want to stick together, which they're in a pretty good position to stick together. Like, usually you look at this position, Germany's dead, Russia's essentially dead. Is England going to flip on France, or are they going to channel armies through the east side of the board? They have an army in Kiel, an army in Berlin, an army in St. Peter, an army in Norway. So they're actually in a really good position to keep pushing that way. Whereas if there were more fleets there and less armies, it would be a lot more tempting to stab France, I think.
How about North Atlantic Ocean?
I think that's a reaction to Mid-Atlantic, right? So it's sort of France reacted to England, now England's reacting to France. England's putting 2 builds down, so if they decide to push on that, they could put 2 fleets down. I think with the armies in position, I'd rather keep the EF going and contain Turkey.
Well, and Justin, though, whilst they did guess correctly in Trieste, guessed incorrectly in Budapest, Sevastopol, and Romania, which is pretty rough for them. They're going down as a result. Looks like we've lost Darcy for a second, so let's keep going for 1907 with you. Oh no, Darcy's back. Hello, Darcy. Not just in time for 1907. What do we have?
Well, we have Justin again trying to get Moscow to move to Sev, but Russia says no, it's going to be Ukraine and you're going to deal with it. Craig and Justin continue to fight, continue to make me want to be in their games in VDL. Whilst England's position just continues to get better and better as they angle towards Warsaw and Moscow. It looks like Justin is going to help Derek to stay alive for as long as possible, which I think is a good play on Justin's behalf. I will be curious to see if England does decide to stab, or if they'll go for the two centres. I think they probably will go for the two centres. North Atlantic goes to Clyde. Again, another Clyde point out. But yeah, other than that, things are pretty bog standard.
Yeah, EF have shown that they're going to keep pushing forward, right? So that alliance, I'd be surprised if there's a stab in the immediate future now after committing like this.
Yeah. Jake finds the right tactics around Tunis, so he takes Tunis. Meanwhile, Craig and Justin trade another center. This is not helping anyone at this point in the game, and other than England, who walks into Warsaw, will get Moscow most likely in the near future, and Justin continues to try to support Moscow down to Sev, and Russia continues to just watch the fight between Austria and Turkey. Other than that, I think it's just the EF just getting to the line whilst Austria-Turkey fight more.
Well, France has finally got into Tunis. It's taken a lot longer than it should have done, but it means that Justin now has a mid fight on his hands as well, and he hasn't secured all the Austrian dots before that happened, which means that I think Justin is really on the back foot, especially if England starts looking at Galicia, Ukraine, and really punishing.
Yeah, I was going to say, Michaelis, this is not England and France getting to the line. This is England and France getting over the line. And how far over? Let's find out, Michaelis.
Yeah, so this is where you start looking at the monster results as England and France. There is no line against you, so just push over it. I love it. I love to see it. I think that stabs between them and a fight would be so reductive on your total score. Just push over that line, take all you can. Goes into Ukraine and not Galicia, but this is to lock up Moscow. That's fine. France is into Venice. Germany pulls that army off the board, probably realizing that Piedmont as a retreat doesn't matter because France would cover Marseille, so they'd rather go get a drink at the bar. And in the mid for now, there's no progress, but yeah, maybe a little bit of a conservative set of moves, actually. I probably would have tried to put Tyrrhenian Sea into Tuscany behind and then follow Western Mediterranean, just get more fleets in position.
Wow.
I don't take that draw.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a time capacity, or maybe there's something here, but there are a lot more dots on this board.
True. But like time capacity, you're in fall. Take Moscow. Watch Justin and Craig fight for another turn. You potentially get a center off of it. Yeah, I just don't think you draw now. I mean, this might have been a very tense EF diplomatically. We don't know about that side of things, but I think this is a mistake to draw here.
Well, we will bring Brandon back to the stream. Brandon, I mean, is there an argument against just rolling the board here as EF?
What's this, round one? Like, if there's a couple of other rounds, you don't need to totally dominate, really. Like, you've both got solid scores from it. I mean, yeah, maybe it's, you know, if you keep rolling, it would be to knock down someone else's score, right? So you're not having to worry about contending with them later. Like, you've both got solid scores here. You could keep going, knock Justin down a little bit more, maybe, but Yeah, I think it's fine to draw here. You're in round one. You can make up for it later.
Yes. Well,
Might have been a vibe. Might have been a vibes thing as well. Like if someone wasn't having a great game, maybe that's why it's ended in fall and not after the adjudication, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And it's a very good call out. It's very important to make sure that everyone's having fun. And if people stop having fun, probably should stop playing. As a result, what we can see here is, if I can have a look at the standings, after round one, Patrick Jacobson and Adam Silverman and Ed Sullivan all up the top. It's a pretty tight top 10. There's not a huge amount of points between them in this scoring system. So, I mean, to me, it looks like it's almost anyone's tournament from here. There's no clear leader.
Yeah, nobody really pushed the boat out to get higher scores. We saw not just that game, but a couple times before when more centres were on the table and draws were taken before the dots. So I don't know. In a top-based system, I think that makes sense. In a centre-based system, I tend to think that getting the dots is very useful, and maybe there's going to be a few people who look back on that first round with some regret at not taking those extra dots.
Yeah. Well, we'll push right on ahead and take our extra dots for board 2A in round 2. Michalis, I think it is time for your break. Unless I have that wrong. No, we do have that right. Michalis, have fun. See you soon. How about, Darcy, you tell us who's playing and then we jump straight in. Darcy is frozen or not hearing me. So how about Brandon? You tell us who's playing or we jump straight in.
Dunsky. We've got Kayla Silverman in France, Matt Chisholm in England, Patrick Jacobson in Germany, Daniel Devalon in Russia, Brian Long in Turkey, Keith Warsall in Austria, and Jake Mannix in Italy. Patrick had an awesome round one game, so I'm very keen to see how they handle Germany in this situation. So, but it should be good.
What do you got?
Spring 01, Kayla goes straight to channel. I like that. Maybe I am thinking a misorder for London and Eddie. Like both holding does not seem ideal at all. They now are not going to have a build. So yeah, that's interesting. Standard moves for Patrick Jacobson. In Germany, Russia, pretty standard. Unfortunate for Warsaw though, holding. Maybe they thought there was a DMZ of Galicia. That's unfortunate. But also, Daniel's going to have to worry about some stuff from Brian going into black. Keith, standard Austrian moves, getting into Galicia, and it'll be... Yeah, we'll see whether Venice was arranged or Trieste was arranged or not. So, yeah, I'm excited to see how Kayla goes with this, because going to channel is cool straight off the bat, and yeah, especially with England going to be a bit stunted from not moving their fleets.
For sure, and I think Daniel's moves to move north, showing a lot of trust to their southern allies, which was not reciprocated very quickly. So we'll see how that plays. Plays quite brutally.
Yeah, that hurts. Their southern fleet gets blown up. They don't get Romania. They lose Sev. They get Norway and Sweden though, so that's cool. So it's very nice of England to not move there and give that to them. So. Yeah, Patrick doesn't contest Kayla for Belgium, but why not? England sort of stuffed up a little bit here, so may as well FG it. And Jake convoys the army into Tunis and picks up Budapest as well. So, yeah, 2 builds for everyone bar England, who gets none.
Darcy, are you with us again?
Yes, I am lagging a little bit, but I'm here for the most part.
We have the Russian Norway, which is I think a new Australian meta that's going on. Daniel must have come down to ANU and played a few games down there recently.
Yeah, we're getting the Alex Batten or Batman vibes coming in here, as England loves to just give Russia, Norway, and Sweden straight off the bat. So Yeah, well, there's been a couple of games this tournament so far where Russia's ended up with Norway and Sweden, right? So can't be too bad.
And Italian Budapest is also a lovely little note to see if that's arranged or not. I mean, 2 fleets, maybe it was arranged. Darcy, talk us through 1902. Brandon, talk us through 1902.
Yeah, so Kate, oh no, you there, Darcy? You can go.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
there. I'll just talk, and if I suddenly cut off, just start talking for me, Brandon.
Too easy.
Kayla continues her very aggressive play that she showed in round 1 by taking English Channel. England's just in complete retreat. Patrick Jacobson is licking his lips with another good result potentially here in round 2 in Germany, taking North Sea, moving to Baltic and Helgoland, wanting the smoke with absolutely everyone. And why not? This is now an RT apparently, as Turkey supports Galicia into Romania, and Budapest goes on an adventure to Galicia in 1902. This is quite an interesting Italian position. The fleet in Apulia also shows a little bit of distrust with Keith. In fall, we have Patrick gets Sweden and gets London and is absolutely loving this game, just like round 1 as he goes up 2. Galicia goes back to Budapest this time. The AI gets into Eastern Med, and Russia looks like they don't really care about the north and are mainly focused on the south. Kayla moves Belgium back to Picardy, showing even more trust with Patrick, and takes Spain. I think with Brest to Paris, most likely we are seeing a fleet Brest build here. I think Spain wants to be going to Clyde next turn.
This is an interesting case with Kayla and Patrick of Kayla making the early aggressive moves, but Patrick getting a lot of the early gains. So hopefully there's a bit of balancing that might happen in this alliance. But yeah, and I think I said this earlier in the stream, but potentially a case for making sure that that you're not always the one to do the aggression first. Your ally is also moving at the same time there. Very good German position. Couple of builds coming on the board. 2 armies. That's an interesting build if you're looking at that as France and going, we're attacking England, and what are your 2 armies doing? They're either going for Russia or me.
Yeah,
yes,
like,
and the army not being in Berlin is interesting as well.
Yep. Like if that army was in Berlin, I'd be maybe a little less worried because they do have a lot of fleets up there, and there's only 1 English and 1 Russian that could contest them. But yeah, the army in Kiel is awkward. So Keith having to disband as well. So we lose Army Trieste. Otherwise, everyone else stays the same. And yeah, that fleet Brest as expected.
Let's see what happens.
Okay, well, Kiel goes to Munich. Munich goes to Tyrolia. FG support of Picardy into Wales. And Patrick puts Daniel into Edinburgh as well. But that conveniently gets Norwegian away from Norway. So sure, I'll give you Edinburgh. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Sevastopol walks out and Daniel walks into Sevastopol. And Brian is losing Bulgaria. It gets blown up. And meanwhile, Jake is pushing those fleets further in. So, yeah. All right, here we see Kayla making some gains of getting Liverpool. Oh, look at that. Sweden just went into Norway. That's crazy. Just some bouncing of the fleets around Western Med, and also a bounce in Burgundy, which is interesting, like Patrick not wanting to full commit against Russia here. Could have moved Munich to Silesia. We love some silly Silesia nonsense, but that hasn't happened. Tyrolia getting into Vienna. So Patrick's picking up 2 this year again. So he's doing well. This hurts. This game is hurting for Keith, losing Vienna. Not being able to hold Bulgaria either, as Brian puts Daniel into Bulgaria, which, if they're going to lose Bulgaria anyway, cool. May as well make the friend out of Russia and be able to keep Sevastopol as well. So, yeah.
Still, I feel bad for Brian having had not the best game last round. It's not looking amazing for him here, but let's see how it goes. More armies for Patrick. This is Patrick has listened to the statement that there are no centers in the sea, and is after all the centers with all the armies.
Patrick getting a free walk into St. Petersburg, and probably gets Edinburgh here. Looks like another 2-build turn.
Accidentally bounces Daniel in Norwegian. So
Yeah.
damn, they didn't call him. Oh, what a shame. Sorry, mate. Can't get back to all these open centers.
Yes, so looks like the board has realized, why are we giving Patrick another very easy board top, guys? Let's do something about it. So loses Vienna, blows it up. Daniel wins the Jade Buddha Prize for all holds, literally all holding, no supports, just holds. Kayla is starting to be able to preach for themselves in terms of alliance stability by being the one that gets Edinburgh. Good work from her. I would like to note another Clyde move in the retreat phase. Berlin to Prussia, Kiel to Berlin shows that it is indeed not long for this world in St. Petersburg. Brian has a slightly more happy turn this time after Jamal pointed out it wasn't going too well, and takes Smyrna here as Jake realizes the French are coming.
Walks back out of Smyrna because it's important to keep the Italian fleets. That is really good play by Brian. Quick call out there.
Yeah. Sure.
It's turns out that no, we are not going to keep Vienna here. We are going to instead take Budapest and let Patrick take back Vienna here. At the same time as taking St. Petersburg. So he still goes up to moving into Livonia and convoy into Norway. And Helgoland moves to Holland as English Channel moves to Mid-Atlantic. I wonder what Holland's going to be doing.
Chilling.
Kayla successfully moves into Western Med, but is looking like she's quickly going to get into a locked up Med battle, which Patrick isn't really going to care about, as Patrick will just walk in behind. Brian walks out of Smyrna because he is a lovely guy that genuinely does not deserve the cruelness that diplomacy gives out sometimes. I really hope Brian has a good round 3. I think he very much deserves it.
Yeah. Do we think Patrick Jacobson is going to build 2 more armies here, people?
Yes.
Yeah, probably. Like, I don't know, maybe a fleet that's gonna scare. Like, I'd say a fleet kill would scare Kayla, but
whatever scares Kayla is what he'll do.
2 armies.
2 armies.
Yeah. Very,
he's got fleets. 3 fleets already, so just pump them out, mate. Should be good.
Yeah. Again, he's in the chat. He knows there are no units. There are no centers, rather, in the sea. So
exactly.
Keep going with the armies.
Yeah, so for the disbands, I think we saw Galicia and now go for Daniel, which is awkward now that Silesia gets blown up as well. A little bit of shuffling from Brian walking into Bulgaria as well. Keith is pulling his armies up, probably hoping to be able to take something from Patrick and just try and maintain some sort of holdable position. Med battle stays exactly the same, nothing changes. And we have Eddie going to Yorkshire.
Patrick will probably pick up 2 again this year. He is doing some diabolical things on this board if he does go up 2 again. I guess we'll just have to see.
Only one. Oh, no, he
Only
loses
one,
London
but he goes down London as well because
and Vienna.
Darcy knows to worry about French that move to Yorkshire. So, but yeah, the goes down London, gets Warsaw, so stays. Oh no, sorry, goes down Vienna as well. So yeah, loses one. Doesn't get Moscow because Brian and Daniel are doing the right thing and holding it. Keith is could have been building one. Oh no, actually, does he still build one? He's only got 3 units on the board because he has 4. Goes down Serbia. Yeah. Jake gets into Western Med, but Kayla gets into North Africa, so still messy there. Jake convoying Albania to Apulia is interesting because I feel like that's not benefiting Jake, but maybe I'm seeing something wrong.
Another shout out for the nicest man in diplomacy, Brian, who walks through Bulgaria into Serbia because Austria is gaining back, and we absolutely can't hurt Russia because that would be mean.
Yeah. Okay. Fleet Breast from Kayla. Patrick has to disband, so he is not going up 2. Maybe people are looking at what's going on the board here and they might be able to do something about it. He's still got those 2 northern fleets though, so he can make a gain in the north if he wants. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Army Trieste, I think makes sense for Keith here, and Brian with a fleet and con, if he doesn't have to worry about Daniel in Russia, yeah, may as well try and get a fleet into this med battle that's going on.
Darcy, if I'm Kayla, the disband of Silesia and not one of the northern fleets is screaming alarm bells for me here. What do you think?
Yes, I think Kayla should be moving Brest to English Channel. I've played a fair few games with Patrick, and I know if he sees a decent stab, even if it's only 1 or 2, he will take it. He is good at holding those stabs, to be fair to him. So we'll see what Patrick does here in the next few years. All right. Well, he takes Moscow at the expense of losing Warsaw. Gets into Ukraine. Moves Munich to Ruhr, which is an interesting decision. Convoys London to Belgium. Another interesting thing. And Clyde is moved to again, as I assume Clyde moves to Eddie. Meaning that London and Eddie are both now and Liverpool are all now vulnerable. In the Med, Kayla makes the mistake of Western Med being now able to retreat to Spain. Brian continues to just try and be as friendly to everyone as possible as he moves to Aegean and moves Serbia to Albania. Yeah.
I saw that Mao was misordered here, which is pretty brutal from Kayla.
True. I didn't see that.
Yep. And this is a humongous positional stab that, I'm sure Kayla didn't see as a stab, but convoying over to Belgium, London, Liverpool, and Belgium are all guaranteed to go this turn. Which is huge.
And I know Patrick well enough to know that stab will be happening this turn. I can guarantee.
We know one thing. Patrick is no Brian Long. He's not anywhere.
Yes, that is true.
Nice as Brian Long.
And shocking no one, Patrick Jacobson takes Belgium, Liverpool, and London, breaking young Kayla's heart in the process. Takes back Warsaw as well. Means that he is building 1, 2, 3, 4 centers gained here, and is well and truly in the lead. Although Vienna gets into Bohemia, making Bohemia retreat to Munich, so only 2 of them will be placed down. Looks like the air is, well, the Eastern Quad is trying its hardest against Patrick. It is failing, though, as Jake Mannix also falls out of Spain here, sadly. So it looks like Kayla won't be going down anything in Spain, but Patrick has well and truly won this board, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And we see Brian as well moving Albania to Serbia. Like had 2 vacant Austrian centers, could have walked into, but there's no need for that. Go back to Serbia, remain friendly. So yeah, it's good.
Brian is quickly becoming my favorite player at this tournament. Of course, Patrick builds 2 armies because he has to build 2 armies every time he can. Kayla's pulling 3. That's rough. Let's see how this plays out. Well, yeah, that's probably an expected result here. Brandon, what do you reckon?
Yeah, like that the English blunder at the beginning, not moving the fleets, just opened the door for Patrick to roll here. Especially having Kayla on side. The unfortunate positioning for Kayla as well. Patrick being able to use that, and then just a little bit of squabbling in the east, whatever. Yeah, he's ended up with a huge score, 209. What's that? That's like 60 more than the previous highest score or something, or maybe 40 to 60, somewhere like that. Like that's huge.
Patrick got 193 in the first round and backs that up with a 209, making him well and truly the man to beat going into round 3, unless we see a solo level score here.
Yeah.
Patrick, as Alan Thompson would say, you're a bad man.
Yeah.
That stab on Kayla was brutal and potentially tournament winning.
Yeah. Michaelis can be introduced to the Bad Man Award, which is an award given by Australian player Alan Thompson to somebody who does bad things. Brian Long, good man. Patrick Jacobson, bad man. What are your thoughts, Michaelis? And I'll pull up this comment from Keith because I think this is probably fairly pertinent as well.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick just maneuvered Kayla into a position to take advantage, and there were multiple times when those fleets could have gone to like Kiel, Sweden, somewhere where you can park them where they're not a threat to France, and he never did it. And maybe she should have been a little more demanding to make sure, but it's a sort of a learning experience, and I think in future she'll know to do that. What I like here is Patrick, that this draw, there weren't more dots on the table. Like, yes, maybe you can try and take Brest and Paris, but there's a risk that you lose stuff to the east. Also, Moscow isn't that secure, so I actually really like this as a time to draw. Like, you've made the big stab, you've got all the points. Peace.
Yeah, it seems like from the chat too, there was maybe some vibes considerations around going on as well. That that was a pretty brutal stab, and it can be hard when you get stabbed brutally to want to kind of keep playing in that capacity. So yeah, I totally get it. Let's move on after congratulating Patrick to board 2B. I think Darcy, it is your turn for a break. And Michaelis, how about you tell us who is on this board and how they're all from the west coast of the United States?
All right. So in England, we have Dan Eastwood. In France, we have Derek Bassett. In Germany, we have Mitchell Blaylock. In Italy, Elliot Howe. Austria is Matt Krill. Russia, Eddie Bassan. And Turkey, Doc Binder. So we have a very experienced East that we're all pretty familiar with, Eddie, Matt, and Doc, and a West that I believe is made up mostly of locals. And Italy, who's sort of going to have to thread a bit of a tightrope here.
And it is great to see so many locals playing from Denver. Is it Denver or Boulder where the tournament's held? It's in Colorado somewhere.
I think the tournament's in Boulder, but I think it's the Denver club that hold it there. Yeah. It's pretty close either way.
Yeah, it's great to see so many players hailing from the local area, just a stone's throw away from the Mexican border. Let's see how this one goes, Michaelis.
All right, Spring of 01, we see a bounce in Burgundy rather than DMZ. quite unusual so far. And other than that, the West is pretty normal. Venice goes to Piedmont. Don't see that so much nowadays. So maybe Munich to Burgundy wasn't arranged. Maybe this was an attempt to jump on France, which France sniffed out. Well done by Derek, if so. The East, we see the old-fashioned Turkish opening from Doc, and nothing else really jumping out at me. Full 1901, we see when you're in Piedmont as Italy, you've got basically a 50-50. Do I move to Marseille or do I not move to Marseille so that France walks out? In this case, they tried to walk in and France correctly guessed to cover it. So good job, Derek gets the win on that regard. England has Belgium for free because it's the only unit next to it, which is nice for them. And more significantly, they get Germany to bounce Sweden. Less significantly, they don't take Norway. So that looks like an unfortunate misorder on Dan's part. Not as costly as some English misorders we've seen, but as at least he is still building. The East, meanwhile, we're looking at another AT by the looks of it. So Doc gets 2 builds, goes straight up into Romania and gets to backfill Bulgaria, which is always delightful when you're Turkey. This is a nice setup for an AT.
Brandon, is this a world where actually this is genius from Dan because he knows that Eddie's getting bounced out of 2, so can't build St. Petersburg, so you still have Norway guaranteed next year?
Maybe. I think as much as everyone seems to be doing weird stuff around Norway and Sweden between England and Russia, like I don't know, just take Norway. Like even if Eddie's not building, just take it.
This looks to me like something where you accidentally write Norway to Norwegian or something where you can't enter it on Backstabber, but it's just a
or maybe just the typical maybe just NOR and everyone just debates which one that actually is. So yeah.
Well, we have a lot of fleets this time, double fleets from Doc, and what looks to me like, and you can call this out, Brandon, a Western triple.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate. Like maybe if Dan had that extra build, then this may not have happened. But Portugal to Mao, Brest to English, going down Belgium because Belgium is where English armies go to die. And Italy just completely pulling back from Derek as well, allowing them to do the full shuffle around. Otherwise, AT progress, they guarantee black. They get into Galicia, and they're now in a position to crack Ionian as well.
So Belgium is where English armies go to die, but in this case, they didn't do the job on making sure it died, and they've let it retreat to Burgundy, which is really annoying if you're Derek, who now has to cover both Paris and Marseille against that in a turn where he probably doesn't really want to be doing that. I think I'd have far rather let it retreat to Picardy, and then I'm still moving my units in the correct direction. Well, where you maybe have to consider doing like Spain to Marseille here is very bad for your tempo.
Yeah.
But Brandon,
that's not.
Belgium holds. Mitchell was able to pocket that. Helgeland guarantees north. Picks up Norway. Couldn't do anything about London. Of course, Mao's going to go to Irish as well. I think, this is not good for Dan. Baltic covers Kiel. I guess that sort of makes sense, and taps Sweden just to see what's going on. Russian fleet gets blown up by moving black there. So
they smell a rat.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
This is a big turn for Eddie Bassan, who could have lost Warsaw and St. Petersburg and Sweden, and loses none of them.
Could have lost Sevastopol as well. Should have actually been down everything, but and is in a decent position actually getting to build 2 here. Italy, seeing that there's a rat, is now going to really wish that they didn't have those 2 armies away adventuring in Silesia and Bohemia. Those armies are a bit too far away from home.
yeah, really sucks for Elliot. But yeah, like again, like with Eddie, had a whole heap of centers that he could have lost. Could just be a hell of a lot of tension elsewhere that you're able to pull it off. It's pretty good.
This is one of those Eddie Bassan from the 1980s moves that's just magic and no one knows how it happened. He's putting down 2. Michaelis, let's see how he goes this turn.
That's interesting that when you're in a rat, the point of Russia is to go and play in the north. So not building in St. Petersburg was an interesting decision, but it's what he's chosen to do.
Maybe
Elsewhere, the east,
the 2 Italian armies, because they're just a bit odd.
Yeah. Well, in the east, Bulgaria convoys straight into Naples, which is brilliant if you're dot bender. And Austria has Venice guaranteed because the Italian armies have decided, you know what? We could go back and defend, but where's the fun in that? Let's keep going. So this Italian train is now chugged on to another station, and Prussia and Silesia is where those 2 Italian armies are. So you're lining up on Warsaw, which is really good if Russia didn't have a unit in Ukraine that could defend Warsaw, and you can't even get someone to tap it for you. But maybe you can, I don't know, try and find a way into Berlin. That's possible. EF, meanwhile, well, France walks into Liverpool while England takes Germany. Takes Denmark from Germany with Russian support, which is probably nice for Russia. If they can cut a deal where they get Norway out of it, even better. Yeah, Germany is slightly on the back foot, but it's not, their position isn't too bad at the moment, as long as nobody walks into Munich. And there are now 3 countries which all have units next to Munich. And you've got to look at those 2 French armies that went to Picardy and Burgundy and ask why.
Just to
Go back, of course.
Go back.
Yep. Turns out that nobody walked into Munich other than the German. But of course, the Italian, those armies, why go for Warsaw? Warsaw's been blocked off. You know what? You know where those Italian armies should be in fall of 1903? They should be in Sweden. Great. I don't think I've ever seen an Italian army in Sweden that often. And there's very few things I can say on the diplomacy board that I've never seen. So cool. Good job, Elliot. That is fun. I love it. Yeah,
in 1903 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Italian armies in Sweden before, but this early in the game, wow.
This is probably as quick as it can happen.
Yeah, the rat gets Venice as expected. So it's not all good news for Italy, but they're going to go and be a janissary in Scandinavia. So Italy is the New England, I guess. Russia is moving to Finland and has opened up St. Petersburg, which doesn't matter because they don't have a build. And England walked back out of Denmark, which is unfortunate for them. Yeah, does defend Edinburgh, but this is looking really good for France, and the rat is making decent progress. But the question is, like, what are Turkey's next stops? It looks like the deal was to try and get Greece by agreement, backfilling it as Austria tried to take Naples. It's the docks in a good position, but like one or Matt already might have to worry soon, because the rat isn't going to be getting tuners if France is there to help Italy.
Eddie's going down 1. Italy's going down 1. England's going down 1. Everyone else is going up 1. See, I think some fairly standard builds in this situation. I mean, everything is also, though. I mean, the Italian train, Prussia has gone off the board. The Italian train has maybe departed the station, which is very sad.
It's actually somewhat surprising to me. I thought they would just get rid of Tuscany because the home centers are lost anyway.
What do we see?
Yeah, well, Elliot's making good with Derek, putting him into Trenian Sea. Derek is pulling back from... pulling Irish back to Mao. It's probably not needed there anyway. Looks like Germany is good with Elliot and Sweden. There's no need for England or Russia to get in there. So they're holding there. Bunch of holds around Belgium and Holland, just in case, I guess, there was any EF cooperation. Munich holds, and Kiel goes to Berlin. So other than that, I don't see much else really going on.
What sorts of Prussia? Sorry, You go first.
Yeah, sorry, Warsaw. I was going to say Bulgaria East Coast is interesting, but
Yeah. Bulgaria East Coast is. I'm keeping it there. Watch out, Eddie. But Warsaw to Prussia is just, it's less efficient than Silesia. You threaten less, so I don't love that move. But maybe it was intended to, I don't know, block a convoy coming back or something like that they were worried might happen.
maybe they convoy into Sweden. Who knows? So.
Oh,
damn!
Nice.
Okay, almost happened. Yeah. Okay. So only difference with the moves around London, Liverpool, or whatever is London goes to Yorkshire instead of tapping north. A failed convoy of Spain to Tuscany. Mao goes to Western Med. Austria captures Rome. Everything else is holding, staying the same. Vienna goes to Bohemia. Rum goes to Galicia. Eddie is able to pick up Norway, so that's cool. Convoying in Sweden would have also been cool, but that's fine. And yeah, Belgium, Holland move away. Go east.
Very, very patient play from Doc here at this point. Like, he's not even the one really on the front line in the Med. Yes, he's in Ionian, but all that's at risk would be Naples. Like, not going into either Austria or Russia is very patient, and we'll see whether that patience is rewarded.
I think Mitchell moved Holland into Kiel, which means they blocked themselves up for a build.
Yeah. That hurts.
Yeah.
I hear Florida is quite cold all year round with the snows there, so it's, you practice being patient.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Petersburg is good.
Yep.
Yeah, it's taken a little while for In a Rat to be until 1905 before there's a Russian fleet north coast in St. Petersburg, but it's finally there and it is doing the job that you would expect it to do in a Rat. So it gets out to Norway, which is always good. It's guaranteed from the fact that Russia managed to get into Sweden, which is good news for them. England was decided that, you know what, bouncing Edinburgh, I'm bored of that. Taking the Jess for London, I'm bored of that as well. I want Brest. So they walk down to English Channel and are going to have a free walk into Brest, which is obviously pretty bad if you're Derek here. Yeah, they're taking Edinburgh, so they're not going to have a disband from it, but it's been a real pain to kill that unit now because you don't have the ability to send fleets backwards, really. Western Med, maybe, but the other fleets are sort of needed to contain the Rat. So tough for Derek in this position. Elsewhere, it's just Rat pushing to the line and nothing else really of note. Fall of 05, France gets blown up in Tuscany, which is actually kind of convenient because it means they get to rebuild in Paris. It's even more convenient because Germany's gone to Burgundy, which is quite wild. Mitchell deciding, if I'm going down, you're coming down with me. So Austria gets into Munich. Turkey gets into Berlin. So the patient play from Doc has been rewarded. Great. Love it. And Russia is in North Sea, which can only mean good things for Russia.
I think this German position too could have been avoided if they hadn't, they moved Belgium to Ruhr and then Ruhr to Belgium. And then Holland to Kiel meant they couldn't build that extra army, or they could have built a fleet or whatever. The extra unit might have actually made the difference in not losing Berlin and Munich here.
Yeah. I mean, covering Belgium I got because the English fleet and you were fighting England. But yeah. I think the point was if they'd not covered Kiel, having that extra unit, and it probably would have been all okay. And instead, everything is terrible. France... This was all sort of created when France decided to use that fleet they had in the north to go up to Yorkshire to force Eddie instead of containing North Sea, containing the fleet that's now in Brest. I think that was the real mistake that FG made here, and it's where everything else has sort of come as a result of that, a sort of cascading avalanche of bad news.
Yeah, they were making the right play with tapping north, but they got greedy for Eddie and goes this way.
Yeah, I did look at that and think, why don't you just let North into Eddie and then go into North and blow it up afterwards? It seems a little more efficient. But as a result, the Rat rolls on with more North Coast fleets because, Russia has the Western Seas at this point. Brandon.
Michaelis? Or...
I thought it was my year. I'll leave it to you.
Oh, no, that's all right. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, Brest goes to England, English Channel, to try and bounce something out, I guess, but London doesn't even go for it. Denmark gets popped, retreats to Skag. Eddie's making gains out of Denmark. Berlin goes to Kiel. Kiel has to retreat to Holland. Piedmont is dislodged. It goes back to Marseille. Matthews' armies are just pushing west. Adriatic goes to Albania. And Doc goes to Armenia and Romania. So fun moves.
The rat has essentially, to Austria and Turkey, the rat's done its job. Like, the West is in complete disarray and they're falling apart. Do you still need Russia? Probably not. This is the correct time, I think, to go and take some Russian dots. And it may even be by agreement. Like, Eddie is still getting Berlin backfilled. He may even be happy to give Sev up. But this is the time where Doc needs to take some dots for himself. And Kiel, yes, you're in Kiel, but it's such a precarious one that I'd be wanting something else to make sure I'm actually getting something.
Yeah.
Patience to a saint.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Doesn't need to take Sev because they've got Kiel. They're in Ionian, they're in Tyrrhenian Sea. Austria's armies are making more progress. They're in Ruhr, then they backfill Munich. Eddie's... well, actually, yeah, Doc is not going up here because they lose Berlin to Eddie. And England goes to north because you don't need to save your last dot.
Looks like England was convinced to Janissary for EG here and FG here, and France just took Brest anyway. Like, thanks, but no thanks. That's unfortunate for Dan. One last hoodwinking there, but Derek's position is better than it was. There's still some problems in the center of the board. Germany is obviously dead, and the fact they're pulling 2 units means that there is complete Northern Fleet dominance for the rat still, with England and probably the 2 German fleets coming off this board. Maybe Helderland stays. So France's problems are not over, but they're less bad than they were a year ago. And if this game is going to draw sort of 1908-ish, like a lot of them have done so far, then France can probably hold on to a decent score from here.
The fleets are off. Eddie's now putting armies down. I think this is an interesting question of how far the rat wants to push at this point. What do we think, Michaelis?
Well, they take Tunis because that was essentially guaranteed, and they take North Sea because nothing could stop them, and nothing else tries to move, which is quite draw-y, or it could just be calm before the storm.
Looks drawy to me.
Yeah, so 8.
There we go.
It's kind play from the experienced players in the East. I think the West was cracked and they could have kept pushing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what time it is. This could be quite late at night, and this could be a reason to wind things up early. Not everyone wants to play until 6 a.m. or play overnight and then go on DBN, Darcy. But I would say that it makes sense for most of these players to take the draw. Like, Russia is in a very precarious position if the rat breaks. Yes, they have a lot in the West, but they could lose a lot in the East just as quickly. Austria is in less of a bad position than they often are in an AT at this stage, but also doesn't have like obvious growth paths. France is holding on for all they're worth. It's really whether Doc wanted this game to continue, and Doc has decided that he's happy with this score.
And we'll bring back Darcy Morris, the man who was up all night playing diplomacy. How was your power nap, Darcy?
Oh, no, just go and chill in bed because I'm cold.
All right. Well, on that note, we will give, I think it is Brandon's turn for a break, or if I get that wrong. Yep, your turn for a break, Brandon. We'll give you a break. You can go be cold now for a little bit. And we will go to round 2, board C. Darcy, who do we have on this board?
All right, in England we have Justin Law, in Germany Peter Cook, in Russia J.R. Rails, in Turkey Joe Geeson, in Austria Ed Sullivan, in Italy Russell Weisfield, and in France Stephen Unger.
We're going to see how hungry Justin Law is for dots for this game after his last game. Let's have a look at it, Darcy Morris.
Well, he's in English Channel, so that's a start. Everything else in the West is pretty normal, except we do see Munich to Burgundy suggesting early EG cooperation and Venice to Piedmont. So definitely seems like stacks on Stevens, sadly for him. Other than that, DMZ of Black Sea so that Joe can get his fleet into Aegean first turn. But at the same time, JR Rails puts fleet into Romania, so not giving as many options to go against Austria. But other than that, pretty normal.
Yeah, I mean, we see potential EGI with Italy going to Piedmont as well. But Justin didn't do Liverpool to Wales. He went to Yorkshire, which makes actually following up this attack against France is a bit of a pain for England here. Belgium you can take by a fleet, but that's just leaving the channel, or you're leaving North Sea if you're going to try and take Norway. Otherwise you have to convoy over, which is actually a problem for relationship with Russia. So I don't know if this is necessarily going to be a progressive anti-France move from Justin, or if this is just to go and take Belgium.
Denmark holds, allowing Russia to take Sweden. Romania moves to Black Sea to let Ukraine into Romania, or at least that's definitely what Russia's saying to Turkey as Turkey gets his fleet into Aegean. Ed continues to be boring and do normal Austrian moves. Come on, give us something tactical to talk about, Ed. Italy gets into Marseille, whilst Germany keeps Burgundy there, so that's quite nice. As Michaelis pointed out, England doesn't really feel like following up on the France attack, so moves into Belgium and convoys the army to Norway, suggesting a change of direction for England. And France builds one.
It's quite rare to see Italy taking Marseille in 1901 nowadays. It used to be a lot more common, very much out of fashion, so cool to see.
If Justin did change directions, he might be changing right back with those builds.
Yeah,
well, maybe not with St. Pete North Coast.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that EG are together. This was always the problem, is that if you convoy to Norway, you risk antagonizing Russia, and that's sort of exactly what happened. But I don't know, it still looks like EG. It's just a lot less efficient than EG than if Liverpool had gone to Wales. Just right now, all of this could have been squared away. You could have had an army in Belgium, still been in Channel, and been in a much nicer position for defending from the Russian as well.
Alice.
Well, you could also just not bother defending from the Russian. That's also a viable route. So convoys Norway down to Belgium to get the army where you really want it for fighting France. Cool. Love it. Therefore loses Norway to Russia, but Russia loses Sweden to Germany. So a bit of a dipsy doodle. Maybe we'll see Germany give a dot to England as a compensation. Elsewhere, there is an air move to the line, or an AR move to the line in Austria and Russia, going to Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia, which is the worst thing that can possibly happen to Germany if you're fighting France, and is really going to ruin their plans. Italy isn't necessarily involved in either situation at the moment. Like, they took Marseille with German help. They haven't done anything anti-German, but they also might struggle to hold Marseille here, and therefore who knows where they're really going to get their next dots. Austria also gets Bulgaria, and Russia gets into Armenia, so bad things happening for Turkey.
There's a world here where Ed decides to walk into Venice instead of following through to Munich. I don't know if that's an Ed kind of play or not, but I feel like it's probably not what Ed would do, but it's an option.
I think not. If Turkey was close to death, then maybe, but Turkey is still, you want at least another year dealing them out, and so I think you still want the Italian on side to do that. Also, Munich is very takeable.
Indeed.
Yeah. So, yeah, Munich does falls to the Russian rather than the Austrian, which is good work by JR on the negotiating front. And Russia, for some reason, walks out of Norway as well. So don't know what that's about. Maybe he was hoping to bounce something in Skagerrak, or maybe this was some sort of agreement. I don't know. Does take Ankara, and Italy importantly gets a free convoy into Smyrna to takes the chance. Doesn't just convoy to Syria to wait for next year. They go, you know what? Turkey might not cover Smyrna. I'm going to go for it, and is fully rewarded. So, despite losing Marseille, is not down for the year.
I think Turkey has given up based on Aegean trying to support Bulgaria to con. I think Joe's seen the writing on the wall and decided, you know what, time to go home.
Yeah, it's the evening round. Might just want an early night.
All right.
Also, France, a bit of an annoying swap in the West, with France losing Mid-Atlantic but retreating to North Atlantic, which is a problem for both England and France.
Stephen's done a good job of defending so far. Darcy, how's it go this turn?
Stephen blows up Picardy, loses Marseille, and still has an enemy unit in Mid-Atlantic. So it's not looking too hot for him. Loses Brest, but gains Liverpool. Justin loses Norway now as the RG finally get on. Actually, no, they don't get on the same terms. They just get in to Norway. It looks like the heirs continuingly trying to get to the line. Doesn't look too hot for anyone in the West at the moment. This could be a quite brutal game. Everything's pretty normal. Yeah.
This is the turn where I'd be looking at Venice. Doesn't happen, but if AR wanted to stab Italy, a big stab was on that turn.
Yeah. Knowing Ed, I think he would go for the stab, but if he was going to be given con here, then I think he waits another year for the stab, takes con, and then he can take Romania and Venice next year, especially now that he's in Ionian. JR just holds Norway. Seems like the West is still deciding to fight. This time England and Germany are also fighting. The air just continues to make progress, and the West doesn't seem to really care.
Yeah, everything sort of collapsed for Justin that year, and whatever was going on between him and Germany is going to cost both of them. If Italy is going to willingly let Austria and Russia come to Ionian Energy, and then you don't need to stab yet because you're just getting better position to make your stab later. Neither of those fleets being where they are is good news for Italy. I don't know what Russell's being sold that they're needed for, but they are not needed.
He builds Fleet Rome.
Now I think Venice will now go.
No, because Ed is patient. Ed will wait, and it's always there later.
Yeah, I mean, you can always convoy Smyrna out of the way first so that when you take the Turkish dots, you don't have to worry about that retreat. And then you can take Venice because, why take it in spring? Elsewhere, this is my year. Yeah, so Italy is up to North Atlantic and Mid-Atlantic, and daisy chains all of their fleets, and it actually works, which is always nice. France is moving back to Picardy and Burgundy. It looks like they've maybe cut a deal with Italy here, and therefore are just trying to go and fight against the remnants of England and Germany. Germany gets into Belgium, and Russia gets into Sweden, so not great news for them there.
Don't know where Jamal's gone, but we continue.
Continue into full, and everything is terrible if your name is Germany. So they lose Munich. They lose Kiel and Berlin and Denmark all to Russia. Munich is taken by the Austrian as compensation. Venice does not fall, so Air are sticking together and really rolling here. Austria walks into Ankara at the same time, which is almost certainly by agreement. This is how you Fogel an Air. I've done that with Ed before a long time ago. I think it was virtual Cascadia at the start of the pandemic when airs were quite new to the meta and Fogels were very new, and we did an AIR where we rolled the whole board and did the 11-11-11, and I suspect that Ed, the master of that, is already considering the same thing right here.
Yeah. Fogel Watch is absolutely on. Yeah. This could get big very quickly. Let's have a look, Darcy.
Pretty normal builds there. Austria takes Kiel, Belgium supports Russia into Holland, showing that this air truly does have no reason to stab each other. As Italy has free reign of wherever they want their fleets to go, it seems. And I mean, it's just continued rolling, to be honest. Doesn't look good for anyone in the West.
I mean, I think at this point, France is hoping to be the one, right? It's whether any of them get a bit greedy. And Italy is not in a good position to get greedy because Ionian and Easter Med are still there next to their dots, whereas Austria or Russia could put their foot down and start trying to accelerate their position a bit more.
I mean, yeah, if Ed has any plans on winning this tournament, if he's looked at Patrick's second round game, he needs to move to Venice, Naples, Smyrna here, and Romania here, potentially, if he wants any chance at winning this tournament.
He had a pretty good score in the first round, even though it wasn't the top. He still got good on the center count.
Yep. So he does take Romania here, probably by agreement, though. Tunis moves back to Naples, so I think maybe a little bit of caution by Italy, which is good considering the position. Italy takes Liverpool, stays in Portugal, and Austria is getting ready to make France be a one center, whilst France and Germany continue to fight in the West, somehow finding units to continue to fight all three together as North Sea takes Edinburgh. It seems like they're making the entire West fight on the mainland of England and seeing who comes out on top.
It feels like the opportunity to stab Italy is rapidly receding now. Yes, you can still take Smyrna when you want it, but the other centers are getting less and less viable to take. I would expect to see sort of Naples to Apulia now, which can go and cover Venice, and Rome can cover Naples. Tunis is coverable. The stab on Italy, the window has sort of gone. So maybe there's still a stab on Russia. That's not out of the question. Russia is horribly out of position in some regards as well, especially having had to disband and pulling Silesia there. So maybe that's it. Maybe that wasn't by agreement down south.
With the Silesia pull, I don't think so, but yeah.
Let's see. Michalis.
So Ed takes Smyrna, but that's because Italy is taking other centers. It's not a stab at this stage. This is how you would do. No, this is not how you do an 11, because Ed is on way more than 11, actually. Ed's on 13, taking Belgium as well. Can give up Kiel, so that is one way to do it. But Smyrna going to Austria is not how you would do the Fogel, I don't think. So I don't know. This is interesting. Russia sort of holds everything except taking North Sea, and Ed's now in a very, very nice position to stab this Fogel. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
What is that convoy?
That is all of them arranging a convoy of Clyde to Syria, but Ed's going, jokes on you guys, and is stabbing for everything. So
Sullivan.
Yeah, takes Marseille, takes Venice, takes Smyrna, takes Belgium, takes Holland. Takes
the retreat. He missed the retreat. He would have gotten the solo.
He couldn't take Holland without having the retreat. So I don't think that's... It's only 1906 and he's taken, what, 6 centers?
No, well, Holland held. So if Munich had gone into Berlin supported by Kiel, it would have been a solo.
I mean, I think it still might be a solo. It's not a time limited game.
I was going to say that there's plenty of time for this to turn into a solo, right? Like this is devastating position.
Patrick's going to be seething if he loses loses the tournament to a solo here.
Well, this is +6 for Ed Sullivan going to 17, and I mean I don't see how the solo is stopped from this position. That is maybe the most brutal deep stab I have ever seen. That is huge. Ed Sullivan, take your cigar out and stub it on the board.
Okay, maybe Ed is allowed to question my tactical decisions on the diplomats now. I give him a free pass to do that. I'm sorry for ever doubting you, Ed.
Can we go back to the winter? Because Belgium isn't holdable, so that one will be lost. France is pulling 2 units. England is gone. Italy and Russia both have a disband, but they both have like very superfluous units that they can do it whilst still trying to hold on. So the solo is not guaranteed. It's only putting 3 down. Naples there's some guesswork down there. The real key is how many can he hold on to whilst taking Warsaw, Moscow, Sevastopol? Because those centers are going to fall to Ed.
I mean, the issue I see is Eastern Med goes to Aegean, and Ed has so many issues. It's not funny.
Yeah, you've got a lot of guesswork to do with that unit for sure. But the thing is, Warsaw, Moscow, Sevastopol is 20. He can therefore lose 2 other dots. That Eastern Med unit can only take 1. Belgium is 1. Can they take more than that? Like Kiel is also vulnerable here. So Ed has a bit of a race against time to make this work, but it's still very doable.
Let's find out. Oh, he draws.
What are you doing, Ed?
Sullivan. Wow.
Oh my. Wow. Wow.
So there is potentially a scoring system thing here where, because the way that a solo is scored, you essentially end the game and then you give like half of the points to the soloer. Then maybe there's a reason not to, although Keith is saying there's a conceded solo, so maybe there's a quirk here where you're allowed to concede a solo that we didn't pick up in the scoring system. But yeah,
right. All right. So yeah, in that case, fair enough. I'm actually surprised it's a conceded solo, because this was stoppable if you make the correct guesses. So in that case, my shrug of outrage turns to the other people.
I don't think there's guesses here. I think it's not a solo. I think Eastern Med to Aegean is horrible for Ed. And like they can take Naples here. They can probably take Marseille here. They can take Belgium here. Like, I don't think this is a solo.
But all of that is guesswork. And you also have to remember that Russia is going to be pulling a lot of units, because Russia is the one who's going to be going down dots. Can you replace those Russian units? It's not like Ed can probably solo in 08. If he doesn't solo in 08, he probably won't solo in 09. But if you push it to 12 or 13, it's back on the table, because Russia has to get back up to cover St. Petersburg sooner or later, whilst not losing Kiel in the center of the board. And if Italy has to pull any units along the way, maybe because Rome gets blown up or something, then the Med is very shifty. Like it's not clear. It's definitely soloable. I think it's sort of either next year or in a few years' time. But I'm surprised this was given up on by anyone.
Yeah. Well, either way, I think. I mean, look. Solos are won diplomatically, and this was won diplomatically one way or another. You don't get yourself a 6 center stab without that, and you don't get yourself you convince the board it's done. It doesn't matter. Maybe tactics exists, but at the end of the day, Ed Sullivan convinced this board that he had won, and he had well and truly won. So a very, very big congratulations to him. That is huge, and that is Ed Sullivan at his very, very best. So well done, sir, to you. Brandon Austin will bring back to the stage. Brandon, what are your thoughts there?
Love it. That was a huge move. I loved how, as well, with the convoy to Syria, all the backstabber lines everywhere masked the real moves of that turn. Me sitting off to the side here.
Ooh.
Do the convoy as well. I'm like, haha, nice. Yeah, cute little jab at Naples. Don't let the convoy go through. That's pretty funny. But then, yeah, as the rest of it unfolded, I was like, oh, that's amazing. And yeah, the game's diplomacy and solos don't happen unless the whole board allows it to happen. So I think the game ending this way is it's pretty cool. And yeah, huge game to end. Absolutely love it.
How many points is a solo worth? Because I'm assuming it's worth a lot more than 259.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I have to do the math on it, but yes, I assuming it is worth a lot, and the scoring system in here will be undercutting it a little bit, but yeah, lots and lots is the answer. On that note, we will move on because we do have other games to cover. As much as I would love to end my broadcast career on that game because it was just so good. Michaelis will give you a break, and we will have Darcy Morris call out the players for round 2, board D.
All right. We have Emmett Wainwright in England. We have Craig Mayer in Germany, Cameron Wagner in Russia, Liam Bennett in Turkey, Adam Silverman in Austria, Cameron Higby in Italy, and Troy Bettinger in France.
Very good. Let's go through 1901. What do we see?
A Armenian fist bump to allow the Turkish fleet to get out towards the Aegean, a DMZ of Galicia, a Vienna to Trieste, suggesting no Trieste loan. Thank you very much, Cameron. And then the most bog standard moves you might be able to think of in the West. In 4, we have Black Sea gets taken. Romania gets walked into. Normal decisions made by Adam Silverman and Cameron Higby. Picardy supports Yorkshire to Belgium, suggesting EF cooperation. And there is no bounce in Sweden.
Yes, Cameron Wagner trying to ruin Liam Bennett's day here. Brandon, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, like going to black sucks. Being in Syria also sucks. But we'll see how it goes. Otherwise, I think it's all looking fairly standard, right? See how the English army in Belgium goes, but yeah, 2 armies from France is interesting. I don't think I've seen a French game go well when they've only had 1 fleet, but I don't know that much, so it could work out for them.
Well, let's have a look at 1902. What do we see?
Well, I know Portugal to Clyde's an invalid move, so that's not going to go through. Here we have Greece supporting Ionian into Aegean. Bulgaria is convoyed back to Con. Cool. But yeah, like this is just painful for Liam Bennett. And yeah, it's progress for an air. It looks like Germany's getting into Helgoland, but then England's in Skagerrak. So looks like England's going to get Sweden. But maybe they work with Russia here. So yeah. Again, Belgium is alive. Like Denmark gets into north, which frees up a Russian retreat into Denmark. So that sucks. And Germany doesn't even pick up Belgium. So they'll be going down. Troy goes into Piedmont and Cameron up to St. Pete. Whilst no one actually makes any gains against Turkey other than Adam getting Bulgaria. And moving to Trieste as well. So I guess potentially protecting against Venice going there. So that's fair. But that only leaves Vienna for the build.
Darcy, I think Liam's doing the right thing here when you're getting jumped on by an air, which is just you can't win, but you can slow it down enough that maybe something changes, and he's slowing it down really well.
Yeah. I've never actually been in an air, but I've been aired a few times, and I think the best way to do it is just ditch Bulgaria. Just let someone get it, try and get one of them in there and make the rest greedy or something like that. But, yeah.
All right, Darcy, 1903. How are we looking?
Well, we have England deciding, you know what? I'm still killing you, Germany, but I think you should be the one that has Denmark. So that's pretty kind of them. We have Romania convoyed over and supported by Bulgaria to Con, which blows up that army. Smyrna is lost to Italy, and it's not looking good for Cameron in terms of Austria, as Austria moves into Tyrolia to try and potentially force Venice, and Greece to Ionian means Naples is lost. Let's see if he can convoy the army over. That's what I would be doing. So it looks like we have an AR in the in the east, and in the west we have an EF, which gets France into Ruhr, and Gascony backfills. In 4, we have it is Trieste supporting Piedmont to Venice, which is an interesting decision. Adam correctly sees the army convoy into Naples, and Con goes to Ankh, supported by Black Sea, while Smyrna goes to Con. Then England decides, you know what? I didn't want Russia in Denmark. I didn't want Germany in Denmark. I want Denmark, and he takes Denmark.
Yeah, being able to get Denmark and still being in being able to have North is great, and Mao going to West is good too.
Actually, Adam was quite fancy here by having Tyrolia support hold Munich, but letting Piedmont into Venice. So giving with one hand and taking with the other. We'll see how that works for him.
Picking up Naples is nice too.
That's a brutal turn for Cameron Higby, going down and being really, really spread out with the unit positioning as well there.
Yep.
Alrighty, and giving up on Rome.
Yeah. Only leaving with Tunis and Con. Yeah.
So, Brandon, you were about to say something.
I noticed just in the comments Ed saying an extra 102 points. I'm assuming that would have been on top of his 200 and something for the thing. Yeah. So that would have been huge. Yeah. So Fleet Liverpool was funny. Now Western Med is going back to Mao. The English army gets blown up with German and French support. So they've lost that. And obviously Cameron is not on side because they've lost Sweden, they've lost Denmark. Everyone's lost Denmark because Emmett wants it. But Adam now is able to take Venice for himself. And you know what? That's fine because they're giving Troy support down into Rome. I like Adam's play here as well. Even Greece and Bulgaria holding, they didn't need to influence what was going on around the Turkish home dots. Besides attacking Aegean, I think that's going to be theirs when they want it, potentially. And Adam takes Rome, takes Venice as well, up 2. And Belgium goes through into Holland, so Belgium stays Emmett's, but Troy still gets the build of being in Holland. So Germany will be going down one here, not getting the help from France that they were potentially hoping for. And this is the end of Liam Bennett as well, with Cameron getting all the Turkish home dots. So there we go.
Brutally effective Austria-Russia play here, Darcy.
I think Adam is a smart guy and has probably noticed the big scores that have happened this round, and considering he had a quite good first round, is like, well, if he wants a chance to win this tournament, he needs to keep up with them. So I expect Adam to be very ruthless. So I think Cameron needs to make sure that he secures his south. But it's a good AR at the moment. All right. Well, we see a fleet in Trieste and an army in Vienna. So a very interesting Austrian build there, trying to get as many centers as they can. We have Emmett convoying over to Norway, Norwegian to Barents, and France gets into Munich. So the EF is still rolling. Adam tries to get the Jade Buddha Award by holding almost everything. And we have Cameron Wagner that is moving to Aegean to help, I assume, Austria. But yes, it just looks like an AR versus an EF here. I'll be interested to see how that plays out. And yep, there's Adam blowing up Romania like I thought. He needs a big score. He knows he needs a big score. Russia loses St. Petersburg as well, but only to a fleet, which is interesting and important to note. But gains Berlin as they support Berlin to Munich, meaning that France doesn't get Munich, but instead gets Kiel as Holland gets support from Denmark. So the EF continues to roll. I'll be interested to see what the deal around Romania was, considering there doesn't seem to be any blowback by Cameron against Adam for this move in terms of retreats and moves around Aegean.
Well, Adam takes a lead, and I wonder, if Romania was agreed. We get another Austrian fleet. Love that, Brandon. Love that.
Yeah, 3. Why not? It's good.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Game over. Adam gets the lead and just says, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the position, and I don't think I see any more centers for him that maintains his board top as like a certainty. So I don't mind the taking of the draw here and Adam just going for it a bit more in round 3. I think this makes sense for everyone except maybe the EF. I mean, I'm not sure I take this draw if I'm England, that's for sure.
This also would have happened before they found out about Ed Sullivan's solo on the other board as well. So yeah,
that is true. That is true.
Unknowing going on there.
Yep.
Thoughts on this game, Brandon? Do you reckon this kind of played out how it should have?
Yeah, like I think it went all right. Like Adam playing very well. Very like sort of like Darcy was saying earlier, like being able to balance, giving with one hand, taking with the other, support holding Munich, but putting Piedmont into Venice. Like was balancing, making gains and stopping others from getting too much at the same time. I think it's a well-deserved top. But yeah, even though the draw caught me off guard at first, I think I agree that it's probably too grindy or messy to try and push it any further than this. Like got a lot of like England has a lot of fleets up in the north, so they really need some more armies before they can start pushing in and making more gains from someone that isn't France. So yeah,
makes sense. Well, let us now have a look at the standings, because that is the end of round 2. So we now have a very big leader in Ed Sullivan, who, as noted in the chat, is 102 more points ahead than is stated here. So, I mean, that's catchable, Michaelis, from Patrick. That's catchable. If Ed has a bad game, Patrick has a great game.
Yeah, it's catchable, not just from Patrick as well. I think Adam is within range of that. So Ed's on roughly 550, which we've seen a couple of over 200 point scores. So Patrick and Adam both have a chance if Ed is eliminated. Eddie Bassard, if he has a massive game, maybe something like a 17, could possibly also get there if Ed's eliminated at the same time. Otherwise, if Ed has like a good score, then it's solo or bust for anyone else.
Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, Ed is going to be 142 points ahead of Patrick here. I think if it's anything more than like 3 or 4 centers, I think it is almost definitely a lost cause for anyone else here other than a solo.
Well, before we go through and watch round 3, I am going to allow the 3 of you to have another little plug about some upcoming events and that kind of thing. I've got a little bit of background to do on the software, so don't mind me stepping out for a second. But Michaelis, how about you kick us off telling us all about the Summer Classic?
Yep, so another chance for you all to go to the VWDC Discord server, and next weekend we will be having 7 rounds of diplomacy at multiple different time zones. So whether you're in Australia, Europe, America, there will be games that are at times that are suitable for you from Friday to Sunday. Top board format, the top board will be the following weekend, time to be determined by who qualifies for it, obviously. Yeah, open to all, come along, come sign up, and we've also got plenty of other virtual action going on with VDL and Snake Pit and 7 Years War all coming up in the near future. August is a busy month for virtual games.
Yeah, I mean, you go, Brandon.
No, you go, Darcy. You got it.
I mean, yeah, you can play as many rounds as Summer Classic as me. I think me, and I think I'll shout out Jackson Roberts, I think, has also signed up for all 7 rounds so far. So getting a bit of sleep deprivation to play some diplomacy sounds like a good weekend for me. I mean, I've been practicing it this weekend as I've been awake for the last probably 24 hours, maybe a bit more.
I will say to all viewers, that is not mandatory. Your best 3 scores count. Don't feel obligated to play 7. Not everyone is as insane as that guy.
My dog is taking bribes as well to annoy Darcy as much as possible while he's playing all rounds of the Summer Classic, and they're accepted in forms of treats. So feel free to send them through, and I will make sure Banjo occupies Darcy's attention during the games. Otherwise, in regards to, like, there's a lot of virtual going on, face-to-face, like we said earlier, we've got stuff going on in Australia and around the world as well. Plenty of stuff coming up. We do have the Asia Pacific Championship coming up in Brisbane. And in Australia, we love our face-to-face. We've got carpools of people driving up from Canberra. So Canberra to Brisbane is like a 14 to 16 hour drive, and we've got at least 1 carload going, and a whole bunch of people flying up from Melbourne as well. So we've got a couple of boards of people traveling in for that. International players more than welcome as well. I know that we've got a couple coming. I think we've got Justin Law popping in to say hi. So yeah, it'll be good, and hopefully we can have some more international people come along to that, along with the tournaments that we've got in Melbourne. I think that's in October. And then we've got the Australian Open in November as well. So, yeah.
Also coming up shortly in 2 weeks' time, we have the Boston Massacre. So we give a shout out to that. Alex Maslow is running that. All information for all upcoming tournaments, virtual or in person, can be found on diplobn/schedule. We have a full list there.
That's a great way for us to transition into the final round. So we are going to go into it. I am going to give, I think it is Brandon, a break. I'm forgetting whose turn is it for a break? You?
I think it might be mine.
All right, Darcy, we'll kick you out, Darcy. It's what I love to do the most. See you soon. And we will pull up the... oh, no, do we have it? Are you showing this one? Add to stage. There we go. Now we have it. Michaelis, tell us who's playing on this round. We have the man to watch himself, Ed Sullivan, but who else have we got?
All right. So in Austria, we have Matt Chisholm, who's had 1 great game and 1 not so great game. In England, we have Siobhan Nolan. In France, we have Elliot Howe. Germany, Daniel Develon. Italy, J.R. Rouse. Russia, Ed Sullivan. One to keep an eye on for sure. And in Turkey, we have Emmett Wainwright.
Brandon, this tournament could be essentially won or lost in this game on the question of if Ed Sullivan gets eliminated or not. So we'll see what the board decides to do in terms of responding to that. How about you kick us off with Spring 1901?
Well, we've got standard moves from Ed, but he doesn't get bounced out of Galicia. Vienna goes to Bud instead. We've got Emmett, who wants to put some pressure on Ed by going to Armenia. Venice to Apulia, and Rome to Tuscany. So a lot of trust between JR and Matt. Otherwise standard French moves. Still going into Burgundy though. And Siobhan doing standard English stuff. Same with Daniel in Germany. Okay, so Ed gets a walk into Budapest. And goes into black because Ankh holds. So Ed's going to be getting a build, and Sev's going to be empty for a build if he wants it. Otherwise, we've got some EF Corporation getting into Belgium. Germany maybe being a bit worried about being bounced out. Guarantees Holland. And Mao goes to Spain, South Coast. Meanwhile, JR convoys into Greece, so that's cool.
So what I was going to say is that none of the other players on this board are really in contention to win this tournament, even if Ed's eliminated. So there's not a lot of reason to do a sort of board-wide let's kill Ed agreement. But this is all looking quite Western Tripoli so far, so that is one reason why you might go and do that.
And we do know that Western Triples are Siobhan's favorite alliance, so decent chance she wants to run one here, if at all possible. 1902, McCallus.
1902, the French builds didn't look very Tripoli, but then they go to Western Med and Mid-Atlantic anyway, so jury's out in that regard. But England is not Western Tripoli, I think we can now be pretty confident on. They go to Sweden, Skagerrak to North Sea. Siobhan has gone, you know what, Ed, I don't care if you win this tournament. I just want to get a good score for myself. Fair play, why not? So bad news for Daniel in that regard, who has gone east to try and do something about Ed, but sort of too little too late. Ed is kicked out of Budapest by Austria, who's moved back there, and it looks like 80 is cooperating against Ed, so he's not having everything his own way yet. And Italy is sort of not doing an awful lot. They convoyed to Greece, which was with Austrian agreement, but haven't done anything with it. And now they're going to have to fight against the French by the looks of things. Yes, they can force Tunis to get the build this year, but where they go from there is unclear.
Yeah. Definitely messy. Yeah. Sorry.
All right. Well, going into full, Slingshot Juggernaut is what we now see. So having blown the Russian fleet up, it convoys, or Turkey convoys Armenia into Romania and pulls a fleet out towards the Med, has decided that fighting against Ed maybe not very promising a prospect, especially if they knew that Italy was going to dot Austria for Serbia. So terrible turn for Matt, unfortunately. We've all been there as Austria. It sucks. Hopefully your cat's having a better time than you are in this game, as apparently he brought his 21-year-old cat to the game. So cool. Elsewhere in the West, Siobhan takes Denmark and puts France into Holland, which is actually really nice for Siobhan. This sort of France being in Holland while she's still in Belgium means that there's more chance she can negotiate getting Holland later. France is the one who's sort of out of position. If France overcommits into the Med, Siobhan's going to have a good stab on France sort of available in the mid-game, I think.
Yeah, west to Spain, north coast is interesting as well. Like, obviously, whether that's a misorder or just a deliberate misorder.
If this was a virtual game, like you'd say, oh, that's an easy misclick.
Yeah.
To write Spain North Coast is, when you're not intending to, is a lot harder. That's interesting, yeah.
Well, JR has said, yeah, I believe you, 2 fleets.
And France has built Fleet Marseille, which suggests that probably was an intentional misorder. Yeah.
All right, Brandon, what do we got? 1903.
Naples to Apulia. Tyrrhenian Sea didn't even hold Tunis, so that retreats to Ionian. Rome goes to Tuscany, Venice to Piedmont. Yeah, Serbia tries to have a little jab at Trieste, didn't get in. And Venice could have supported that, but didn't, chose to go to Piedmont instead. Meanwhile, Bulgaria just walks into Greece and Ant convoys the bull. So nice position for Emmet here, especially with Ed pulling Sev away as well. Not a nice turn for Matt. Retreating to Vienna, but now has even more armies around their home dots. The German fleet in Helgoland gets blown up. They've brought their army in Silesia back to Munich, but the EF has 3 on Munich, so that's not 3 on Munich. They've got a solid line of armies there, and the fleet in Helgoland and Baltic, so not looking good for Matt or Daniel this turn.
Interesting that Ed has gone Sev to Moscow there. I'm not sure I really understand that move and what it was designed to counter. England is your friend, is attacking Germany, isn't really a problem. You were covering St. Pete anyway, in case that was not the case. Yeah. I feel like this is sort of an open invitation to Turkey to do something else. Yeah,
and Tyrrhenian Sea holding is pretty rough there. But yeah, no progress at all with the fleets in the Med. It's just JR losing Tunis, bouncing in Venice as well. So none of those units are moving. Aegean supports Ionian because that's cute. But JR is not going to go down as they get Budapest with Emmet's support. Here we have Siobhan getting Holland. That blows up the French army as there wasn't a support put in to get them into Kiel either, which could have happened. So I suspect that was a shifty do. But yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a stab from Siobhan there. Like she went for Kiel herself at the same time, so she was making damn well sure France didn't get it. Does make it curious why you wouldn't convoy to Belgium, why you would put the fleet in. I don't really understand that. You had 2 armies sat there at home. I feel like convoying one of them to Belgium to give you a bit more army strength on the continent was probably the better play.
Convoying one of them across would have had London free to build a fleet too if you're about to jab France.
Yeah. I mean, Fleet Liverpool's not bad. You're still going to sort of go in the same direction. You can still walk to Channel from Belgium, but you just rather be doing that whilst having an army in Belgium behind you.
Yeah.
I would say
Italy. You go, Jamal.
I was just going to say, I'm noticing here Ed Sullivan doing a really, really good job of knowing what he needs to do to win this tournament, which is just live the game. Doesn't need big scores, doesn't need to do any kind of risky play. And essentially what he needs to do is enable two of his allies in England and Turkey to go, you have all the centers you want. You guys go board top. You do whatever you want. I will support you, and just sit here and essentially, finding people who are willing to go and get big scores themselves as long as he gets to live. And he's doing a really good job of just enabling them. And suddenly they're no threat to him, even though they could attack him, because why would you when he's helping you into centers?
Yeah, like England committing against Germany and now against France. You're not going to do anything against England if you're Ed here. That I don't expect that fleet to leave St. Petersburg for a long, long time now, if ever. Turkey can still flip on you. You still have to manage that southern situation quite carefully. But I think, as you say, he's got everything he needs to do from England.
All right, let's have a look at 1904 McCallus.
All right, so Siobhan does progress further into Germany, gets into Kiel, now moves an army to Wales to free up London for the build at the end of the year. Also gets into Liverpool, as you'd into Irish, as you'd expect. Doesn't get into Channel, also as you'd expect. There was maybe a sneaky play from France to let England into Channel to backfill Belgium, but it was probably a bit too risky to try that. France's problem is they still have a big med issue here in Italy, who is following into Lyon and will probably take Tunis. So Elliot is sort of under attack on both fronts. Does have some potential alleviation coming in that Turkey has stabbed Italy, walks into Serbia and Budapest, and gets all of their fleets out. I think Italy probably should have seen this coming from the Turkish build, and perhaps actually did see it coming and just went, you know what, those units, those centers are indefensible anyway. So yeah, I'll take your offer of Vienna, Ed. But this is good for Ed. This is now Turkey has a clear growth path forward that isn't through his dots, and as does England. So Ed is quite content to sit there and twiddle his thumbs.
Yeah, like Bull to Rum makes sense. Like Greece could have gone to Albania and Bull to Serbia, but I guess Emmett's still playing it safe by covering Rum just in case Ed wants to do something shifty. But yeah.
And notice Ed, 2 turns in a row, has cut Munich to help Siobhan out. In this case, she doesn't take the risk on going for Berlin, which would have worked. But it doesn't matter. She's got a build. She's into English Channel and beginning to unwind this position that was a bit more awkward than it needed to be by having the fleet in Belgium. The fact France is in North Atlantic isn't really a problem. France does keep Tunis somehow. Italy decides to try and defend Ionian Sea rather than take Tunis and loses Ionian anyway because France supports the Turkians. So that's really unfortunate from JR there. A diplomatic play that didn't quite work out. Turkey goes +3, takes Vienna, Budapest, and Serbia. Again, it's Ed doing the supporting. I'm not sure Ed is sort of playing with fire because if Turkey suddenly gets very big, then they're going to be back to looking at Russian dots. So Ed is going to have to really walk a tightrope on making sure Turkey is growing, but not making sure Turkey is so big that they start looking at his dots. And that would be the risk if Italy really collapses quickly here.
This is round 3, so this is back in the morning or something again. Hey, yeah. So it's not like it's in the evening and he's hoping maybe everyone gets a good score and draws early or something.
I mean, there's probably a time element. The final round is always a bit shorter than the other ones. Because people have flights and stuff to catch. So I don't know how specific it is at Regatta, but the award ceremony will be at a certain time. There's usually, with these tournaments in North America, they're usually like, it's going to be a time limit, but you don't know when. It's like a 2-hour window. So it would be a surprise if it went much later than 08.
Okay.
Well, let's see if Ed can walk that tightrope. Brandon.
Yeah, well, like the Turkish builds, 2 fleets, they go straight down into the Med. Enk goes to Con. It's what you want to see. You don't want to see it going to Armenia. Siobhan gets Berlin. Ed goes back to cover Warsaw, which is probably a good move. Silesia cutting Munich again for Siobhan. Siobhan seeing Norwegian as being exposed was a good call, bouncing back all those French fleets. So actually none of the French units have moved this turn. So and JR gets that little bit further west, but is losing Venice, which is ouchy. And yeah, especially for Matt too, because Matt gets blown up. That fleet can't really go anywhere, and Emmett just backfills Trieste. So yeah, sort of like you were saying before, we've got a big Turkey on our hands here because they've just gone up 3, Tunis, Venice, and Trieste.
Which makes it all the more timely that Ed's the one who gets Munich here, Siobhan rewarding him for all the help he's provided. Livonia is not an issue. That German unit's about to come off of the board, but just that third army that Ed's about to place down in the homeland will make it so much less tempting for Turkey to flip north. Sevastopol will be defensible, and that is crucial for making sure that Turkey continues to see their growth as coming from the Med and not from the north.
Yeah.
I do really like JR's play here in JR knows they're not winning the game, but they're trying to find a way back in it. And the play is to actually enable Turkey to get big, to either get Turkey to get greedy and think maybe I can solo, maybe I can do something big. So they might turn on Ed, or get Ed to have to actually be worried about them. So, their way into an okay score here isn't to try and defend all of their centers, which are probably lost anyway, but to actually enable one of the powers in the alliance to completely unbalance it. I think he has to know that Ed doesn't care that much about unbalancing, but does care enough about, say, not having Emmett get a solo, that there is some balance that needs to happen.
Yeah, the other thing is that if Emmet is close to a solo, the Iberian centres are the ones that Turkey needs to take 18. And if Italy is the one that owns the Iberian centres, they probably then survive. So actually, the closer Turkey gets to a solo, if Italy can get Marseille, maybe Portugal as well, the better that is for Italy now. Rome and Naples, you don't care about. Turkey, they're not really on solo watch at this stage because it's very easy to contain them still. But if they manage to take Rome and Naples and then start looking at seriously actually getting Iberia, then solo watch really becomes on. What you would expect is that England and France, England will peace out and go for the draw to stop that happening well in advance.
You would hope so. The builds are friendly still, though, and we keep rolling McCullus.
We keep rolling. Ed is moving some more units back into a position to contain Turkey a bit, maybe realizing that Turkey is getting towards that stage, and it's good to just put the brakes on it before the brakes are really needed. So England gets into Paris, to Picardy and Burgundy, which is good for going and taking French dots. France is trying to defend as best they can, but they're sort of just collapsing. This is a position where you can't defend both fronts, and maybe your best play is to give up on one, and maybe just beaching it in Portugal and playing for the survive there would have been the move. But beyond that, this is good for Turkey, good for England, and France is the one who's being cleaned up. Fall of 06, we see England taking Brest and Paris and getting into mid-Atlantic Ocean. Turkey takes Naples, but not Rome, because Italy is still doing the Lord's work for them, although has been killed in Spain, which is going to make it much harder for them to keep doing that going forward, as they're going to be down to 1, unfortunately for them. Why are they killed in Spain when Western Med support Spain? Was it not entered properly the other way around?
Spain moved.
Spain moved, maybe.
Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate. Unfortunate from JR there. Yeah, so that's really bad for Italy, and that's really bad for Turkey's solo chances as well, because if France is in a solid position in Iberia, then England will probably just defend them there. Whereas if it was split between France and Italy, who are fighting each other, maybe you had more chances of getting through.
Yeah,
Munich
Turkey
is
up 2
vulnerable. Yeah. Marseille is not insignificant, but also not that significant. Turkey's not in a great position to hold it there, and Munich can be covered. It's going to be hard for Turkey to get a solo from this. And the risk, of course, is that if you go for a solo and fail, you actually open the door to England doing it. So I quite like Emmet taking the draw.
Yeah. It's good draw, some good scores from people who didn't have amazing first couple of rounds. Yeah, I think this is well done, and very well done by Ed. Brandon, what do you reckon here? This is a masterclass in how to play the kind of final round, position where you are the target.
Yeah, exactly. You just don't get big. You don't need a heap of dots. If you just need to live, just do that. And keeping peace with Siobhan and Emmet was the way to go. Did it really well.
Absolutely.
Also, 87 points added to what he was on before. I think Patrick can overhaul him with a big score that isn't a solo, so it's definitely worth keeping an eye on Patrick in his game. I think anyone else now is solo or bust.
So Ed has a 142 point lead plus this 87 as well. That's a pretty big score for Patrick to have to get to take over. And because Patrick's in second place, people are going to be, well, you would think people are watching him as much as they would have been watching Ed as well.
Yeah.
Possibly, but when one person's soloed and no one else has, I feel like the other players are less likely to get targeted, because you just go, hey, I don't care. Like, Ed soloed, he's won the tournament. Like, you downplay your threat as much as possible.
I mean, I think Patrick needs 229 points to get this, which is basically, we were looking at Ed's 17 center, and that was 259, right? Like, he needs 15 centers here in this round to win.
Or not exactly, because of this scoring system. What he actually needs is a really fast start, and what his overall center count at the end of the game is less relevant than him making sure that he gets the centers early on because of this cumulative effect of when you get the dots. So if you are on like 6 or 7 most of the game and suddenly jump up to 15, it's probably not going to be enough. Whereas if he's like steady growth going all the way up, then he's got a better chance. So
Yeah,
he's done
interesting
really.
facet of the scoring system.
He's done really well of that in his previous 2 rounds as well, like getting 2 or 3 every year, just up. So yeah.
Well, we will give Brandon Austin a break. No, McCullers a break. I forget. We've been broadcasting for 4 hours. I forget whose turn it is.
Brandon, I think.
I
Brandon,
think it's mine. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
We'll give you a break, and we will go to board 2, round 3. Who have we got here, McCullers?
All right. In England, in Austria, we have Troy Bettinger. In England, we have Liam Bennett. In France, we have Gabe Raksch. In Germany, we have Alicia Cardan. In Italy, Peter Cook. Russia is Keith Warstall. And Turkey is Mitchell Blaylock. Nobody in massive sort of tournament contention, but all of them, obviously with a solo, could still get there.
Yes, and because of that, we might move fairly quickly through this one and see how we go. But McCullers, take us away.
All right. 1901 spring. In the West, we see a pretty standard English opening, a pretty standard German opening, and a slightly less standard French opening that still sort of ends up where you'd maybe expect. So there's a bounce in Piedmont and a move to Burgundy that does get in. In the East, we see Warsaw to Livonia. So Keith Warstall has been listening to Jamal with that opening. We see Vienna holding, which is probably the least common option that Austria can do with Vienna. But it means that the Delicia DMZ is kept, and Italy does their pretty normal opening aside from that bounce in Piedmont. Turkey does the more old-fashioned opening with the 2 armies going up. Vienna hold is really the sort of standout move there. Vienna to Budapest has a really high correlation with Austrian success when it doesn't get jumped on after doing it. Vienna hold probably doesn't have as high a correlation because it just doesn't have that influence over Romania that the move to Budapest gives them.
Keith has been listening and is correct in moving to Livonia.
He is. He does not convoy it to Sweden. He just takes it with the fleet. Which means that I'm very, very worried if I'm Germany that Army Warsaw is coming down and 2 armies are coming straight in on me. But elsewhere in the West, there's a bounce in Belgium. Germany decides to cover Munich. Italy does follow up to Piedmont still, so is still anti-French. Maybe that Piedmont bounce wasn't arranged and France had actually sniffed out the Italian opening there. And the East is all pretty standard. Nice order set from Turkey here where they force Russia to take Romania with the fleet or give up Black Sea. So good stuff from Mitchell, gets into Black Sea as a result.
All right. Standard builds all around. Escalation over in English Channel and Black Sea. Lots of fleets coming down there. Darcy, let's see how it plays out.
How is Turkey teleported back? Maybe they didn't get into Black Sea. That was
they must have.
So that must have come back through. Yeah, on the
I retract my praise.
All right.
Whoa. Okay. Yes. Okay. Looks like stacks on Liam. Sadly, I mean, I think it's a bit mean after what happened to him last round. But Keith takes Norway. Gabe moves to try and take Channel. Kiel moves to Helgoland. There is a bit of armament on the Burgundy border though, so we'll see what happens there in fall. It's air, boring air in the east. Bulgaria gets blown up, and Peter moves into Eastern Med here.
Fleet of Sevastopol is an all-or-nothing build if you're Russia, and if you don't get Black Sea out of it, it can turn it into a really bad game for you. Fortunately for Tief, he has got there in full, but one more turn of blocking Black Sea, and I'd have been really worried that this isn't an air at all. It's just AI taking all the Turkish dots and you just existing.
So Peter thinks Piedmont was a mistake and moves back. But he does his job and gets Spain to Marseille. So that build from Belgium is not going to be a fleet in Marseille. Black Sea is finally taken from Romania with Ukraine backfilling. Livonia to Moscow is a bit interesting, but probably just to keep Germany feeling safe. It looks like it is RG versus... actually, no, it's just still all stacks on England. And then we have a successful convoy to Syria, which makes Armenia holding look like a very poor decision from Mitchell. But, I mean, it's still an air.
It's an air and an FGR at the same time. So Russia's in 2 different triples, which is very difficult to sustain going forwards because both of them start going, why are you not doing something about that triple? And you start getting some very conflicting demands. So Keith's really going to have to thread a needle to keep this one going. But this was good from Alicia, making sure that Keith moved back from Livonia. We saw, I think it was the game between Patrick and Kayla earlier, where Patrick stayed in a position to stab and didn't make the stab, but 5-6 turns later used that unit to stab. And here Alicia managed Keith saying, no, you're not staying in that position, get it out of there. Good job.
All right, so we have builds Warsaw, builds Trieste, fleet Brest, Michaelis. What do we got?
We have continued triples on both fronts and bad times to be witches. Nice convoy over into Armenia that unlocks that position to take Ankara and get an army where you really want it. Smyrna falls, Austria shifts units forward, and North Sea falls to Germany, whilst Russia gets that fleet that they put down in St. Petersburg out into Barents Sea, which is always significant. Where when you build the North Coast fleet, you need to make sure that it can go somewhere, because if it's not going to get out, then it might as well be an army. So good stuff from Keith on both fronts there. Following up, we see the complete death of Turkey. Sorry, Mitchell, thanks for playing. Everything falls. So Austria gets Con, Russia gets Ankh. Takes it, interestingly, from Black Sea rather than from Armenia, which is probably more pro-Austria. Austria will be quite happy with that, I think, given that Black Sea is now empty and they have a couple of centres next to it. The West, Germany gets London, France gets Liverpool, England is still alive on one single dot, and Russia gets more positions. So these 2 triples that have sort of killed England and Turkey off, they no longer have targets. They need to decide what the next stage in this game is, and quite a lot of people are going to be building in ways that are quite significant.
Yeah, fleet Trieste looks pretty significant to me.
That suggests that Black Sea was indeed pro-Austria, and this is going to be an AR in the south. Fleet Brest, harder to read. That can go in both directions still.
All right, Darcy, 1904. How do we look?
It's not actually anything good for the Austrian, as it looks more like a winter green is actually happening. Russia also gets into Edinburgh in the north, and it looks like maybe the German is even moving in on the Austrian. So it looks like Troy's been picked by a new triple of Italy, Germany, and Russia. Meanwhile, France is making a move into the Mediterranean, which makes sense. They're in an FGR. Yeah, I mean, Con and Aegean getting blown up is pretty bad. And I think Bulgaria is guaranteed and Greece is guaranteed. So, well, Greece isn't guaranteed if they defend Tunis. So it's not too good of a position for Italy here, as they have to figure out if they're going to go to Tyrrhenian Sea or Tunis, which is pretty crucial to their game.
Troy made a really aggressive build there. Like, Fleet Trieste is, I'm coming for you, Italy. There's no 2 ways about it. And then didn't make the aggressive follow-up. And I wonder if that is what sort of made everything turn against him. Because when you make a bold move like that, you have to follow through. Otherwise, you just sort of look unreliable. And when you build Fleet Trieste and you don't try and pull it out, you just hold it where it is, you're sort of inviting everyone else to come towards you. And Troy is unfortunately paying the price for that here.
Everything continues to go trumps up for Russia as they get Bulgaria, they get Serbia, they backfill Romania, and they give their ally in Italy Con so that they get a build. Italy also gets Trieste, and they get the guess right in Tunis and Tyrrhenian Sea. So they are building 2 here, and their position is much more safer than Gabe would have liked. It was a good convoy to North Africa, though, which means that Tunis is guaranteed to fall for France next year. And nothing much happens in the north.
So you say it's a good convoy to North Africa, but I don't know. Don't you rather have a fleet there? I don't really love that.
Yeah,
actually,
but if you're worried about RG, which have been cooperating all game, keeping a fleet there isn't awful.
If you're worried about RG, do you want to be leaving Brest and leaving Paris open though? Like, surely you want more armies there if you think Germany might be coming your way. I don't know.
True.
It feels like you're trying to spin too many plates with that one.
You're
don't
trying to
love
pull
it.
Keith Worstel and thread the needle, and you're not Keith Worstel.
And Keith is huge already for 1904. Like, this is on
Speaking
11
of Keith
centers.
Worstel, yeah, 3 centers or 3 builds here is big, and not a lot of enemies, Michaelis. So let's see how can he keep threading the needle with no enemies? Looks like it.
Well, this is unlike Turkey last game. This is where you start putting Solo Watch on as well, because he gets the convoy into Yorkshire thanks to Germany, who stabs France, and Russia also goes over to Clyde. If Russia can take the English dots, which by the looks of things they're going to get, then they're in a real soloable position, especially this early in a game. The East is complete chaos. So Italy convoys Con into Greece. Great, that leaves Con empty. Also, Russia gets into Budapest, and Austria we say probably goodbye to, having lost Vienna to the German. This is all going to be about timing the stab on Germany if you're going for the solo, because like the stab on Italy, yeah, you don't need to time that quite as well because Italy is busy fighting France. The stab on Germany is you need to stab before they get a load of builds out of France. Otherwise, the stab doesn't work. But you also need to do it when they're heavily committed against France. So probably not this turn, but because it's too early, it's too easy to turn around. But give it one more year, and then maybe snap if you're going for that solo is definitely what I'd be looking about is Keith.
Yeah, that's a pretty good position for Keith here. It is well, I mean, maybe it is this year.
Is it this year? So takes Vienna, yep. Austria walks into Munich because Germany doesn't. That's painful. Yeah, Germany gets into Paris and Belgium, but the loss of Munich is horrendous. I think I'd have just taken Belgium from North Sea, even though that put all English Channel, rather than risk Munich like this. Elsewhere, Keith attempts to stab Italy as well, but is bounced out of Con and Greece. So doesn't all go his own way. And Italy at least was aware to the threat. Austria will be alive in Munich and presumably not want to solo as a result. So it's whether Keith can push this forward further. Also, I don't love taking Liverpool from Yorkshire there. I think I'd rather have taken it from Clyde and stayed next to London.
I mean, if I'm Keith and I'm looking to stab Germany here, you just go for London, right? You just, even if you get bounced, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, if you know that Germany is offering to convoy you to Brest, for example, then yeah, like Norwegian support holds north as well. Against what? Like, surely that could go. I guess maybe you don't want to go to North Atlantic because you actually want to go after North yourself, but it doesn't feel like completely efficient moves.
Well, as a result, Keith is on 14 and growing 3. So, I mean, this is solo potential, Darcy. I mean, what do you think?
I mean, yeah, I think maybe he saw his fellow diplomat get a solo and was like, can't let Ed outshine me, and is going for it. And he's doing it so quickly that score will be higher than whatever Ed's solo score was. Because Ed's solo score was based off of a 6 center stab all at once. This has been consistent growth. So yeah. Con is taken here by Keith. He also moves to Armenia. He starts angling on North Sea and Denmark. He moves into Prussia. Liverpool moves to London. Clyde holds. Although the story on this board that I've ignored is Marseille to Smyrna, convoyed by literally every single Italian fleet possible, shows that Gabe and Peter don't really care about this game anymore in terms of their own scores, and they are working together.
We
it
all
seems
love-
like everyone is on solo watch now, as like Munich holds Silesia. Germany's moving all the way back. France and Germany aren't fighting at all. It seems like they're like, Keith, you've had enough. Time for you to not do well.
We all love like crazy convoys like this. They're all like a fun thing to do at the end of a game. When they're both crazy convoys like this that are also tactically great, it's just so much better. Like getting an army into Smyrna that Keith's going to have to chase around from retreats when he tries to go for Smyrna later is actually really, really good. I love that convoy. That checks every single box in that it gets an army over there. It doesn't do it whilst weakening the Italian position elsewhere. And it does it in a way that Italy doesn't care about their disbands because they've got Leon and Tyrrhenian Sea and Ionian that are all pretty much superfluous. So that is just really, really nice play. We also see a clever Belgium to Denmark convoy as well. So some very good defensive convoys this turn. And Clyde holds again, which I really question. There feels like some not ideal tempo moves going on in that regard. Like I don't. Rum has to go and cover Gal, I guess, but you're now weak on taking Trieste, and Bulgaria has a hole in it. There's a lot of problems actually with Keith's position here that make this quite hard to convert now.
Yeah, I think this is the board saying, "Nah, we're not letting this solo happen," and I'd be surprised to see him get it from this position. But hey, Keith is a great diplomat, and maybe can talk himself into it. He's got himself Berlin at least.
Yeah, so Keith takes Berlin. As Munich prioritizes holding Berlin and Kiel prioritizes holding Denmark for some reason. North Sea is taken as well, so another good turn here. Clyde moves to Eddie, which is, I assume, not the move that Michaelis wanted to see out of Clyde. But at least Clyde's moving, so he can't whinge about that anymore. Smyrna moves to Ankara, which is probably actually the wrong decision if I'm France here. I think you want to be forced to move to Ankara. You don't want to just let Smyrna get taken like this. Trieste is failed to take. There is failure around Bulgaria as well. So lots of guesses lost, or tactical decisions just decided not to be made. Tunis is lost to Italy. Meaning France has to, France stays the same. Italy has to disband one still, though, which is a little bit painful, although I suppose you can just get rid of Tyrrhenian Sea. But Keith is up to 16 here now, and actually has a guarantee on London, but would lose Liverpool. So...
Yeah, I mean, Clyde had to go to Edinburgh to stop the retreat from North Sea retreating into it, but
true.
I don't know. Like Ankara, I think I prefer France being there because now you can make sure that Italy can take Smyrna as well, right? What I will say is Italy, they took Tunis but didn't backfill Ionian, which is actually a problem because if you're going to take Smyrna from Aegean, you'd want a unit in Ionian to cover Aegean Sea, right? And that's no longer in position to do that. So maybe an oversight on the Italian.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close run thing. That's it's on the line. I think it is stoppable, but it requires perfect tactics. So let's see.
Yeah, and there's no reason for Keith to draw the game if he wants any chance at winning the tournament.
Although, as you can see by the no orders sign in the top left, he has drawn the game.
I mean, maybe he was mathematically impossible to win with a solo and thought, this is the best it's going to get, which is probably right. I think it's hard for him to get a better score than this here.
Time ran out.
Time ran out, apparently. And Germany
Time
was
ran
throwing to
out.
him as well.
What? So
Oh,
it's a 1906 deadline.
Yeah.
Austria voted down the conceded solo. You know what, Troy?
mean,
Fair enough.
I mean, so there's two things to point out here. One is we didn't talk about this, but I think it absolutely validates Keith's point that it was being thrown to North Sea supported Yorkshire to London. Now, if that's happening, I'm not sure why you do take North Sea. If Germany is doing that, maybe you don't believe it's happening, so you're trying to validate it. But but then Austria voting down a conceded solo because of time. I kind of get that, right? If you think time might run out on you here, you can stop it just on that. And wow, if Keith gets the conceded solo here, he might overtake Ed just because of how early he got the points. But instead, he runs out, gets beaten by the clock, which is
what was Keith's other results? Does anyone remember?
He had a very good first round and a pretty mediocre second one, but so it probably would have come down to how many points his solo was worth. And like Jamal said, he got the centers early here. It would have been worth more than Ed's. I suspect this would have won it for Keith actually, because I think
it might not have, because I don't think Keith's good round one result was as good as Ed's, and I think that might have made up any difference in points. It might have been close, but I think Ed would have had it at the very last point.
Either way, very well done to Keith. That is a brilliant Russia game. You just kind of just went up and just took the centers, and no one seemed to want to stop you, and you had yourself in the right alliances at the right time, and you threaded the needle. So well done to Keith, as we will now know you as Stitches. Brandon, back on stream. What do you think about that one?
I liked it. I like the strong play. I like Keith. He's a cool dude. So it was fun to see a big game from him.
Yeah, very good. All right. Well, in that, we will move on. Michaelis, I will give you a break, and we will go to round 3. Who do we have here, Darcy Morris?
All right. Well, we have the big name, Mr. Patrick Jacobson, our best shot at dethroning Ed Sullivan in Turkey. Emmett Wainwright in Austria, Justin Law in Italy, Craig Mayer in Russia, Dan Eastwood in Germany, Cameron Higby in England, Doc Binder in France. This is a board that I don't think will roll over and allow Patrick the easiest chance at getting what he needs to take over Ed here. I think it'll be a tough one for Patrick.
Let's find out.
Yeah. All right. He bounces in Black Sea, does the traditional opening to Con from Smyrna. It's a basic opening from Craig, goes south. Emmett, basic moves from him. Probably a Trieste loan from Justin. East is probably very cagey. We'll see. Cameron Higby does normal moves. Dan does normal moves. Doc, mostly normal, although guaranteed himself Burgundy by supporting himself in. We'll see how that affects relationships. He takes Munich. There's a convoy to Belgium, and Doc's going up 3. Cameron's going up 2. Denmark does not bounce Sweden. Craig puts the fleet into Romania whilst Patrick takes the Black Sea. Patrick also supports Apulia to Greece, showing that Emmett is again being punished a little bit, I think, for the Trieste loan.
All right, Brandon. Pretty standard-ish opening here, although Justin Law jumping in early, saying thanks for the Key Lepanto, I'm gonna take Greece.
Yeah, that's it. And I think Patrick, knowing Justin and the way he plays, if he's going to offer him, hey, I'll put you in, that Justin's going to jump on that opportunity. So, it'll be fun to see what Justin builds, though.
Mm-hmm. Justin builds Fleet
2
Ank.
fleets.
Yeah,
Patrick builds Fleet Ank, yeah.
Patrick is.
Yeah. All right, cool. All right, cool. Naples to Apulia, Rome to Tyrrhenian, and Emmett gets Trieste back. What else have we got here? Craig gets the fleet back into Sev, puts Ukraine into Rum, taps Norway just to make sure Germany's not getting any support into Sweden. Unfortunately, Doc is booted out of Munich, but has Burgundy positionally. Meanwhile, Cameron is getting London into Holland, so there's not looking great for Dan Eastwood in Germany.
Yeah, well, I think Dan is trying to channel his cousin Clint here and work out how many shots are left in his gun. But we will move on to the fall.
I don't think it's looking good. It's more bad and ugly. So, anyway, I believe Burgundy gets into Munich, and Belgium goes to Ruhr, and Craig gets Denmark. And down in the east, Craig also gets Budapest. So, meanwhile, Patrick nabs Serbia because he's got Justin on side. Justin, with his double fleet build, is getting into Adriatic while still contesting the Mediterranean, with Doc double bouncing. So, right, cool.
Nice. It's a nice little de-escalation from Craig and Patrick here. Just kind of getting those fleets out. You don't need to go any further here. There's not much to be gained. It's good diplomacy.
Yeah.
I think we see a juggernaut here. Oh, maybe not. We have a army build in Ankara. Craig can only place one of his two builds, which is painful for any Russia. And he puts that army in Warsaw. Meanwhile, army in London from England shows their commitment to the EF.
All right, Darcy. Juggernaut
All
or
right.
no juggernaut?
We have the EF destroys the remainder of Germany. Good tournament, Dan. Just didn't seem to be your game here. Meanwhile, it seems like everyone other than Italy wants Austria in Trieste, showing that it probably is a juggernaut. And looks like it's probably going to be a RT versus an EF. St. Pete moves to Finland, suggesting that there might be a build in the north for Craig. Bohemia taps Galicia, which is actually very painful for the RT around Vienna. And there is a supported bounce in Western Med, probably definitely thingoed. Agreed.
Yeah. Very good.
All right. Patrick having a great turn here. This is exactly what he needs if he wants to win the tournament. Takes Greece, takes Trieste, convoys the army over. The German is not dead. I'm sorry, Dan, for saying your tournament was over. It is not. You live in Vienna for now. Justin's just not had the best two games here. As Austria is intent on killing him, and instead Austria dies. We have England taking Denmark, not allowing Craig that build that he wanted, and means that it might give Patrick the chance for a stab on Russia later in this game if the EF commits against Russia too much. We'll see.
Brandon, if you're Justin Law here, and you're kind of working with Patrick Jacobson, who you know needs to get a humongous score to win the tournament, that's playing with fire a little bit, and especially when you see the de-escalation with Russia, not covering Greece and not actually trying to think that maybe this is coming. It's a tricky line to balance.
Yeah, definitely. Like I was thinking about it when Justin built two fleets. I can't quite remember what exactly was going on there, but to me that triggered thinking that would piss off France, so France might swing around into them a little bit more, even though Naples went to Apulia and then Adriatic. But if I was Justin, I don't think I would have would have bothered playing with fire with Patrick. Might have just worked with Emmett here, done a bit of something else, rather than giving Patrick the opportunity to work with Craig and then punch through. Like if I'm Justin and I'm working with Patrick here over the last few turns, I would have been trying to make sure there was still a bit of tension between them and Craig or something like that, just so they don't de-escalate and push through like this, because Patrick needs to get big here, and I don't think working with someone who wants to get big is gonna pay off long term. But yeah.
This game so far, as Darcy mentioned, is coming up exactly the way that Patrick Jacobson needs it to come up. He's in a great position. He's out of the box. He has allies who are being attacked by other people on the other side of the board. And so we're going to build the tension a little bit. We're going to hop over to one of the other games. We'll leave this game here and we'll come back to it to see whether Patrick can get there in the end. I'm going to bring Michaelis back onto the stream. We might just sit here with all of us through to the end of this one. And let's go over instead to, let's say, round 3, board E. Let's go for the 5th board, and we can maybe push through this one fairly quickly just to make sure we cover it. But drum roll, slow drum roll under every single move for the rest of the stream, Michaelis. Patrick, he's in the spot to potentially get it.
It's a pretty good position. It's hard to go and get a lot of centers early on as Turkey, and he's managed to do that so far. We do have a sort of sneak peek on where the cutoff date is going to be, but as we said before, Patrick could have overhauled Ed without a solo, and I think still can, given Ed's mid-tier score this round. It will take him being on like 17 to do it without soloing, so Patrick's got to go as fast as he possibly can, and Turkey is a tough country to do that with, but he's made a good start.
Well, let's have a look at this board 5 on round 3 with a number of players who we know and love. Kayla coming back for another shot after the last brutal stab. Really good to see that happening. And yeah, let's maybe move this one a little quickly though, because I don't think there's anyone here who's in major contention. It might be a solo or bust situation, but how about you start us off, Michaelis?
All right. So started off in the West, we have England going full hog against France. Cool. We see Channel backed up by Wales this time, and North Sea as well. Derek is going all out on that attack. Germany has not committed alongside that, just goes to Ruhr with a standard opening. And Italy does a pretty curious one with Rome to Tuscany, not something you see too often. And Venice up to Tyrolia. So interesting in that regard. The East, we also see a DMZ in Black Sea and Russia putting the fleet into Rum with Armenia happening. Maybe this was meant to be an Armenian fist bump and didn't happen, or maybe this is just trust but verify from Kayla. So what we have in Fall of 01 is AT cooperate to take Romania. So Turkey is building 2. Con goes to ball South Coast, which is an interesting choice out of the two of them, actually. I probably would have been expecting East Coast if you're going to put the fleet in there. Ideally, it'd be an army, obviously. Austria just helps that happen. Pretty bad turn for G. Paul Bailey in Russia, also getting bounced out of Sweden. So another no-build Russia. That's been a sort of recurrent theme with Russia's either being very strong or very weak in this tournament. Not much of an in-between. England convoys to Belgium and takes Norway with the fleet. Gets the bounce in Sweden from Germany that they will love to see. And Germany covers Munich in case the Italian poked at it. Italy is now in Piedmont and Tunis, which is not good news for France.
Yeah, Jason, I'm not sure who you offended this game, but this looks like a slightly delayed, but a bit of a stacks on. Darcy, how about 1902?
All right, we have G. Paul Bailey, who's had a pretty unlucky tournament altogether. Lose St. Petersburg, loses the guess on Baltic and Sweden, loses Sevastopol, loses Ukraine, and gets backfilled into Galicia. Absolutely brutal turn for G. Paul. Everything else seems like a slow-moving attack on France, it seems. But other than that, it's pretty normal. I think it might be some sort of AT, but we'll see. All right, we have Ukraine falls to Warsaw. G. Paul's like, no, you're not dotting me for St. Petersburg. Get back, get away. I'll let the AT take my centers. And meanwhile, Germany takes Sweden, moves to Bohemia and to Munich. It seems like the West is reacting to the East, and it looks like we might be heading towards a West versus East dynamic with G. Paul dead. Edinburgh gets convoyed to Norway, which further suggests that.
I fully approve of German Army Bohemia, Jake. Love it.
Yeah. The Germans playing slightly east seems to be an interesting little twist in the meta that's happening these days. And I think it's good to break the east-west divide. Brandon, 1903. How are we looking?
Yeah, we see Fleet Kiel go straight into Baltic. Not seeing any tensions really between the West. They're just continuing with going east. English Channel has a convenient little follow-up into Mao because you got to help the Frenchmen out. They only have one fleet, so be in Mao. Cameron gets a nice little convoy across into Naples. Unfortunately, Tyrolia gets blown up. And Kayla, staying friendly, goes up to Galicia. But there are some open Austrian centers there. But may as well keep them on side because the West is unified and, you're getting Moscow as well. So keep them on side, try and get that extra army up into the line. There we go. The Jake getting into Vienna with the Italian not being happy. But Venice tapping Trieste helps the German, but has meant that they're losing Rome and Naples now, which hurts. Like the double support into Ionian is interesting, considering that would have given them the retreat even if Ionian held. So meanwhile, Kayla gets her Smyrna army to Armenia to push up there, and hopefully they can make some gains up in the north.
It's interesting. There was sort of a Western triple to counter this early AIT, but the AIT's fallen apart, and you now start to have to question what's the Western triple doing on this board? Who's it benefiting? Who is now superfluous? Is it France?
That sounds to me like you think it is France, Michaelis, but let's see 1904 and have a think.
Well, at the moment, it's nobody. So the Western Triple sticks together another year. Germany loses Vienna, which is blown up, which is unfortunate. But France gets into Venice and Tunis, and England doesn't use Mid-Atlantic to stab France, which is what I kind of expected, and instead comes and follows into the bed. So for now, all is copacetic. You don't love to see St. Petersburg back to Norway if you're Germany, actually. Maybe not if you're France, but definitely not if you're Germany. England doesn't seem to want to do the Western Triple going forward, so that's a problem. Turkey does Moscow to Sevastopol, which suggests they've cut a deal with England, and maybe Austria should start to worry as well.
Yeah, big ouch for Austria last turn as well. They had 2 builds, but nowhere to build.
Yeah, and I'm really glad to see Kayla in this kind of position after last game, because this is a really good spot for her. The Western Triple has got tension, and Austria is on the line, and she has no enemies whatsoever. So super good to see.
And Austria, with those builds in pocket, you can say as happens here, you can take Greece without stabbing. Just like, you can't put it down, so you may as well give it to me so I can put the unit down. Is a really convincing case that you can make. And I believe this is also, if I read a message on Discord recently correctly, Kayla's birthday today. So happy birthday, Kayla, and good to see you having a good game as a result. Meanwhile, in the West, England convoys into Holland, so that the clue was that army coming back to Norway, even though it didn't actually do anything. Germany was the target. The Western Triple had ceased to be of use to them. Western Med, interestingly, comes back to Mid-Atlantic, which don't love him on France either. So England is getting into a good position against everyone, and this could sort of become an England versus Turkey race at this stage.
Yep. We've got builds going down, and as predicted, still 2 build Austria that only gets to put down 1. So definitely a good reason to give up Greece. Darcy, 1905.
Yeah, I'd just like to shout out Kayla for doing the best birthday celebration by playing a diplomacy tournament on her birthday. That is Darcy approved. We have Kayla making her move on Warsaw here, making the move to Albania, to Bulgaria, and to Naples, crucially, which makes that stab make a bit more sense to me positionally. We have a mistake in the convoy into Holland, which will hurt England just a little bit. I mean, they're still in a very good position, but yes, it looks like everyone in the EF is ganging up on Germany here. I'm not sure Germany will be able to last too long. But yes, I think this is going to be an England-Turkey fight.
France isn't out of it either if they can have a good turn, although this doesn't look like a good turn.
Yes, so we have Ukraine go to Moscow. We have Bulgaria to Romania, Albania to Adriatic, a bounce in Tyrrhenian Sea. Kayla's position is looking solid, and like there isn't a Austrian that is too mad at Kayla, so that's the bonus point. In fact, France loses Venice here to Austria from Rome, so that is good news on the front for Turkey and Austria here. Second time's the charm for Derek, who gets into Holland finally, loses Ruhr, but gets to retreat to Burgundy. Oh, dang it. I hate being in Burgundy, says England, as they are also in English Channel. Seems like a very good position for England. A bit conservative around Norway and St. Petersburg, but they've got a good position, so it's fine. Yeah, France has to disband one here, which is not good for them. Although it'll be a Puglia, so it should be not awful, but yeah, it's trending downwards.
I think their chances of threading a needle have gone. They sort of needed to find their way into Munich whilst keeping Venice, and then they can really be in contention. I think that not getting Munich and losing Venice is sort of worst of both worlds. It's possible, not certain, but possible. All of this Turkish-Austrian stuff is kind of agreed upon because Austria is not disbanding and didn't react very strongly to the Turkish stab. So I don't know.
It's also possible that that the Burgundy, the retreat to Burgundy was actually agreed on as Burgundy moved to Marseille for no reason to give Ruhr a retreat potentially.
It's true, but that's really good for England and not for France, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but there's a chance that England doesn't stab because of that.
All right, Brandon, let's have a look at 1906. How are we looking here? The Witches are doing well. And, I mean, yeah, Austria seems to be still on side.
Yeah, Austria's on side, helps blow up. Oh, actually, did France have a disband in that previous year, or it all stayed the same?
Stayed the same.
Okay,
They must have had a unit blown up. Oh, yeah okay.
Yeah, because I was expecting Puglia to be off the board, but now it is anyway. So Puglia gets blown up. It looks like Rome may have supported Naples to Tyrrhenian Sea rather than Ionian, so that doesn't get in. But yeah, England in Burgundy supports themselves into Ruhr to blow up that German army. So it's not anti-French for now. We'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, Kayla's shuffling her stuff around, and yeah. So Kayla gets into Berlin with Austrian help. Rather than bouncing in Romania or something like that, the Serbia and Bull are moving up and down. Aegean gets into Ionian. Ionian gets into Tyrrhenian Sea this time. And the French get into Munich with England help. So EF is doing good. And
I think we can say that Turkey will top this game now. England hasn't been aggressive enough in taking German dots for themselves. And yeah, great, France has got Munich. It's good for the alliance, but England's not. If England was racing Turkey, they've lost that race.
And France retreating to Lyon instead of Western Med is just simply a blunder there.
They do have a build, so it's not catastrophic.
I have 2 builds.
Woohoo.
This is a huge Turkish position, and unfortunately, we know there is a time draw. But I mean, there is a solo watch on here if this is an untimed game, because when you've got Austria still working with you here, you've got Tunis, and it's possibly there. But Michalis, instead, we will continue on to I think what is the last year.
All right. So Turkey goes dot hunting in the final year with Austria, and Austria sees it coming and goes for rum themselves. So a nice little dipsy doodle on Serbia and Romania there. Other than that, England now takes Kiel at long last. Also convoys Norway to Belgium, which is fun, if nothing else. I mean, it's lining up for a future attack on somebody, but we know when the time limit is. The players may not know when the time limit is, right? Turkey would have actually got St. Petersburg if they'd gone for it, which is quite fun, but they decided to cover Warsaw instead. And yeah, that's the main things.
And so they drew before the turn ended, because I guess no one's really going to change many centers here, so why not?
Yeah, but England's in Kiel and probably would have kept it, so a little surprising that England accepted that draw, but everyone else, I think Kayla's dipsy doodle with Austria showed that neither of them was going to get the upper hand on the other with how much time was left.
Yeah, well done to Kayla for topping the board. Happy birthday, but also a really good and smart stab in this game. It's one of those stabs where you stab someone and they look at it and go, well, I still have to work with you because I don't have another choice. If I fight you, I just lose everything. So I guess I'll stay on your side. And so a really, really well-timed and good stab by her there. I'm very glad she had a great game this one. Any final thoughts before we move on to our second last game?
I think that's it. Excellent play from Turkey, and England maybe could have raced, but just wasn't quite aggressive enough with it. But had to take a few more risks, and it's well played game nonetheless by both EF. Solid alliance between the two of them.
Yes. No, I've met Kayla when I was in San Francisco, and if she keeps choosing to play, she is a very good diplomacy player in the making. So watch this space, because when you're her age and getting scores like this, that is that's an impressive trajectory you've got. So well done. We will move on to board 3D, which contains a number of players, including Adam Silverman, who is, with a humongous quick score potentially in the runnings. Brandon, how about you start us off on this one? Who do we have? And what do we think is going to happen?
Well, yeah, we have Adam Silverman in France, like you said. We've got Joe Geeson in England, Russell Weisfield in Germany, Matthew Krill in Russia, Stephen Unger in Turkey, Eddie Passan in Austria, and Brian Long in Italy.
It's our favorite player, Brian Long. He's the best.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. And I think Eddie and Adam have already shared a board this tournament as well. So it'll be, and I think that went well for them from memory. So it'll be cool to see how they go in this game, whether they work together to the same effect.
I think Eddie is third going into this round as well, so he's also with a huge score.
Adam's third, Eddie's fourth, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Brandon, what do we got? 1901.
All right. Looks like we've got standard English moves, standard French moves, standard German moves, standard Russian moves, standard Turkish, Italian moves, also pretty basic, though Rome going to Naples instead of Apulia. And Eddie, not worrying about bouncing Galicia, goes to Trieste instead, but otherwise fairly straightforward.
Rome's gone to Naples because Brian loves everyone so much and trusts everyone so much that why would you go to Apulia? You don't need to.
Yeah, that's it.
When you DMZ Galicia as Austria, you kind of hope to see Russia moving that other army north. I think you're a lot less happy if Russia keeps both armies south, like Matt Krill has done here.
Yeah, that's fair. Definitely. Cool. All right. Standard French moves from Adam. He puts Mao into Portugal and supports Joe into Belgium to stop Germany getting 3 builds. Picks up Norway. Joe picks up Norway and Belgium. Russell decides not to bounce Matthew out of Sweden. Keep things friendly there. Matthew doesn't worry about Romania, walks in without supporting it, bounces Black at the same time. Stephen tries to get into Greece to pull off what a couple of other Turkish players have done this tournament, which was getting Greece and Bulgaria, but that doesn't pay off as Eddie supports himself into Greece. And Brian, being a friendly dude, convoys Naples to Tunis. So it all looks fairly straightforward.
Nothing crazy in the builds. Fleet North Coast St. Petersburg from Matt Krill. Love to see it. Russia going that way early, which might appease Eddie somewhat. Michalis, how about you take us through 1902?
Yep, and what we see in 1902 is Eddie and Matt working together. So Bulgaria is blown up. We're seeing another air by the looks of it, with a bounce in Aegean and a bounce in Black. So Stephen holding back the worst for now, but has lost Bulgaria. And in the north, Mackerel is also taking Norway successfully, as Germany taps North Sea for them and pulls the fleet out to go into an FG and probably another FGR. So not for the first time we've seen an air and an FGR on the same board, and we might be seeing another tough game for the Witches as a result. Fall of 02, though, it's looking a bit less airy now, with Austria trying to take Venice and being bounced out. And like Piedmont and Turonia looked like they were just moving to the line. Turns out maybe Eddie Bassan had other ideas and Brian Long saw it coming. So well done, Brian, if that's what happened. Matt Krill leaves Sevastopol to go to Armenia to open up Sevastopol for yet another Fleet Sevastopol build, you would expect. Cool. I don't think I've seen a tournament with that many Fleet Sev builds in a long time. Elsewhere, tough turn for England, loses North Sea, loses Belgium, and France is in North Atlantic. So about as bad as it can get for Joe, unfortunately.
Losing Norway as well.
Yeah.
Oofed.
That's, yeah, not great for Joe, but very good for Matt Krill, who has now jumped up to an 8 center board top in 1902, and seemingly with not a whole lot of counterweight against it. So, so Darcy, can he hold on? Let's see.
Let's see, indeed. Obviously, yep, Black gets taken. Silesius bounced, which is pretty huge for Matt's momentum. Norway and Sweden moved down towards Baltic, just rearranging here. It seems like the West has come to some sort of an agreement, much to Matt's dismay, probably. And it seems like Italy is back on board with the air. And, yeah, things are just rolling.
It's very much like Brian Long to forgive immediately, right? He's so nice. Oh, well, you know, I know you attacked me in Venice, but let me help you into Aegean. This is what needs to happen here.
And he goes to Eastern Med here to complete the air's encirclement of Turkey, as Bulgaria moves to Con with support from Aegean and Black Sea, and Greece backfills. The Russia continues to move towards the line, getting supported into Silesia and moving to Galicia. Norway is lost to a Janissarying England, where Adam quite hugely takes Liverpool and London if he wants any chance at winning this tournament. That is a good move and a necessary one. Germany continues to move back away from Adam as well, adding to Adam's good shot at winning this game and hopefully getting close to a tournament win. But yeah.
This is the kind of turn that shows why Adam Silverman's one of the best players in the world. Like, you get England to move against Russia, your rival on the other side of the board, after Russia's huge start, and you just go, you know what, you've done your job. I don't need to keep you around. Done it. Boom. Straight into London, Liverpool. Thanks, but I will now take your stuff. You've made your useful turn, and I don't need you anymore.
Adam is a master of timing in that way. You're absolutely right. See a Fleet. I've also not seen a tournament with as many Fleet Trieste builds. I have to say, there's a lot of Fleet Trieste from Austria going on here, so it's a new thing. I like it.
I suspect they're kind of correlated, right? Because Fleet Sevastopol is the AR build, and Fleet Trieste is something you need in an AR as well. So we've seen a lot of ARs, and maybe that's why we've seen these southern fleets coming from both countries.
Yeah. Oh, Brandon, 1904. Can Adam keep the momentum up now and put himself in red hot contention?
Yeah, well, he's in a position to contest or go for Eddie. Well, he can get Eddie, actually, depending on what the others do. Matthew is able to get into Denmark, covers St. Pete as well, which is now vacant. No, sorry, not St. Pete. Norway is now vacant. Adam goes to support Kiel to Munich, positions himself in Ruhr as well, gets up to Picardy. Unfortunately, Brian's units don't actually get anywhere. They all bounce back. And now we've got Eddie coming down to Albania and Ionian pulling back from Turkey, because Turkey is cooked, and might get Con out of it as well in the fall. So, yeah.
The AI relationship has been quite curious in this game, and like Fleet Trieste suggests you're about to go after Italy, but Italy is still tapping Smyrna. You go to Ionian Sea, which suggests you're stabbing Italy, but you don't go to Adriatic, which would have lined you up better on Venice. So some interesting things going on over there, but Austria should be able to walk into Tunis if that's what they want.
But of course, Brian does have to tap Smyrna because it's the nice thing to do for Matt. He's just got to do the nice thing. It doesn't matter about Tunis, doesn't matter about anything else. Brian Long must always do the pleasant and nice thing for his allies. And unfortunately, big mean Eddie Bassan is punishing him for it this turn. Brandon.
Yeah, so we see Eddie takes the walk into Tunis and Ionian, tries to get into Venice, doesn't quite make it in though, but still picks up Tunis. Adam Silverman doesn't pick up Eddie here. Does pick up Eddie here. Wonderful. And around the German centers, looks like puts in a support for, is that Munich to Kiel? But it doesn't actually go. Meanwhile, Matthew picks up Denmark and Kiel and Berlin. So Matthew going up 3, and they are all German centers.
What did Burgundy support there? Did it support Munich while Ruhr moved to Munich? Oh, no, they both supported Munich to hold. Yeah. All right. I was going to say it was that a misorder to try and take Munich himself, which would have gone through, but it didn't. It was just a support.
I read the support of Kiel supporting Munich to Ruhr as Ruhr supporting Munich to Kiel. So, yeah. So painful turn for Joe, having to disband down to just the army in Clyde. Russell is down to 1 as well, is he? Or 2, sorry. Down to 2. Chooses to disband Munich. Eddie builds 2 armies. Brian gets rid of the Fleet Eastern Med. And 2 builds from Matthew with 1 in pocket.
Keeping Clyde is unfortunate for England there, because that can just get instantly piffed in spring, and in fact will get instantly piffed in spring in almost every world, whereas Fleet Norwegian, you have a vague chance of doing something for a little longer.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. It does get piffed, Michaelis.
Yep. So is it me?
Yes, it is.
All right. Adam obviously piffs that unit in Clyde, and otherwise is keeping Russia contained in St. Petersburg, which is really nice, because it means that as long as Russia is having to use St. Petersburg to bounce Norway, Russia can't build in St. Petersburg, which I think is probably intentional on Adam's part. Also gets into Holland, and does have some troubles in the middle, though. AR are coming there, with Russia now shifting fleets up and around and getting the armies into Kiel as well. The East, meanwhile, Austria also doing some army shifting, so not progressing the attack against Italy again. Instead, decides to line up towards Romania, whilst Turkey is finally killed off. And fall of 05, we see holds almost everywhere except Russia takes Norway, which all smells very drawy to me.
Mm-hmm. Does. Say goodbye to Russell Weisfield. Eddie Bassan jumping back up onto 10 here, which is nice. maybe one more turn to see a Fogel, but let's see.
And yeah, see you to Stephen Unger as well in Turkey.
Thank you for playing. Nope, that is it.
There we go.
That is it.
Yeah,
Good
I don't
play.
see a solo anywhere on here. No reason for Adam and any of the others to continue playing from here, I think.
Yeah, I think that it's very risky to play that extra year because if the sort of alliances break down, then Eddie could lose dots to Austria, but Austria could Eddie could lose dots to Russia, but Russia could lose dots to Austria. They could both have trouble with each other. Maybe Adam doesn't have much risk in playing an extra year, but he probably doesn't know when the time limit is. And if there's an extra 2 years, there's a lot of risk in the North. So I think the draw makes sense for everyone.
Yeah, well, on that, well done to all of the players, particularly Matt Krill, who did brilliantly in that game. We will now go back to our, I guess, feature game, board 3, which has Patrick Jacobson in second place and in a very, very good position to potentially explode and get. He probably doesn't need a solo, but he needs to go big, and he needs to go big quickly. Michalis, you weren't commentating this one before. Do you have any thoughts on where this game has been up to so far?
I think it's notable what Justin's just disbanded in Adriatic Sea, because that is not the I'm really mad at Turkey disband, right? It suggests that if Patrick can use Justin as a sort of shield against those French fleets whilst pushing north, that's a real path forward for him if he can sort of make that work.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I will let you call out this first turn of 1904, but yeah, we are on Patrick Jacobson, massive score watch, and this game could go any which way. There are some great players on it, so let's see what happens.
So Patrick blows up the army in Albania, which I think makes sense regardless of what's happening. Italy might even be happy to do that so they can rebuild it to face France. Elsewhere, Patrick walks out of Black Sea. That's a bit more surprising. That's definitely not full foot forward against Craig. This is just a juggernaut at the moment. Craig takes Vienna as well and is going to try and defend the north against the massive England that is rolling his way. Because Patrick's in tournament contention, but Cameron Higby is in board top contention as well, and we shouldn't forget that. He does give Belgium to France, almost certainly by agreement. Looks like there was some sort of arrangement where he might have got Berlin if everything had shifted around. So good border cleanup there, and EF are doing what they need to do to keep progressing their position.
And in the fall?
In the fall, everybody tries a lot of things and no one goes anywhere. So the only move that really succeeds anywhere on the board is Ankh to Black, which was guaranteed with that support. Ukraine goes back to Moscow, but that doesn't really make a huge difference. And big bounces in St. Petersburg and Tyrolia and Lyon. Yeah.
You can almost feel the tension building in this game, and I feel like something has to break fairly quickly, probably this turn, for the game to break open. I mean, Darcy, do you see any of the big alliances breaking here?
I don't think Patrick has it. I don't think he has a way to be able to take the centers necessary and keep England and France from not getting too huge. I think Cameron's played too much of a clean game, and the EF are just doing a bit too well for Patrick's liking.
Patrick's one hope at this point is if EF break up. Like, if that devolves into a war, then Patrick has a chance. But to get a huge score otherwise with EF sticking together, I think is just not going to happen.
Well, Darcy, let's see what happens here. Do EF break up?
Well, Romania to Bulgaria does not help that case. They do not break up. Berlin to Prussia, Kiel to Berlin, Sweden to Bosnia, all suggests that it is simply St. Petersburg and Russia that is the odd man out, not anyone in the EF. Saying that, Patrick gets into Tyrolia, gets into Trieste as a backfill, and attempts to get into Tyrrhenian Sea, but fails a guess. It might not have been a guess. But yeah, I think Patrick's time's running out, and I mean, it is what it is. Well, he's getting Craig to commit further to the line, so that's a good sign for him. But he destroys Bulgaria, probably to rebuild it as a fleet, but instead it won't be rebuilt. It will be just staying off the board because England correctly gets into St. Petersburg, meaning they get not one build, but two builds because they are also gaining Berlin here. So this is Cameron Higby's game, nice, tight, and snug. Although Doc does have a blow up in Piedmont, meaning there's a rebuild in Brest, so it might not be too easy for Cameron to stab France, but I think his board top is all but confirmed at this point.
Shouldn't be a rebuild, right? Because he's lost Berlin, so
that's true. There's no rebuild. Yes, that means
which also means
that's even worse news. London and Liverpool get put fleets in, and it is looking very, very bad.
And Italy being in Western Med when you can't build in Brest is a big problem as well. So this has not gone well for Doc.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 2 builds for Cameron Higby. What are they? Armies. It's an alliance player, that Cameron Higby. All right, Brandon. 1906. What does it look like?
Well, North goes to Channel. London holds. Eddie goes to York. And yeah, shuffles the other fleets around into Norway and Sweden. Cameron gets support into Munich. Covers Holland. Belgium walks out. North Africa goes to Mao, and Leon bounces west out of Spain. Patrick gets a walk into Naples and takes Romania as well. Bull goes to Con, so he can cycle that fleet out. And Trieste holds.
So Cameron tried to do something pretty quite clever there by putting the 2 armies down. Going, look, I'm not going to stab you. You can trust me, and then doing it anyway, which would have worked really well if France didn't have to cover Mid-Atlantic from the Italian. And unfortunately, because France had to cover Mid-Atlantic anyway, it means that the stab for Brest hasn't worked, which was the fly in the ointment of that plan. Unfortunate for Cameron.
Yeah, there's a world where he could have convinced Justin to actually go to Mid-Atlantic to block that, and maybe that would have been better had they been coordinating on that. But yeah, is what it is. But now maybe is the door open for Patrick now that the EF is broken? Is there enough time? You've got what, 3 more?
I don't think so. Based off of Keith not getting a conceded solo due to time issues, I think we're probably maximum 3 to 4 years away from a draw, and I do not see him getting a high enough score from here.
He's getting a few.
Sèvres, Rome, Bud, Venice, Rome, Naples.
Yeah, actually, Italy is throwing them to him. Like Tuscany supported him into Rome, right? So
that is true. That is 6. He's got up to 13 here.
Boom.
His issue is he's not had that sort of big growth throughout, so he's not been banking points year on year. This is his first year where he's really banking.
He doesn't need it though. He only needs the solo.
I mean, only a solo is still a big ask for a year.
Yeah.
But this is what he needs. This is it though. That he's going up 6 and now on 13. It depends on what Craig does here, right? Craig is out of position.
Hang on, what did I say? I said he needed 229 points to go above Ed Sullivan. So he's 30 points away.
It's not far off. So those extra points from having got this a bit earlier would have definitely mattered.
All right. Well, Brandon, this is probably the last year based on the time we know. Does Patrick get it? Let's have a look. Builds 3 armies, as you do.
Yeah, convoys to Sev, moves Bud and Rum up, makes sense. Gets into Terenian Sea. Justin stops Doc getting into Ionian, and presumably is going to throw Tunis in fall. Meanwhile, Cameron convoys into Brest, and bounces Irish, and just cycles things around otherwise. And it looks like Craig's pulled back a little bit too, but
I don't think Tunis is throwable here, sadly.
It depends what France does.
Yeah.
France can just move to Tunis and stop it being throwable. Russia can defend Warsaw. Vienna isn't takeable. Trieste is probably lost. So it would depend a lot on what Craig does. If Craig wants to stop Patrick, then Craig can really stop him.
Yeah, I think Moscow's the only guarantee.
Moscow is guaranteed, but they have arrangements around Venice that would get Venice taken. So it's up to Russia.
For some reason, I thought there was a fleet in Ionian still, but no. Yeah, okay. So Moscow, and that's it.
So go, Brendan.
No, you go. Yep.
I was just going to do the big reveal. The answer is not quite.
Yeah, he has fallen just a little bit short.
Tunis was throwable.
Yeah.
the way they moved, he could have walked into Tunis and didn't. But he probably if it ends because of time at the end of 07, he wouldn't have known it was about to end, right? So maybe he was worried Ionian Sea would ruin everything. So there's a lot of hindsight we have.
What is Rome to Tuscany then?
Interesting. That's what it is. But let's look at Cameron's moves here. He picks up Paris, Brest, and Kiel.
Rome to Tuscany is to bounce the French armies out so they can't line up against you in a future year.
Yes, Cameron ties the board top as well, guaranteeing that Patrick definitely doesn't have enough here.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate. Not only was Tunis takeable, Warsaw was takeable as well. So double whammy in wrong guesses.
Yeah, but well done from Cameron here for sneaking up too, right? You get Justin, so you get Patrick in the lead. Everyone's worried about it, and then you just get 3 centers in the last turn, and we finish on 13-13, which is pretty good, and that's a big score.
And gets the slightly higher score than Patrick too because of that early center gain.
Yeah, wow, well done. Well done to both of them. And I'm sorry, we have another year.
Never mind.
All right,
there we go.
Whose year is it? Is it me? All right,
it's new. We have another year now we are back on.
So Moscow gets into Warsaw, which is good. This is now also a race for the board top between both. Because it's a center-based system, there's no actual reward for the board top. The centers are what get you the score in this scoring system. So Patrick is going for Warsaw, going for Vienna, which is now not guaranteeable, but because it can be braced. Also depends what England does. Venice is potentially takeable, but England's in Tyrolia and presumably will be helping prop Russia up. And England themselves is going to go and probably not get anything. Doesn't put 2 on Marseille, which would have been crucial for their hopes of taking more than just Berlin. So England is actually no, because they can move to Portugal and Marseille, and one of them's guaranteed to get in. So so they'll be on 15 guaranteed for Cameron. Patrick is on 14, can't lose anything, but has run out of time.
Oh, no, hang on. Oh, no, because it's a fleet in Rome. Yeah, I think he's just run out of time.
We see no orders, yeah.
The end of the game, so he's timed out in spring, but very, very close run thing. Well done to both Patrick and Cameron. I mean, that's what you want to do if you're Patrick in that situation. You played your position as best you could, and you just come up a little bit short. But well done.
Yeah, really good game.
Played a near perfect tournament, and he's got like a 13 center game, like a 12 center board top, and another massive score, and he's come up short somehow. It's quite it'll be quite frustrating for him. It'll take a while to get over that one.
Yeah. Well, so we can see the final results for the regatta. This is No, this is not correct. I think
Three.
because of the bonus scores. So let me go.
Yeah, I
and,
thought so.
Let me go and find the spreadsheet which has the correct final standings in there. Oh no, then so I don't have the correct final standings in the spreadsheet. So can somebody who is attending the event please confirm for us in the chat that Ed Sullivan is actually on 629 or somewhere near thereabouts?
631 he'd be on.
Yes, and actually does make that over Patrick Jacobson. I see Justin and Adam in the chat. If you could confirm that for us, that would be lovely. I think that is what's gone on. But let's talk first though about the tournament, Michaelis.
I was to say, we should also, before we finish on that game, we should give a lot of credit to Cameron Higby for a really good board top in that game as well. So,
yeah,
really nice one from him.
Absolutely. Michaelis, what is your thoughts on the tournament overall? This is a really great showing. I thought a lot of people and some really great games.
Yeah, really good turnout. Ed played a fantastic tournament, managed that final round perfectly to make sure that he got the result he needed in his game, which is a skill that it's hard to actually sort of practice that skill because you're in that position so rarely where you're in a game where you're not playing for score, but you're playing to manage other people. So that was fascinating. Obviously, brilliant solo, devastating result. Great stabs on multiple people to make that happen, and then convincing them to diplomatically give him a solo when it wasn't actually guaranteed. So great diplomacy, great tactics, great strategy. Well done, Ed Sullivan. Loved the tournament overall. We saw a lot of fun play. We saw a lot of ARs, Fleet Sevastopol, Fleet Trieste. I always love to see, like, covering a tournament, seeing what the interesting meta of that tournament is, because there's always like this a couple of moves that are different to what we see normally, and it's different on each tournament. And in this one, it was those AR cooperations against Turkey and Italy.
Brandon, how about you? What stood out for you this tournament?
Yeah, I liked like one point of note was Ed being able to get the solo diplomatically, but then Keith not being able to. Like, we were in two situations that were very similar. One pulls it off, one doesn't. Like, and it just depends on your relationship on the board. And like, especially with the time running out, that's really rough for Keith. But yeah, I find it interesting that we were in a position where there was two people with solos, and it wasn't going to be the tactics that dictated whether they'd get it or not. It was their diplomacy. So, yeah.
Darcy, how about you? Your first time on a DBN tournament coverage. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I thought it was a fascinating tournament to watch. There was a lot of very brutal stabs from all players. Lots of big center swings. There were not many games where it ended with like board tops of like 9 centers. There was always that one big score in the game, and it made it very interesting and dynamic to see. Well, if every board is going to have someone on like 12 plus centers, maybe someone on this board will shake up the tournament. And it just so happened that Ed managed to do that. And considering he only had one board top out of his 3 rounds, and it was the one that won in the tournament, it showed that all it took was that one massive board top. And it was the tournament win. And as much as I wanted to slander the diplomats today, Keith and Ed showed that they deserve to run their own show on DBN. So I'll congratulate them.
Yeah, well done.
Both Ed and Patrick really played the scoring system correctly. Like, this isn't a scoring system where it was about topping. It was about centers. We saw a lot of games where people left centers on the table, and the 2 players who didn't do that are the 2 that finished quite far ahead, actually, of everyone else. Patrick, in pretty much every game, was maximizing his score and leaving very few dots on the table. And Ed obviously maximized it with the solo. So it would have been easy for Ed to do his sort of default, I'll do my triple thing and then get a good result that way. Ed realized he needed a bigger score. he went for that bigger score and he got rewarded. So well done, Ed Sullivan, and well done for pushing him that close, Patrick.
Actually, yes.
Yeah.
On that point, I think Ed gave us a good lesson in. Well, let's make sure that when we're doing joke orders, no one can screw up the game result. And the attempted convoy to Syria was absolutely awful for Patrick Jacobson's tournament and for anyone else's chance at winning that. So next time you think the game's sorted and everyone's going to end, maybe just give it one more thought next time before you decide, let's convoy to Syria.
Because Ed went from he was on 11, and then that was a 6 center boom, wasn't it? And then
and he could have soloed if he moved in with Munich instead of whatever the other one was. So
everyone wants to go along with that joke order, convoy to Syria, whatever. But Ed on 11 jumped to a solo in that one turn.
Yeah, amazing play by Ed Sullivan. He's one of the greats of the hobby, I think, both in play and results, but also in personality and how he approaches the game. I think he does an amazing job of bringing the board along with him, to have fun with him and to enjoy the game with him. And he doesn't always cash in on those results, but when he does, he does. And so I think it's very impressive and a very well-deserved tournament win from him. He's in a rich vein of form at the moment, but also an amazing tournament from my perspective, from a lot of people, from Patrick Jacobson and Adam Silverman. Really dominated by East Coast United States players from my understanding of US geography. I think a really great tournament. Well done also to Marnus and the team for running the Jameson Hand 2025 Regatta. Obviously, is worth shouting out, named in honor of Marnus's son Jameson, and it's a great that name is there and will hopefully stick around for a fair while. Wonderful tournament. Wish I could have been there, but in the meantime, it was lovely to cover it with you all. Darcy, do you know the DBN sign off? Have you watched enough DBN that you can do it for us on your first time?
I know it's about stabbing, but that's about it.
All right. So you look, a very good debut from you, Darcy, but you failed at the last hurdle. You have come up short. So Michalis, our DBN veteran, how about you take us out with this one?
All right. Everyone, in the words of Siobhan Nolan, stay safe and stab well.